Eleanor's Travels. Written by Aisha Urooj. Narrated by Jojo Parks. Chapter 1. Big Plans. Passport? Check. Tickets? Check. Suitcases packed and ready? Check. Extra long goodbye hug with best friend? Check, check, and check. Ellie, I say to myself, you are ready to explore the 7 continents. Ready or not, world, here I come. I am Cassandra Grace, world explorer extraordinaire and Oscar-winning actress. Okay, so I hadn't won an Oscar yet, but I planned to, and you can do anything if you believed, right? As for world explorer, I would be after this trip. This trip around the world was exactly the inspiration I needed as a rising superstar. Time to do some soul-searching, greet new adventures, and even learn a few things. This trip around the world was my parents' gift to me on my 21st birthday. Seems a little extravagant for a 21-year-old? Don't blame them. I was the one who asked for it. My parents were top-notch successful lawyers. In a lawyer's world, time was money, and every minute was worth many dollars. So they had very little time to spare. They made up for their absences with lavish gifts and, unfortunately, lavish excuses. Luckily for me, the bigger their absence, the greater my price tag went up. Unfair, you might say? Well, to be fair, I was their only daughter. I might add, I also inherited the gift of strong negotiation and intense bargaining from them. How did I convince them for this trip? You should know, almost everything in life is negotiable. The secret is how to ask for it. My strategy went by understanding what the other side wanted. Next, I figured out how to get what I wanted, and made it seem like the other side was winning. Lastly, I was ready to walk away, and at this vulnerable point, the other side would most likely strike a bargain. To be extra successful, rinse and repeat until you win your battle. I knew my parents didn't mind. In fact, they encouraged my take-charge attitude. It made them proud when I stood my ground, and it even brought a tear of joy to their eyes. Normally, they had unreadable expressions. I would grow up to be like them, maybe even a magnified version of them, if it weren't for Cassie. Cassie was the one who humbled me, stopped me from being spoiled and entitled, and brought me back down to earth. She was my balance. Cassandra Grace, or Cassie as I called her with love, was my best friend in the entire world, my opposite in every sense of the word, and I wouldn't have changed her for anything, or anyone. It was especially hard saying goodbye to her, seeing that I wouldn't see her in person for about a year as I went on my big trip. We were also roommates and had been living in the same apartment for a few years, ever since we dropped out of high school together. Yes, you heard right, we both dropped out of high school together. My negotiation skills came to a breaking point, but somehow I convinced both our parents. Cassie and I were successful. Now we could take charge of our lives as independent adults. Well, almost as adults. I mean, we were only 17 then. What if you fail? Our parents asked. Then we would go back to schooling and university, I answered. They couldn't argue with that. I wouldn't have been so brave without Cassie there by my side. Cassie didn't realize I couldn't have done it alone because she saw me as invincible and always 100% sure of my path. It was ironic. Her believing it made it true and gave me that strength, much like a self-fulfilling prophecy. She was like my sister, even if our outer appearances were different. I was blonde and fair with blue eyes. She had mysterious green eyes and even more captivating, dark, wavy tresses. I could talk all day long. It was hard to get many sentences out of Cassie. When she said something, it was poetry. It was Shakespeare. It was a siren song. It was eloquent and spellbinding. The great irony was, she remained unaware of her powers. I am sure there will be a time when she recognizes her divine gift of words. She will mesmerize the world as a writer. Cassie didn't even know what she wanted to do. I mean, it was so obvious to everyone else. Sigh, for all her cluelessness, I loved her to bits. You will never find me stuck in analysis paralysis or overthinking once I decided. I knew my choices weren't always perfect, but I would be okay with whatever happened. Risk is a part of life, and without it, you can't spell adventure. That was poetic, wasn't it? I guess all that poetry from Cassie was rubbing off on me. Although, I can confidently say Cassie's most daring adventures were in the pages of the book she read. Anyway, getting back to my trip. so why would I go on this crazy adventure? I snagged a few acting roles here and there, but I hadn't come across major, critically acclaimed level roles. My wish was to be more than the pretty girl in the soda ad or the one-time hit action movie star. I was grateful for the success I experienced so far. Now I wanted directors to take me seriously and consider me for challenging roles. Being a world-class traveler would help me get that edge, that gravitas, and certain je ne sais quoi, no? Did I tell you I have a talent for languages? On my bucket list for this trip was to learn more languages, especially hone up on my Spanish, in Spain and Mexico. Italian in Italy, a little French would be good. And Japanese? Pinch me, I must be dreaming. This was exciting. I truly couldn't wait to start this trip. The anticipation built as I came closer to departure time. I couldn't wait to see the different places. I would taste the wonderful food, hear all the lovely music, see the different cultures. I would see the wonderful and weird animals on my journey. On a shallower note, I also looked forward to meeting the guys. You know, all the dreamy, cute, sexy guys. To meet the hunks, the heartthrobs, the dreamboats of the world. And best of all, meeting the dreamiest of the dreamy, James Evans. Okay, Fate, you don't have to do it right now, but I was sending a message out to the universe. Someday, when I am an A-list star like James, our worlds will collide, our eyes will meet, our hearts will ignite, our pulses will race together. I was a C-level celebrity, or even a D, depending on my critic, but I could just imagine when we were both A-level stars and got together as a couple. We would be Hollywood elite. The fans would go crazy. Sigh, a girl can dream, right? I had a penchant for bad boys, which, in reality, translated to a very tumultuous love life. I didn't know if I was better than Cassie or worse, because she still pined for plain John Damon from our high school days. I sometimes wondered if she would ever be over him. John was stable, steady, and, unlike Cassie, he was boring. He did not have a bad boy bone anywhere in his entire body. To use an analogy, if bad boys were like cheetahs and jaguars of the animal kingdom, John Damon would be a turtle. A slow-moving, steady, and predictable turtle. Everyone was 15 and in high school. Well, John might have been 16. The greatest worry in our lives was churning out hundreds of homeworks. There were assignments and getting through the exams. We needed enough marks to pacify the parents without being called a nerd. That was my greatest worry anyway. It was much different for Cassie. Cassie was about to face a big problem. John Damon was spying on Cassie, but she was unaware of it. As soon as she found out, however, she would freak out. She was very shy with boys. I was a little curious. Why was John spying on my best friend? If anyone could spy on Cassie, that would be me, as I was the only one she spoke to. Only I could detect when she was acting differently or hiding something. It was time for me to investigate. I had to understand the John Damon spying on my best friend business before it got too far. It was time for some detective work. Here's what I knew. Number 1. I noticed John Damon looking for Cassie around her locker, with no attempts yet to speak to her. Once he saw her, he stopped, gave a sheepish smile that lasted for a few seconds, or minutes. He then continued going to his locker, which was down the hall. He did this every day. Number 2, maybe it should have been clue number 1. Cassie received a secret Valentine rose, but with no name on it. She assumed it was from me. It wasn't. I was on the radar for secret admirers ever since then, when I noticed John's daily odd behavior. Number 3, Cassie had a favorite spot to sit in the library. It was an odd quirk of hers. When her favorite seat was occupied, she would give a sad sigh and sit somewhere else reluctantly. She would look every few minutes and hover around the seat until it became empty again. She would then happily take her favorite spot. One day, the drama team had the table with Cassie's chosen spot occupied. They had planned to sit there every day for the month to learn their lines for an upcoming play. I was about to have a friendly chat with them myself when John approached them. He said something which sends them packing and moving to the other table. Oddly enough, this happened next. John sat on Cassie's chosen spot long enough to see her coming, and then tiptoed out of it, saying nothing to her. Cassie, seeing that her spot was free to sit on, does exactly that while noticing nothing about John. It was getting curiouser and curiouser. Now that I had all my suspicions confirmed, it was time to confront Cassie's admirer. Like a huntress waiting for her prey, I waited for John Damon by his locker. He finally arrived, unaware of my presence. "So, why have you been looking so closely at my friend Cassie?" I cornered John. I must have startled him as he jumped. He was taken aback by my question. "You are Cassie's friend, right? Did Cassie say something to you?" John asked. "Lucky for you, my bestie Cassie is unaware of your shenanigans," I said, waving my hands at the word shenanigans. "Before she finds out or gets hurt, I want to know why you are doing this. What do you want?" "I would never dream of hurting Cassie. I like her, that's all," John said. "Do you know who I am?" I asked. "Didn't you say you were her friend?" John replied. Wise guy, eh? He had some nerve. Now I was furious at him. "I am not just her friend. I am her best friend. I also have the Jameses as my parents. You know, the lawyers. You might have heard of them in the news. I am here to warn you that if you so much as bring a frown to Cassie's face, you will be majorly sued. You best be ready. I will take you down for everything you have." I was sure my nostrils were flaring at this point. John turned pale and was sweaty. He stuttered in his response. I am 16. I have nothing. But you have me all wrong. Cassie is so nice and kind. Who would even think of doing that to her? I just want to get to know her better. I have been looking for the right opportunity to talk to her, as I don't want to startle her. I know she is shy, but I can be patient. Good things are worth the wait, he said. This was not the response that I expected. He was so nice. Meh, it was like yelling at a puppy. I felt a little foolish being so hard on John, who was earnest in his admiration for Cassie. "So, you just want to talk to her?" I asked, calmer than before. "Yes, very much," John said. "You don't want to bother her in any way?" "No, I wouldn't dream of it," he said. I looked at John. He seemed like a nice guy. He said he would be patient with Cassie, and he did like her a lot. Maybe that was just the guy she would like, even if to me he was giving major snooze vibes. "Okay, if I have your word, John, I will bring it to her notice. But remember my warning, one wrong move and I will see you in court." "Okay, I will remember. It won't happen, I promise." I learned a few things during this encounter. My threat of a lawsuit worked. I was more convincing than I thought. I also learned John was harmless. Don't worry, I was good on my word. I brought John to Cassie's attention. She wouldn't have believed he liked her otherwise. I even told her, albeit reluctantly, to give him a chance. I must have been a hawk in my past life. I kept my guard up and watched John for several weeks, but I had no reason to worry. John was very good on his promise and became a wonderful boyfriend to Cassie. Sadly, they broke up when he moved away from our town. Cassie still missed him, years after high school. If there was one thing I respected John for, it was his genuine admiration for Cassie. There was one thing that made me envy him. He traveled a lot more than I ever had. His father's job required the family to move every few years. John had already been to many places around the world. This won't do. My travels couldn't be less interesting than nice, plain John's, now could it? Well, no longer will I travel envy you, John Damon. I had some huge travel plans of my very own that would put your travels to shame. I was not a big planner, as I like to be spontaneous. Still, this endearing quirk of mine might prove problematic in such big travel plans. I had a general idea and direction on how I wanted to start, but I was fuzzy on the details. I was playing connect the dots on the world map. I like to start with Australia and work my way through Japan to Asia. I would explore some countries there and then go to Europe. After Europe, I would go through Morocco to South Africa. I could hop across Madagascar to South America. I could make my way north, through Mexico to the north, the Arctic even. But that would leave one continent, wouldn't it? I counted on my fingers. What about Antarctica? Good question. It was very hard to book anything to Antarctica unless I went through Ushuaia on Argentina's southernmost tip. Plan B. I would do the same journey all the way to Madagascar. Then, instead of continuing to South America, I will go north. I will make my way down to South America and onwards to seeing the penguins in the South Pole. It was a reasonable plan. I realized it could change at any point for any reason, but that was okay. I loved surprises. Next dilemma. How many countries should I visit? The correct and maybe more ambitious answer would be every one of them. I was striving for quality rather than quantity for this trip, and I didn't have decades as a timeline. If I considered at least 2 countries per month for the year, then I could visit 24? That still seemed like a large number. How many should I choose? Suddenly, I realized something and smacked my head. Ellie, you are doing it on your 21st birthday. It is kind of obvious the number you should choose. 21 countries to visit as a 21-year-old across 7 continents in 1 year? Sounds like an amazing trip. My plan was getting more detailed. I had the direction and the number of countries I wanted to go to, but I needed to decide what they would be. I held my 21st birthday celebrations a few months earlier. It was pre-planned. I wanted to jumpstart my trip and visit in the correct seasons, like seeing the cherry blossoms in Japan. By the time my actual birthday arrived, I will most likely be in Dubai. It was a small price to pay when a world trip was at stake. Expense was not a limiting factor on this trip. Fresh with my dad's shiny credit card and my own earnings from my semi-hit action movie, I would not be strapped for cash. Another thing working in my favor was that I was open-minded. For accommodations, I was open to all venues. Hotels, motels, Airbnb, kind strangers. Okay, so I had to rely on my judgment and use common sense for the last one. For transport, it could be anything. First class, business, or economy class. Trains, buses, rental cars, trams, rickshaws, bicycle, walking, private jet. I would use any means that would get me to my destination. Okay, not the private jet. The costs would be astronomical, even for me. It would also be terrible for my carbon footprint. It seems hypocritical to be thinking about carbon footprint when I had such a trip planned, doesn't it? I felt guilty whenever I heard a plucky teenager chastising the older generations for ruining their planet and their future. First, I was near her age. Second, I planned to donate to climate initiatives after I got more lucrative acting deals. For all that, I needed inspiration, and so I needed this trip. A catch-22 situation, if you ask me. I am talking nonchalantly about the expenses, but I am aware of what I could do to make it easier. I would do my best to offset some cost and burden to Dad's credit card by using the air miles that I would accumulate. I could even leave the points I earned for my parents to plan a pleasant trip of their own. See, I am practically angelic. Cassie had signed me up for the airline's email alerts. I would receive any special offers that became available from the airline. She also loaded my luggage with the essentials for all seasons. I had sun protection lotions and mosquito repellents to last me 2 years. I had a power bank for my phone, a laptop, and a universal travel adapter. Cassie persuaded me to get an unlocked smartphone. She told me to load up with different international SIM cards as I traveled. She thought of everything, whereas I thought with my credit card. Pay first, think later. It was easier. I will curb my frivolous expenses to please my best friend Cassie. My gift-giving finger was twitching to buy souvenirs, dresses, accessories, and other knickknacks. I know Cassie would flat out refuse them. She was on a minimalist mission nowadays. Actually, Cassie has never been materialistic. I swear, if she came across a pile of diamonds, she would move past them, unaware, with her nose stuck in a book. I suppose it was good I won't fill my suitcase with gifts at every destination. I will have less to carry around. Despite all her protests, I meant to give her at least one meaningful gift at the end of my trip. My most favorite gift from Cassie was a friendship bracelet that she made me herself. She made it with tiny, beautiful beads. I wore it so much I was afraid if I wore it again, it might break. I kept it safe in my jewelry box. I took it out to look at from time to time because it made me so happy. It must have taken her hours to make it. I am not an arts or crafts person, but I wanted to give her a bracelet too. I wanted to get a bead or charm representing each of the countries on my trip and combine them at the end to make a bracelet, or two. I would put them on a silver chain as I didn't trust myself to do anything else artistically. I wanted nothing for myself as I was turning into a new Ellie. I just wanted lots of pictures of my trip, and I would put them up in every room when I got an apartment of my own. My new motivation in life was going to be collect memories, not things. Chapter 2. Australia. I kick-started my grand trip down south in Australia in beautiful Sydney. Here, April is early autumn and the best time for good weather, with crisp days and cool nights. The city had a scenic harbor with the iconic Sydney Opera House. It was like a grand ship standing on the shore, ready to set sail into the vast oceans. Australia is an island, country, and continent, with water surrounding on all sides. I thought the ship design was a fitting tribute to Australia. I walked closer, up the stairs, into the Sydney Opera House. The top of the building looked like shells. From a distance, these shells looked only white. Up close, I could see that they had a subtle design. They had chevron patterned tiles in both glossy white and matte cream. It was something I would not have noticed in pictures. It was amazing how the Opera House was an icon, representative of an entire country. The landmark has become synonymous with Australia. It is everywhere in films, TV, tourism, postcards, books, etc. I took an audio tour and listened to my headphones. The tour detailed the history of the Sydney Opera House. I heard how they build the architecture and the problems that came up during the construction. I learned how acoustics were used in the auditorium's design. The Sydney Opera House was beautiful with its modern expressionist exterior, but inside was where the magic happened. I was expecting world-class performance with world-class performers. I wasn't disappointed. I booked tickets for My Fair Lady online out of the several plays and musicals playing this week. I had a wonderful pre-theater dinner looking over the Harbour Bridge. It was in a small terrace-like area. I could see the whole Sydney Harbour with boats sailing in the blue waters. People were enjoying the atmosphere. There were restaurants, cafes, and bars along the harbour. I had a great time watching the show in the theater. The sound was amazing, and I had a clear view of the stage. The entire experience was intimate. The Opera House was a wonderful place, not only during the daytime, but especially during the night. At night, the harbour came alive with live music and lights. I saw the Sydney Opera House lit up, the lights turning it to a brilliant blue and then a bright golden. The location, the aesthetic beauty, the atmosphere left a beautiful impression on me. I spent a few days exploring the Harbour Bridge, Luna Park, and a bit of the Botanical Garden. Going there once wasn't enough, so I returned to the Opera House each night. It was a beautiful place to be in, with a beautiful glimpse into Australia. So many of my favorite actors and actresses were from Australia. Several Australian actors have got Hollywood glory. What was it about this land? It seems that remarkable and extraordinary talent was in the air. I hoped that some of it could rub off on me. I stood wistfully in front of the Grand Theatre Academy of Performing Arts. I never had formal theatre training. I wondered what secrets lied in the halls of the institution. Was this the reason I was not taken seriously as an actor? This institution prepared the actors for the long, tough battle for Hollywood fame. Could I see myself here, slogging the long days to break into the notoriously tough industry? Why was I in such a hurry? I could take the time to learn it all. I could make it about the journey rather than the destination. But stopping made it easier for doubts, insecurities, and other awful feelings to catch up to me. It was better to keep on moving. I must have been staring for a long time. There were theater students coming out of the school. I heard someone say something. "Sorry, did you say something to me?" I asked. "Ah, so you are not from around here. I can tell by your accent. We were debating amongst ourselves whether you were a new student here," said the tallest guy in the group. He looked like an athlete from a sports magazine. "You are right. I am not from here. I am not a student, though, just a tourist visiting Australia, I said. That's a bummer, mate. It would have been nice to have you join our acting group. We were heading out to a beach party if you want to join us. I'm Ethan, by the way. Eleanor. Nice to meet you, Eleanor. Welcome to Australia. The group introduced me with their names. So, do you want to join us, Eleanor? Ethan asked. I answered without hesitation. Sure, that would be great. Only one problem. I am not dressed for the beach. I pointed to my long emerald green dress. I loved it as it was elegant, but it wasn't practical for swimming. I could go back to the hotel to grab my swimwear. There are loads to do besides swimming. Come join us. We are heading there now, Ethan said. I had no other choice, so I nodded and joined their party. The theater students were a noisy, warm, and passionate group. They often broke in debates. They argued over movies, producers, and director visions. I joined them in the debates, but I could tell that I knew very little compared to them. Still, the theater students made me feel welcome. They were happy to have my company. I was happy to be in theirs. We arrived at the beach, and there were lots of food and drinks to have. Some people were setting up a picnic, while others were busy setting up volleyball matches. I walked over and talked to the friendly group. Soon, everyone wanted to jump in the water. I joined them, as I didn't want to be left behind. Are you sure about this? Andrea asked, looking at my dress, concerned. She was from Ethan's theater group. I'm sure I can manage okay. Don't worry, Andrea. I will stay near the shallow end, I said. Andrea was satisfied with my reply. We both walked in the water, but were careful to stay close to the shallow end. After our initial hesitation faded, we were having fun splashing each other. We saw people swim further and further away from us. My wet dress was becoming difficult to walk in. The weight was pulling and dragging my body down. I was about to turn and leave the water when I heard a loud roar of water. People were screaming at the giant incoming wave. It knocked me off my feet. I drifted off from the shallow end of the water and I struggled to get myself out of the current. Maybe the water was cold or my wet dress was making it difficult to swim, but I couldn't get out. I went further and further away from the shore. The water was much deeper here. I was a good swimmer, but I couldn't seem to make way with the high waves. I was panicking. Will I drown here? If I survived, I knew Cassie would kill me for being so reckless. My arms and legs were aching, and I was getting tired from fighting the currents. I felt myself going numb, and I couldn't swim anymore. Things went dark as I lost consciousness. I gasped. I could breathe again. I opened my eyes, but my vision was a blur. I felt someone lifting me up in his arms. He was taking me back to the shore. His steps were steady on the ground, his arms cradling around my frame. He placed me gently on the sand. I couldn't see his face as the sun was shining bright behind him, a golden silhouette around his face. He said nothing, but seeing that I was awake, he gave a smile. It was the most heavenly smile I had ever seen. I questioned my sanity. Was he real, or was he an angel? He looked like he would say something, but he stopped as he heard people shouting. My new Australian friends came rushing to my side. "Oh my God, Eleanor, are you all right?" asked Ethan. "We were looking everywhere for you. You went underwater. The waves swept you off far away from us," Andrea cried. I was shivering and felt so cold. All the voices were concerned. I reassured them I was okay. Someone handed me a towel and I wrapped myself in it. The towel dried the clinging water on my body and gave me some warmth. I looked around to find the person who rescued me. He disappeared. Where was my savior? I didn't see him anywhere. I asked if anyone knew who he was, but no one had seen him or knew anyone from their group who had. Maybe he wasn't from around here? I wished he had stayed. He was there at that moment to save me. I didn't even get to tell him how grateful I was. Chapter 3. Greater Distances. The phone rang and rang and rang. No one was picking it up. It didn't surprise me, not really. My parents were often busy, one of the side effects of being super successful lawyers. But still, I nearly drowned. I just wanted to hear a familiar voice. Someone finally picked up the phone. It was Dad! "Hi, sweetheart, how's my warrior doing?" "I nearly died, Dad." The words out of my mouth, however, were much different from the thoughts in my head. "I am fantastic, Dad. This trip is going great. How are things with you and the firm? How's Mom? I tried calling her too. That sounds good, honey. Your mom has been busy with a client, but I will tell her you said hi. Oh, okay, that would be great, Dad. When do you think she will be free? It is hard to say. She is onboarding on a demanding client, so she might not take other calls. I tell your mom, I wish Eleanor got over her acting phase. Come join us in the law firm, dear. Do an internship with us and hone your negotiating skills. You are brilliant at it. You are wasting your time in acting. I love my dad. I know he loves me, but he didn't understand acting was not a phase for me. It was my passion. It was my life. I inherited the negotiating from you and Mom. It got me this awesome trip from both of you. The best birthday present, I said. Sounds like you are enjoying the trip. Stay in touch, Eleanor. I have to go now. Duty awaits, Dad said. I didn't even say goodbye when the phone went silent. I will not cry. Despite my best efforts not to, a few tears fell down my cheek. I was disappointed with myself. I shouldn't cry. This time, Dad picked up my call, and I didn't have to navigate through his assistant. So I should be grateful. Who could I talk to now? I was 1,000,000 miles away from anyone I knew. I could talk to Cassie. I dialed her number. Ellie, it's you! I was thinking about you, but I thought it might be too late to call, Cassie said. It was 3 a.m., but sleep was a distant memory. No, I was awake. How are you, Cassie? How's Buddy? I asked. Buddy was Cassie's cute puppy, a lovely golden retriever. We both picked him together from a rescue shelter. Buddy? He must have sensed that his favorite person in the entire world called. He won't stop wagging his tail. Wait, I will put you on speaker so he can hear your voice, Cassie said. Hi, Buddy. Has Cassie been walking you every day early in the morning like she promised? I teased. I heard an excited bark and some commotion in the background. It sounded like Cassie was trying to contain Buddy's excitement. Whoa, Buddy! Where did you get this much energy from? Your tail will knock down everything, I heard Cassie say. Love you, Buddy, I said. Ellie, I should take Buddy for a walk. Otherwise, he will knock down everything in the apartment. Okay, remember to take him to the park where that weird squirrel lives. Why would I do that, Ellie? No one can stop Buddy when he sees that squirrel. I was joking, Cassie. Don't go to that park. Not without me, anyway. Okay, you take care. You take care too, Ellie. You are so far away. I wish I could hug you right now. I miss you so much. I miss you too. Love you, Cassie, I said. Cassie said goodbye. I felt her absence so much. I felt better after talking to her, but couldn't stop the thoughts racing in my head. Perhaps I could clear my head with a walk? It was a moonlit night, and the surrounding area was quiet but serene. I walked to the beach and looked at the waves that nearly drowned me today. They were calmer and sparkling under the bright moon. I saw some shadowy figures in the distance. Going on a walk impulsively at this hour was a reckless idea. I hoped it wasn't a dangerous one. I didn't even tell anyone where I was going. It wasn't only shadows I had to worry about. Australia had dangerous critters that came out in the dark. As the people approached nearer, I called out a tentative, "Hello." To my relief, they were people that I knew. I was not the only one out for a walk at this hour. Andrea, Ethan, what are you guys doing here? I asked. We couldn't sleep, not after what happened today. I guess it is the same for you? I guess so. I needed to walk to clear my head. I will leave you two to catch up, Ethan said. I have a rehearsal in a couple of hours, so I better get some sleep. He turned towards Andrea and said with concern, Please promise me you won't go anywhere near the water. Andrea blushed before saying that she wouldn't. Ethan gave her a kiss and waved us both goodbye. I didn't know that you two were dating, I asked Andrea. I said the first thing that popped into my head, but felt bad for saying it out loud. I remembered Ethan introducing Andrea. She had blushed when I asked if she was his girlfriend, but had said nothing. Andrea didn't notice or mind my nosiness. We were friends. We started dating today, she said. Today? How did that happen? If you don't mind me asking, I asked. I couldn't tell you this morning. I didn't want to worry you. When you were washed away by that big wave, I was too. You drifted so much farther away. When we found you, you were in shock, Andrea replied. You were in the wave too! How did you get out? I asked, surprised. Ethan rescued me. He went back for you after he got me to shore, but couldn't see you. I wasn't scared for myself, but I was really worried something might happen to you, Eleanor. You weren't scared of drowning? I asked Andrea. No, it's weird. I am not scared of death. My grandmother says when we die, we become part of something greater. So I was not scared, but I had one regret. What did you regret? I asked. My regret was words I hadn't said to someone, Andrea replied. Who was it? Was it Ethan? Yes, it was him. I had liked Ethan for such a long time and hadn't told him. I regretted I might not live to tell him that. But when Ethan rescued me, he told me the same thing. He would have never forgiven himself if he didn't tell me how he felt, Andrea said. Wow, something beautiful came out of today. I was so happy for kind, sweet Andrea, and Ethan too, even though I only known them for a short while. They seemed like such good people. I thought about the perfect stranger who risked his life to save me from drowning. He was a good person too. The world was full of goodness. The fog in my mind made me forget that. Talking to Andrea soothed me. I wanted to know more about what her grandmother had said. Your grandma said we become part of something greater after death? What did she mean? I asked. Come with me. I want to show you something, she said. Andrea took me to a part of the beach I hadn't been before. The waters here were sparkling like a million stars under the moonlight. I noticed something else. There was another kind of glow within the waters. The water is glowing blue, I said, surprised. Yes, the water glows here because of bioluminescent algae. When the algae move with the tide, it looks like the ocean has come alive, Andrea said. Wow, that is amazing, was all I could say. Andrea was quiet. I cannot tell you in words what my grandma meant, but I hope I can show you how her words made me feel. The algae you see here together can cause the ocean to glow. The water becomes so beautiful. Life just works in mysterious ways, Eleanor. We might not always understand it. I think I understood what Andrea was trying to tell me. I felt her words stir something deep inside me. A cloud passed over the moon, suspending us both in darkness. I felt my old fears rise again, but then I noticed the glowing waves crashing onto the shore. Mesmerized, I walked closer to the water, each of my steps leaving a glowing footprint in the darkness. Soon, the moon peeked out from its cloak of clouds. It became bright again. I hope this incident has not put you off your trip, Eleanor? Andrea asked. It hasn't, I replied. Australia is wonderful. You will love all the sights that you will see across the country, Andrea said. I looked at the glowing blue waters of Jervis Bay. Electricity was coursing through each crashing wave. It was a surreal sight. It looked like a place where magical creatures and mermaids lived. I already love what I have seen, I said to Andrea. I woke up in a sweat. I was having nightmares again. I had them since I was little, and they were always the same ones. Sometimes they occurred more frequently than other nights. I was alone in a locked room, and there was no light. Everywhere there was pitch-black darkness. I couldn't hear anything except my own ragged breath. It was cold, and I was shivering. I screamed out my parents' names, but no one answered. I wish I could say that it was only a nightmare. It wasn't. It was real, and it happened to me. My mom told me I was kidnapped one day on my way to school. My parents couldn't get me back from the kidnappers until 3 days later. I remembered nothing of those 3 days, but the nightmares were my terrors at night. Cassie was my roommate. She had seen me toss and turn at night. She even found me screaming from one of my nightmares once. I joked I dreamt about a bad audition. I felt terrible lying to her, but I did it so often it became too easy. She was so sweet that she suspected nothing. Why did I lie I was okay? I wish I could tell her, but would she stay my best friend if I did? I couldn't share this side of me with Cassie or anyone else. I couldn't. Being that vulnerable to anyone would break me. I will not let the nightmares turn me towards darkness and despair. I will not seek comfort in substances either, though I had in the past. Again, it was Cassie's tears that stopped me from reaching for drugs. Again, to numb my fears, my anxieties, my hell. Sometimes it made me wonder, should I ask for help? I laughed at the thought. Last thing you need to do, Eleanor, is to see a head doctor. You have a pretty cynical voice in your head already. No need to add another person who will probe you with their nosy questions. Just dust myself off, I reminded myself. It will pass. I needed a diversion. I could spend some time in nature or exploring new things. That always cheered me up. After the near-drowning incident, I was careful about the clothes I wore near water. My wardrobe was now t-shirts and shorts. No dresses for the time being. The t-shirts I wore had cute graphics on them. Today, I was wearing the one Cassie gave me, the one with a cartoon pineapple and strawberry. It was an inside joke between the two of us. My favorite fruit was strawberry, and I called Cassie my pineapple. We even dressed up as the two fruits on Halloween as kids. Andrea promised to treat me to authentic Aussie food at a local eatery. It was a cute, idyllic, family-owned restaurant. She wanted to spend a little more time with me before I set off exploring the rest of Australia. You are in for a surprise, Eleanor. I bet you tasted nothing like this before, Andrea said. I love to see what you have in store, Andrea. Although I am adventurous, I am still bracing myself, I said. No worries. I won't be offering tarantula legs or scorpion lollipops, Andrea teased. Good to know. I have a confession. Every few months, I try to become a full-fledged vegan. I haven't been successful yet, I said. Andrea laughed. Not today, then. Let us start with a classic. I watched with interest as she brought out a jar of Marmite. She asked me to put it on my toast. Thinking it must be a jam or chutney, I added a heap of it to my toast. Whoa there, Eleanor. That is brave even for an Aussie, Andrea laughed. Let's put a thin layer first before moving up to tablespoons. I scraped off the excess and tried the toast. Andrea was right. I tasted nothing like it before. I was grateful I listened to her in limiting the amount. Marmite had a strong taste. I was sure, like most new things, it was an acquired taste. What do you think? Andrea asked. It is interesting. Definitely an unfamiliar taste. It is more salty than I expected, I replied. Okay, say no more, Andrea said, laughing. Let us move on to the next item. With that said, she ordered fish and chips for us. This is delicious, Andrea, I said. Isn't it? I am glad you think so. We have the best fish and chips anywhere, Andrea said with pride. I didn't think I could fit in another bite, but I was curious to know what Andrea wanted me to try next. What do you have next for me? I asked after finishing my plate. The Leamington, Andrea said. Are we going there? How far is it? I asked. That is what we are having next. Leamington is a cake, Andrea said, laughing. Oh, okay, I said, laughing as well. I am full, but I always have room for dessert. The Lamington was a sponge cake with an outer layer of chocolate sauce. They rolled the cake in desiccated coconut and cut it into little cubes of tasty goodness. It was a treat. Feeling pretty full with all the food I had, I finished things off with coffee. It was a locally sourced brew of coffee. Australia was good at encouraging tourists to try local goods. I thought it was a great thing to support local businesses. Seeing me in a pensive mood, Andrea asked what I was thinking about. I was thinking how hard it will be to say goodbye. When the time comes, I have to do it again at every country I go to. I am having a hard time saying goodbye to you. You have been amazing, Andrea. We shared a remarkable experience together, Eleanor. We got another chance at life. I will remember how I made a friend rather than being said, Andrea said with a smile. I truly have been lucky, Andrea. I met you and Ethan on this trip. Cheers to your journey ahead, Eleanor. May it be everything you hope for and much more, Andrea said. Cheers, my friend, I said. Chapter 4. A Natural Wonder. I said farewell to Andrea and Ethan as I continued my trip in Australia. I was in awe of the natural beauty of the country. Australia was full of conservation areas. Some animals were only found here in the wild and nowhere else in the world. I had a chance to see these wonderful creatures. I learned that a group of kangaroos were a mob. It was amusing to see a mob of kangaroos hop past me at the park. I had an extreme urge to join in their queue, to hop along with them like an imposter kangaroo. Australia had so many colorful birds. I saw rock-star cockatoos. There were parrots that looked like mangoes. There were budgie parakeets with feathers painted like clouds. The birds were everywhere. I saw them roaming freely, heard their merry sounds of squawking and chirping in the air. I was lounging in an outdoor patio when a cheeky parrot stole a French fry right off my plate. I was an animal lover who was in an animal paradise. The best of all my encounters was one I had with some koalas. I saw the gray fluff balls sleeping high in the trees. Their button noses were snug close to the bark. The koalas were deep in serene slumber. I wished to wake them up, but didn't want to be rude. Luckily, the kid standing next to me had no such problem. He shouted at them with an unceremonious, "Hey!" He shouted a few more times, getting louder each time. The boy's mother was trying her best to shush him and stop his mischief. His efforts paid off as one koala finally stirred. The sleepy koala looked around groggily. He was trying to find the perpetrator whose shouts trespassed his beautiful dreams. I was laughing hard. The koala had the most dazed expression. It reminded me so much of Cassie, her face early in the morning when she had to take Buddy for his walks. I snapped a picture, captioned it as Cassie's mirror in the morning, and sent it to her. Cassie's reply was quick. She said, though they both had the same sleepy expression, the koala's ears were definitely fluffier than hers. My trip was filled with wonder, and Australia was full of surprises. It had birds like the caraway, whose talons were dangerous enough to stop you from ever petting it. There were friendlier birds like the kookaburras, fluffy birds with a cute beak. Then there was the quokka, a cute little smiling rodent with the happiest expression. I took a selfie with the smiling quokka. I will definitely frame the picture once I got home. I didn't want my journey here to end. There were places here to move hearts. Australia had natural heritage sites like Uluru and Blue Mountain. It had serene countrysides, romantic vineyards, and scenic red desert. It had eternal landscapes under an infinite sky. Even though I was here for 3 weeks, Australia continued to surprise me each day. I think it would surprise me even if I stayed here for a lifetime. My last stop to visit was the Great Barrier Reef. It surprised me when I found out how large it was. The Great Barrier Reef was visible from space, and roughly the same size as Germany. It was home to thousands of sea creatures living in the coral reefs, the islands, and coral cays. Every island along the Great Barrier Reef was very different. Some of these were coral cays. Those were low, sandy islands made by sediment deposits. There were large islands with hilltop lookouts and beautiful rainforests. I hiked the trails on each of the islands. They designated many of the islands as national parks. It was a place for people to visit and a habitat for thousands of different animals. I saw the world's largest green turtle breeding site in Rain Island, which was in the far north. I saw lots of rare birds on the island, like the rare red-tailed tropic bird. I also saw lots of plants native to the area. I found incredible marine animals, birds, and plants everywhere. I went to Heron Island in the south, which was a favorite nesting place for turtles. I found sooty terns at Michaelmas Cay. I found brown boobies at Low Isles. I searched for the green triangle butterfly in Fitzroy Island. Despite all of its wonders, I was sad to learn the Great Barrier Reef was under threat. Things like global warming, shipping, development, and even tourism were destroying it. The corals were dying because of coral bleaching and rising global temperatures. The Great Barrier Reef had a vital part in the health of our planet. I learned the Great Barrier Reef protected coastlines from waves coming from the open ocean. It protected the coastlines from extreme weather. The algae in the coral system cleaned the air by absorbing carbon dioxide. The algae were helping to reduce climate change. The Great Barrier Reef needed our protection. I wished I could protect it. I went snorkeling to see the reef up close. The boat I was on had a tour guide and several other tourists. It took us an hour to reach the dive site. I saw dolphins pass by as I looked out at the perfect turquoise waters. It was a paradise. The tour guide told us how tourism was both a threat and a protection to the Great Barrier Reef. Each year, tourists such as myself visited and fell in love with the reef. Tourists helped with the conservation effort as the environmental management charge each visitor paid helped in saving the reef. The guide told us a few rules to keep in mind as we went snorkeling in the water. The first rule was not to endanger yourself or the reef. We could not touch or damage the reef. We were told not to throw any rubbish in the water. We couldn't wear sunscreens as that contaminated the waters. They were simple rules, but were especially important near the coral reefs. This was my first time going in the water after I nearly drowned. I was not ready for scuba diving, but I was okay with snorkeling. I wanted to stay closer to the surface. I couldn't go in deeper waters yet. For snorkeling, I only needed some goggles, a breathing tube, and a pair of flippers. I was nervous, but I prepared myself mentally. I took a deep breath before I plunged into the water. Everything was so blue. As I dove deeper, I saw vibrantly colored fishes darting in and out of the maze of corals and anemones. The guide mentioned that these corals were up to millions of years old. I could not see the colors of the corals that well. I took pictures with my underwater camera. The underwater pictures came out well. They showed the colors much better than I could see myself. The guide told us to look for some creatures, but I wasn't able to spot many. I didn't see any whales, manta rays, or giant clams. I spotted some clownfish, some turtles, and an enormous potato cod swimming by. I felt I was in a marine wonderland. The boat ride back was tranquil. The last item left on my itinerary was a helicopter ride over the Great Barrier Reef. I booked a helicopter flight to see the Great Barrier Reef from above. I saw islands and coral reefs as the helicopter went soaring over the turquoise water. I could spot manta rays, their diamond-shaped shadows in the clear water. It was breathtaking to see the white sand beaches and lush greenery in the jeweled sea. As we hovered low over the reef, I spotted the Heart Reef, which was a coral reef section shaped like a heart. Australia captured my heart and imagination with its natural wonders. I saw this incredible place on Earth in a way few people did. Japan. Chapter 5. Wisteria or Cherry Blossoms? There was so much to do in Japan, and I had so much to learn from Japanese culture, both from the present and the past. If I wanted to reconnect with nature, I could practice Shinrin-yoku, which meant taking in the forest atmosphere. Walking through the Arashiyama bamboo forest in Kyoto, I felt more present to the sights and sounds around me. The greens of the forest were soothing, much more so after the concrete jungle of the city. Seeing Mount Fuji was another highlight of my trip. The sight of Mount Fuji emerging from the clouds above Lake Ashi was magical. I could have taken any mode of transport to get there, from train, bus, to cable car, but instead I sailed to Lake Ashi on a pirate ship. I stayed most of my nights in a ryokan, which was a traditional Japanese inn. My ryokan had a private bath and had a beautiful view of a Japanese garden. The meals served in the ryokans were epic, multi-course meals. There was a cooking class near the inn where I learned how to make okonomiyaki, sushi, and tempura. I took the cooking classes to taste delicious food. I tasted more than cooking. I learned about gentleness and serenity at a tea ceremony. I attended a traditional tea ceremony at Gyokusen and Gardens. I learned that chado, the Japanese tea ceremony, had a precise order to preparing matcha. The hostess was graceful in her movements and was careful about the arrangement as she made tea for her guests. This art was called temae. It was more than just creating a perfect bowl of matcha. It was a ritual steep in history and culture. Everything about the tea ceremony was delicate. The ceremony was a way to appreciate the present moment and a way to reclaim it. It was all a sensory experience for me, from walking on the tatami flooring, wearing the kimono, reading the hanging scrolls, and looking at the flower arrangement. The flower arrangement, simple and elegant in style, was called chabana. The tea ceremony celebrated quiet beauty and was a move away from the material side of life. The hostess treated each of the handmade antiques used in the ceremony with care and reverence. The whole ceremony was showing us the principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. I went to watch the geiko perform Miyako Odori, one of the annual dances of spring. It was also called the Dance of the Capital. I fell in love with the extravagant kimono, the ornate hairstyles, and the iconic white makeup. The performers' elegance and gracefulness inspired me. I learned maikos were apprentices to geikos. They had flowered hairpins and ornaments in their hair. Their makeup was different, with only their bottom lip rouged. They started training as young as 15, training for up to 5 years to become geikos. I also left school as a teenager, but my training was far from over. I still felt like a novice in my field. These were women of art. It showed in the way they danced, the way they twirled their umbrellas. They told the song about the seasons. They did it without speaking a word, and only with their movements. It was the folding of their arms and the way they held their sleeves. They were floating like butterflies on the stage. They were mysterious and beautiful. Their performance was mesmerizing. Japan was a surreal place. It was where the passage of time seemed to flow in 2 streams. There was fast, modern Japan, where nothing could compare to the speeds of the Shinkansen bullet trains, the neon bright lights, and hubbub of the city. The energy was young and lively, a Japan electrifying in its vitality. Then, there were little pockets in Japan where time came to a standstill. Time was lingering and lounging around here with no hurry or concerns. I stood in front of a wisteria tree and felt myself transported to a different world. I was in a place that transcended time, where I wasn't reminded of the passing hours, minutes, or seconds. A place where I could forget my own human mortality. They say the wisteria tree represents wisdom. It can live to be hundreds of years old. Hundreds of years. What memories did the branches hold, I wondered. How many travelers stood in front of the tree, admiring its beauty and serene presence? The wisteria of Ashikaga Flower Park in Tochigi was 144 years old, dating back to 1870. This one was the largest among wisterias, hanging 15 feet from the ground and covering 2,000 square yards. They suspended the climbing wisteria with a metal framework. It had magical-looking vines with pink and purple blooms. It was an ethereal, ancient beauty. It was breathtaking to be there under the petals of a pink sky. Cassie had a special fondness for the wisteria. I guess I could see why. In so many ways, Cassie was like one. Wisteria was special because of its hardiness and perseverance. I was the cherry blossom, while Cassie was the wisteria. We were very different, and that showed in our personalities. Cassie wore her heart out on her sleeve. She was wonderfully emotive and raw, holding nothing back. I was good at asking for things from my parents. Material things. Swipe a credit card, I was happy, and they were happy. Parent-child obligations fulfilled. I was not good at asking for affection or their time. I wish there was a credit card for it. Eleanor is low on hugs. Can I swipe my card to recharge? I came to see the cherry blossoms in Okayama. The flowers were in full bloom, gliding down gently, filling the air with their gentle presence and fragrance. In our rare mother-daughter time, my mom told me that Dad proposed to her under a cherry blossom tree. He stood on one knee, the delicate petals forming a pink and white carpet on the ground. When she said yes, a wind picked up the flowers, surrounding the two lovers in a storm of pink and white petals. I thought it was so romantic. If I were a flower, I would be a cherry blossom. I couldn't see myself living slowly and patiently. I couldn't see myself growing like the wisteria. I could see myself with a brief but magnificent life, just like the cherry blossom. There was a Japanese saying, "Ichigo ichie." Cherish the moment, as it will never happen again. Perhaps it was said for the life of a cherry blossom? I wanted to talk to Mom. I called her, but I didn't expect her to pick up my call. Surprisingly, she answered, and we were talking through video conference. "Hello, Eleanor. How are you, dear?" Mom was in her office. Either it was very early or very late in the day there. I had lost track of time, so I couldn't tell the difference anymore. "Hi, Mom. I am great. Japan has been wonderful." "Are you in Okayama? I can see the cherry blossoms in bloom behind you. It is one of our favorite places, your dad's and mine." "Yes, I am in Ashi River, Sakura Road. I know they are your favorite. That is why I called, so you could see them too. I remember Grandma telling me you wanted to name me Sakura when I was born." Mom was silent for a few moments at Grandma's mention, but eventually she replied, "It is also the place where Henry and I first met. There is a tree there where he carved our initials. He was so wild during those days," she said, adding a rare smile. I was about to ask Mom more questions, but I lost signal. I stared at the screen where the video call was paused. I waited 20 minutes for it to reconnect, but it didn't. I could try to call her again? Maybe not. She probably would be busy working again. It wasn't always like this. At least, not when Grandma was still alive. I lost my granddad at a young age, so I only had a few memories of him. It would be us, Mom, Grandma, and me in the kitchen, baking and laughing without a care in the world. Mom was different then. She would even tell Dad not to work so many hours. Things changed. Mom was working even harder than Dad, and with no one to stop him, he stayed longer in the office too. Before, they used to alternate their days, so I could spend the entire day with either of them. It was lonelier now. I don't blame Mom. Perhaps, after losing someone, things had to be different. Perhaps, after losing someone you loved dearly, you needed to drift away, pick up the pieces shattered inside of you, then come back again. Mom hadn't returned after losing Grandma. Not yet, anyway. I was curious about the tree where Dad carved their initials. Mom and Dad met when they were my age, at 21. I couldn't believe that they were once young and stupid in love. I didn't know where to begin. There were so many trees there. There might have been 200 of them lined up in the beautiful avenue. I thought strategically, what tree would Dad choose? Most likely he would choose the biggest and prettiest one. I scanned around until I saw one tree that was more isolated than the rest. It was also the largest. Perfect! The tree I chose was hidden from the other trees. I was sure that a love-struck 21-year-old lad could carve something there and get away with it. Dad must have picked that one. I touched each of the tree trunks as I passed them. It was like I was greeting a new friend. I walked to the largest tree and searched the trunk for any signs. After a few moments, I found something. It was a carving of a large heart with the words H+I in the center. Henry and Isabel. My parents had been here. The plus sign had faded more than the initials, so it looked like it said, "Hi." "Hi, young Mom and Dad," I said sheepishly to the carving on the tree. Funny how time can sometimes work in a loop. At that moment, we were all the same age. I took a picture with the tree to send to Mom. I heard the notification when Mom replied with a text message. "Thank you, Eleanor. Love you, Mom." I felt a happiness I couldn't describe after finding Mom and Dad's tree. I felt it bubble up again after Mom's text, knowing that it made her happy. "I love you too, Mom," I said, blowing a kiss to my phone. It was such a beautiful day. People were enjoying the blossoms with hanami picnics under the trees. Hanami was the Japanese custom of viewing the sakura, or cherry blossoms, that bloomed for a few weeks in spring. I was lucky to have a family invite me to their picnic. I loved the cherry blossom-themed food. Their picnic had pink-colored sakura mochi, sakura onigiri with salted cherry blossoms, and colorful hanami bentos. There were also plenty of glasses of sakura-flavored drinks. I bit into a carrot that was cut like a cherry blossom petal. It was nice to be surrounded by the happy chatterings of adults and children. The gathering lasted all day and into the night. The families shared food and drinks, spreading their joy with each other. In the evening, lanterns were lit up so that people could enjoy hanami as the sun set over the horizon. Before I left the beautiful cherry blossoms of Okayama, I remembered to get a sakura charm. I added it to Cassie's bracelet to represent my trip to Japan. It was the second one after Australia. I also got Mom a cherry blossom perfume. Dad would likely joke that I got her nostalgia in a bottle. Chapter 6. The Omikujis. I couldn't help but feel Totoro would be around the corner near one of the spectacular Japanese temples. Wasn't May also alone when he dropped by? Could I also expect a bus cat coming down this path? My imagination was one Studio Ghibli film away from drifting to a fantastical world. I had been looking forward to seeing the temples on my visit to Japan. I am not religious, or at least I don't check off many boxes on the list. I felt I was spiritual, whatever that meant. I was told that I could get my fortune, or omikuji, from a temple nearby. If I wanted to have my fortune told in English, I could always visit the more popular temples like the Golden Temple in Kyoto. Omikujis were considered a sacred message from the deity, something to reflect on, something to consider. They were fortune-telling paper strips that predicted health, fortune, or life. Omikuji could also predict if a person's hopes can come true. Most excitingly, they can tell you about your fortune in love or marriage. I thought I was young to be thinking about marriage, but I wanted to hear a good fortune for my romantic life. I drew 2 fortunes from a box. One fortune was for life, and the other fortune was for love. I looked at the Japanese letters, trying to decipher them myself. Luckily, a kind person there translated the omikuji for me. She looked at the first slip of paper. She nodded and smiled enthusiastically. "See this symbol? It is Daikichi, or best fortune. Your note says that you will find the love of your life on a chance encounter. How fortunate!" "That sounds wonderful," I said, grateful for the translation and for the good news. Yes, very lucky. Let me look at your second omikuji and translate it for you." She looked at the second slip of paper and turned pale. She was hesitating to say what she had read. "This note has daikyo." "Is that good?" I asked, but with hesitation. She hadn't looked too confident after seeing the symbol on the second paper. "If Daikichi is the best fortune, then Daikyo is the worst. I have seen no one draw both together. This is most unusual. I don't know what to tell you." "Does it say anything else?" "Oh, yes. It says, 'Your dark secret will consume you.'" "My dark secret will consume me?" I asked. "That is it. I am very sorry, dear. I hope that your bad fortune turns to good," she replied kindly. I thanked her for her help and bowed to her in greeting as she left. Could it be true, or did I have my 2 fortunes mixed up? My life, though not perfect, was good. I would even say I lived a privileged life. The words on the first fortune were clearly about my love life. I hadn't been particularly lucky in love. I thought about my previous boyfriends, whom I had affectionately named the 4 Deadly Horsemen. It was a fitting, biblical, apocalyptic reference. Yes, my love life was a mess. What did the lady say about the bad fortune? She said, "To avert the bad luck, leave that omikuji at the temple." Even though I wasn't religious, I was not taking any chances. As per custom, I folded the paper and tied my omikuji to a pine tree. I saw other pieces of paper tied to the tree too. I was relieved there were others who had also tied their bad omikuji there. Like them, I also hoped this would be enough to turn my bad fortune to good. What about the omikuji about my love life? She said that I could carry it with me as my good luck fortune. I put the love omakuji in a safe place, hoping that my fortune comes true. I am sure that I will look for a handsome stranger from now onwards. I made a new friend. I knew we would get along just fine when I saw him rock a kimono and elaborate kumadori makeup while performing a kabuki. Kabuki was a classical Japanese dance drama. It was a spectacular show of music, dance, mime, with brilliant staging and costumes. Kaen Midori was the actor from the kabuki. I instantly felt a connection with him. I thought Kaen couldn't be wilder, crazier, more dramatic than his stage character, but I was delightfully wrong. Beneath his kabuki costume and makeup, Kaen was a cool 22-year-old. He had a few piercings on his ear and one on his nose. He had jet black, shoulder-length hair. One of his arms has an elegant koi tattoo covering it, while the other arm had colorful tattoos of his favorite anime characters. I think he mentioned the shows, Naruto and Attack on Titans. Kaen's motto in life was to love life, uninhibited. Kaen had the delicate face and dreamy eyes that could have millions of girls swooning and screaming his name. He liked to keep a low profile. I asked why he didn't go for more mainstream Hollywood roles, and his answer was that he liked his bubble. It was where he felt true to his artistic spirit. I thought he could do more. Upon prodding, he agreed he would do a cameo in a film. He would do it for me, and only with me. I thought that would be enough for him to reach a super following. Didn't the current hottest actor start with a minor role in an obscure movie? That minor role had been enough to jumpstart his career, creating his legions of love-struck admirers. And Kaen was even better. Kaen had an aversion to social media that started when someone posted a video of him and the notifications wouldn't stop coming. He gained so many followers with just one video that he closed down his account for good. He thought he wasn't ready for the greater public. Truth be told, I don't think the world was ready for his level of hotness. Was I physically attracted to Kaen? Yes. Would I date him? In a heartbeat. I think Kaen felt the chemistry too. He told me as much. But would we date? Probably not. Do you have a girlfriend, Kaen? I asked him. I did. 3 weeks ago, he replied. Not too long ago, then. What happened? I broke off with her. I wouldn't have guessed that. You seem upset about the breakup. Are you thinking of getting back with her? No, we are not getting back together. Ever. She has a new boyfriend. She moved on quickly. Not that I deserve any sympathy. I guess I am a little upset, even if I was the one who broke it off. I take longer to mourn the ending of relationships. It gives me more time to drive myself nuts thinking about the what-ifs. Interesting. So, being a heartthrob didn't immune him from heartbreaks? You could move on, too, with dating at least. I broke off with my boyfriend, too. It was 5 weeks ago. What was the reason? Kaen asked. He smoked a lot. He was cute, so I didn't think much of it. But I realized he didn't take very good care of his health, and it became an issue. Are you thinking of dating at the moment? Maybe. Are you? I am not. I have a tendency of rushing from one breakup to another. It leaves me more depressed each time. I have a problem with getting attached to emotionally unavailable men. Perhaps I shouldn't either? We should learn from our mistakes, or... We are doomed to repeat them, I said, finishing his thought. We both sighed together. I think at that moment we realized we were two balls of chaos. It would be better for us to stay apart than together. We had much more to gain with our friendship than by giving in to our chemistry. I heard that unpent physical desires led to genius level of creativity in great artists. Who knows? It could be true. Maybe we were just fooling ourselves and will tear each other's clothes off before the week was over. Time will reveal that. I had largely seen traditional Japan on my own. Kaen took it upon himself to show me the modern side, the side of Japan that he loved and breathed. We were going to spend most of our time in Tokyo. Tokyo was the epitome of modernity, ultra-modern with its skyscrapers, noisy arcades, busy pedestrian crossings. I saw cool street fashions with people that looked like they belonged on the covers of a couture fashion magazine. They decked their clothes with stripes, ruffles, and laces, oversized jackets. They wore surrealist art-inspired dresses, Baroque paintings for leggings, platform shoes, had hairstyles of every shade, cut, and color. I saw a girl with emerald green hair with streaks of black. I saw another with shoulder-length hair in thick braids, the tips colored golden, looking like a modern-day Cleopatra. Tokyo, Japan was a visual feast for the eyes, a panorama of amazing sights. Kyan introduced me to restaurants with delicious foods and told me that there were themed cafes for everything. He said, "No matter what the theme was, you would most likely find them all in Tokyo." He was right. We found everything from animes, cats, vampires, to sumo cafes. There was a robot restaurant, a sensory overload of high-energy shows with robots, ninjas, clowns, drummers, and dancers. It was a riot being there among the flashing neon lights. It was incredibly loud and, in its own way, hilarious. Kyan took me to go-kart driving on the roads. It was insane going in a tiny go-kart while surrounded by actual cars. We went to the colorful Digital Arts Museum, which had interactive light installations along with an infinity mirror room. I get lost in the infinity room, in that infinite field of colorful lights. Kyan knew how to have fun. He even got tickets for one of the crazy TV shows. It was amazing to be an audience member in one of the same shows that Cassie and I binge-watched on TV. We saw participants of this show climb a slippery ladder. They were performing different tasks assigned by people waiting at the top. When they failed, we saw them slip and fall into the swimming pool at the bottom with a splash. It was more fun seeing this side of Japan with Kyan. Kyan and I filled the hours with many activities, staying busy until departure day. For my last night in the city, we went to the Tokyo Metropolitan Building. From here, we had a clear view of the night skyline. "Do you have any regrets in life, Kyan?" I asked. "None at all," he replied. "Do you like your life the way it is?" "Yes, I love my life. It has everything that I want. I could celebrate with fireworks." "What makes it so great?" "Unrestrained passion. People might think I am crazy, but I don't care." "I don't think you are crazy, Kyan. Just adventurous." "Yes, 1,000 times yes. The adventurers are the sane ones. They are the ones that are actually living." "You live in 2 worlds, Kyan. Traditional Japan and the modern one." Kyan laughed. "It seems like that, doesn't it? I am standing on 2 boats with different destinations, but I feel most like myself here at this tight spot. Traditional Japan is ancient, mystic, the old soul of me. Modern Japan is crazy, lively. Both make me alive, so to me, they are one the same. There is no dichotomy." Kyan said he bought me a present. He reached into his pocket to bring out a necklace. It had Japanese letters. "What do the letters say?" I asked. "They spell your name. They spell Eleanor," Kyan replied. "My name?" "Yes. Japan is a part of you now." "I am so touched. Thank you, Kyan." Kyan refused to accept any gifts from me, save one. "Promise me, Eleanor, whenever you return to Japan, I will be the first person you will come to see." "It is a promise I don't have to make, Kyan. You will be the first person I look for." It was strange that time was not standing still. It was moving at the speed of a Shinkansen bullet train. I had a flight to catch, but my feet refused to move. Saying goodbye was very hard, like I knew it would be. Kyan looked at me and gave a sad smile. He came closer and took me in his arms. He embraced me, then bent forward and kissed my forehead. We stood there silently in each other's arms, both our foreheads pressed together. So I made a new friend in Kyan. Sometimes that is better for the soul than a fleeting lover. I said goodbye to him as I headed to my next destination. Arigato, Kyan. Arigato, Japan. China. Chapter 7. China's Heritage. I always wanted to see the Forbidden City in Beijing. It had been one of the first places on my bucket list. The Forbidden City has been the home of many Chinese emperors. The name was fascinating, There was something very attractive about the word forbidden. The sight of the buildings blew me away. They were amazing monuments of past regality and extravagance. The Forbidden City had an outer court and an inner court. The inner court was the residential area of the palace. The outer court was where important public ceremonies were held. The buildings here were solemn and grand. They arranged the ceremonial spaces to show great imperial power. It was all about royalty, not so much about the ordinary people. The tour guide said the city got its name because most people weren't allowed here. Even the imperial family had limited access inside. Only the emperor could enter any section at his pleasure. History echoed with every footstep. I felt like a trespasser who was carelessly breaking the sacred laws of the past. The dragon carvings on the wall were watching carefully. Their eyes accused me of being where I shouldn't be. There was a lot of history here. The Forbidden City had been the center of Chinese power for 500 years. Now, it was the Palace Museum of Dynamic Art and History, with collections in the museum that spanned thousands of years. There were so many beautiful artifacts, fragile and ancient, made of porcelain and jade. I could spend years looking and still see just a fraction of the collection. I learned a few things about the impressive buildings. The architects made the buildings of wood, the golden bricks made of rare Phoebe Zenon trees. The colors were symbolic. Red meant auspicious events, happiness, and celebration. They were in the walls, pillars, and windows. Yellow was an imperial color. The yellow tiled roofs beamed like bright sunshine to the contrast of the deep reds. Feng Shui was another important element in the buildings. It was to bring balance and positive energy. Cassie was obsessed with minimalism in her new apartment. Perhaps she would like some Feng Shui? I learned that the Forbidden City followed a north-south line. The most important buildings faced south to honor the sun. The emperor's symbol was the sun, considered the most powerful symbol, conveying both power and reverence. The guide said that all the buildings of Beijing followed the same orientation. To begin with the sun, the symbol of a new beginning, a symbol of hope and light. I loved how descriptive the names of the rooms and buildings were. I wanted to name my rooms just like them. I would never be short of names because the Forbidden City has close to 10,000 rooms. My office would be my hall of mental cultivation. My apartment would be the palace of compassion and tranquility. Cassie's library will become the hall of literary profundity. The guide said they had restored some outer buildings for tourists. I also saw buildings that were incomplete, that were kept in their original unfinished state. I found it ironic that the Palace of Prolonging Happiness was unfinished. I guess it was impossible even for the palace to prolong happiness. I have a feeling Dad would have made the same joke if he was here on this trip. I learned that even the roof's style and the number of figurines on them were important. Vanity was in the architectural details. The height and width of the buildings mattered. Animal statues, such as dragons, phoenixes, and lions, along roof ridges and in important halls, were to bring prosperity and good fortune. Humans have changed little, even hundreds of years later. We have the same desire towards bigger and better, the same want for good luck and fortune. I went to Jingshan Park, which was a few minutes' walk away from the Forbidden City. Standing on the hilltop, I could see the Forbidden City in its entirety. I got a bird's-eye view of the palace, the scale of the buildings, and the integrated feng shui design, the panoramic view being my last sight of the Imperial Forbidden City. I had to see the Great Wall of China, which was another marvel of man-made engineering. The Great Wall was the longest wall in the world, an awe-inspiring ancient architecture. Dad would probably joke that they don't make them like they used to anymore. The Great Wall was winding like a great dragon over rugged country and steep mountains, surrounded by beautiful views of scenic China. I planned to spend a few days hiking the Great Wall around Beijing. The tour guide said the Great Wall was not just one wall, but many walls, built to protect the historical northern borders of China. It made me think about the walls people build around their hearts, the walls they built for protection and self-preservation. First, the wall to reach a certain level of trust. Next, it was intimacy. Then another one for commitment. the layers of walls it took to reach the vulnerable inner self. It was possible to break these self-imposed barriers. It just took the right person to do it. At least, that is what both my grandma and Cassie told me. I am sure the Great Wall was not built in the metaphorical sense, but as a real physical barrier to keep from being invaded. I saw that parts of the Great Wall were built along steep mountain ridges. The Great Wall had wonderful sections with names such as Heavenly Ladder and Sky Bridge. The names should have warned me. I had mild vertigo after I climbed the more vertical sections of the wall. I spend a few days walking and hiking on the wall, sometimes having to climb it by hand, always grateful for wearing my comfortable shoes. I didn't have to do it this way. I easily could have used the cable cars or even the chairlift in the more difficult sections. Cassie would have relied on those, as she found steps to be, in her words, unnatural. I discovered another fun way down, a roller coaster cart that went down at Mutianyu. It was a fun ride, rolling down the valley in one of the carts, even if the speed was much slower than an actual roller coaster. I took the night walking tour, as the tour guide said I must see the Simmatai Wall at night. I sat between the 5th and 6th watchtower and looked over to the site of the Simmatai village. I could see sections of the wall lit up all along the ridge of the mountains, and I could see the silhouettes of the mountains. I wondered about the watch sentries all those years ago. I wondered how they would have felt. I could hear crickets chirping and the winds howling in the distance. I felt like a sentry keeping my guard on the wall into the quiet of the night. I learned how important design was in the buildings of the Forbidden Palace. Symbolism was prominent in the layout of the Temple of Heaven. It was where the emperors had annual ceremonies of prayer to heaven for a good harvest. Just like in the Forbidden City, the main buildings here were also facing a south-north direction. The guide said the emperor came twice a year to the Temple of Heaven from the Forbidden City. Ordinary subjects could not see the procession or the ceremony. The ceremony was held at the winter solstice and performed by the emperor. He would wear special robes and not eat meat. He had certain rules to follow. The ceremony had to be perfect, as even the smallest mistake was a bad omen for the entire nation for the coming year. Talk about pressure, and I thought auditions were difficult. In the temple, a square represented earth and heaven by a circle. I looked for the squares and circles in the temple. Both the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests and the mound altar were round, but they stood in a square yard. Heaven and earth. All the buildings had special dark blue roof tiles to represent heaven. The Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests was made of wood, built completely without nails. Numerology was also important in the Temple of Heaven's design. I wasn't fond of math in high school, but I found the obsession with numbers fascinating. They considered number 9 the most powerful. It represented the emperor. It represented eternity. I counted the circular mound altar. The slabs on the altar were in multiples of 9. The center of the altar was the heart of heaven. It was where the emperor prayed for good weather. The Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests also represented distinct elements. The inner pillars were the 4 seasons, the middle were the 12 months, the outer pillars were the 12 traditional Chinese hours. The 4 main dragon pillars each represented a season. The structure on top of these dragons was like an ancient Chinese royal palace. The 7-star stone group were the 7 peaks of Taishan Mountain. I had a great tour guide. She was passionate about the history and symbolism of the temple. I wanted to call Cassie and tell her everything I had learned from my tour. I was even okay with Cassie calling me a walking encyclopedia of the Temple of Heaven. The temple area was also a public park. It was full of people even in the morning. I was glad I came early, as it was the best time for people watching. There were local people doing morning exercises. I joined a group that was doing Tai Chi. I practiced the slow, flowing movements, calming my mind and body. There was a kid that was practicing karate. I was careful not to get in the way of his roundhouse kicks. There was a group learning sword fighting. There was a girl who was practicing a traditional dance. The imperial buildings were beautiful, but I felt the people were the true heart of China. "Have you seen the Imperial Palace, miss?" a cycle-rickshaw driver asked me outside the Temple of Heaven. "Yes, thank you. I have." "What are you planning to see next, miss?
Perhaps I could take you there? I haven't decided yet. I still have some time. Would you like to see a unique part of China's heritage and history other than the imperial one? I wondered what part of China he wanted to show me. Is it far from here? Not too far. There is even a famous restaurant there that has the best Beijing duck. Simply delicious. Okay, you have me intrigued. Take me to this place. The streets got narrower as we got closer to the destination. It was a different world from the vastness and opulence of imperial palaces. The children playing on the streets knew each other. Neighbors were standing on the door chatting about their day, a familiarity and closeness among them. I hardly knew my own neighbors, so even this simple sight was captivating. As we went further along the narrow alleys, I looked inside the doors that were open. A courtyard joined the houses in the middle and a wall surrounded them. I learned they were called Yuan. Where are we? What is this place? You are in Hutong country. If the imperial palaces showed the history of our emperors and royal family, then Hutong are the story of the common people. The common people? Here, you get to see everyday people, get to experience the daily life of people in Beijing. Each family's dwelling is a clan hallmark. It is like a shrine of their clan, handed down for generations. These houses have been here that long? Yes, these houses have been here for hundreds of years. The families you see have been living since they were built. Their ancestors lived within the same walls. We call each of the narrow alleys a hutong, but they each have a different name. What is this one called? Tobacco Pouch Street. You will see why. The rickshaw driver knew his way around all the hutong streets. It was a good thing, too, as alleys crisscrossed with these narrow streets in confusing ways. I saw people using these alleys to meet and drink tea, to eat, to gossip, to play some games. It looked like a great way to socialize. There was a lot of life between the tall gray walls. There were artists and artisans selling jade pieces, calligraphy, and paintings. There were people in little doorless, wall-less stores selling food and other items. A few street vendors were selling tobacco products. It was a glimpse of the past. It was what people would have done hundreds of years ago. On some streets, I saw that there were newer constructions, the newer buildings being oddly juxtaposed among the older buildings. Those are newer? I asked, pointing to a trendy cafe. The hutongs are vanishing. Only some of them are under protection. They are being removed to make way for newer buildings like those. It makes me sad to see them go. These streets are the life of the common people since the Ming and Qing dynasty. They are rich with traditional culture and customs. It was bittersweet. The newer boutiques and cafes would bring in more business and tourists. These old lanes of the Beijing hutongs were a glimpse of the past. With the hutongs gone, we would lose the charm, character, and intimacy of the old ways. The warmth of the old way of life over for the modern, more insular lifestyle. Thank you for showing me this part of China. I wouldn't have known about the hutong without your guide. My pleasure, miss. Now, let us take you to that famous Peking duck. I bet you have tasted nothing as delicious, or my name isn't Ming. I bet you are right, Ming. Let's go.
Chapter 8. Panda Love. I love animals. I used to have a pet hamster growing up, a cutie named Hammy, who looked even more adorable with his bow tie collar. I called him my dashing and handsome hamster. I looked forward to seeing all the furry critters, and not-so-furry ones, on my journey. There was something wonderful about animals in their natural surroundings, rather than the sorry sight of them in a zoo. As a kid, I had planned a massive zoo breakout. My grand scheme was to free all the zoo animals. I was ready for my grand plan, that is, until Cassie talked some sense into me. Think about all the people that might get hurt, Ellie. The animals, too. They might get shot down, get hit by a car, they might starve or get injured. The escaped animals won't know how to survive on their own because the zoo has been their home all their lives. Sigh. She was right. But it took much convincing to bring my raging protest down to a reasonable simmer. So I was looking forward to seeing all the lovely creatures out in their natural homes. I might have found my soul animal in China. I wasn't expecting it to be a panda. The cute furry bears captured my heart in the giant panda sanctuary. They were inquisitive, feisty, adventurous explorers. I wondered if their black and white pattern was to stand out from the other bears. Maybe they were rebels at heart? I went to Dujiangyan Panda Base, 2 hours outside Chengdu, to see the giant pandas. If I wanted to make my dream come true and hold a baby panda, I would have to volunteer as a panda keeper. I signed up for the one-day volunteer program. I was too excited to sleep, so I woke up early and got ready in my zookeeper overalls. I saw it was still dark outside. Maybe it was too early? Would they tell me to come back later? Fortunately, early mornings were when the panda bears were most active. Again, I was reminded of how alike we were. Cassie would have been horrified. She was not an early morning person at all. The volunteering duties included cleaning the panda cages and making food for them. Volunteering was not new for me. Cassie and I often volunteered at the soup kitchen. I finished my volunteer duties as quickly as I could, desperately wanting to hold a panda in my arms. The expected moment couldn't come fast enough. I could finally wrap my hands around an adorable baby panda. They named the baby panda Po. I wondered several times how I could fit Po in my backpack and run away with him. I knew that after looking at his adorable furry face, many other visitors probably felt that way too. I would have never left the Panda Center. There was literally no other place in the world I would have rather been at that moment. I felt a tremendous amount of love for the conservation efforts to save this wonderful, adorable creature and many others like him. I could have spent the entire day watching the pandas playing, climbing up the trees, sliding down the slides. For the pandas, each playtime activity was a chance to compete with the other siblings. They were tumbling, bumbling balls of fur. They left no tree unexplored or tree branch undamaged. I am sure I would have competed with my siblings. We would have driven each other mad. Cassie was not competitive at all. She was the complete opposite. I suppose it was a good thing. I didn't need to add more fuel to the fire. My ambition was already sky high. India. Chapter 9. The Pink City. I knew this would happen. I was behind schedule. I lingered weeks longer in the other countries than originally planned. Now I had a tough decision to make. Either I could shorten my stay in India or drop a country from my list entirely. It was a hard decision, but I cut the days I spent in India. I would only stay for a week. I was sorry to miss the bigger Indian festivals and celebrations. It was the end of May, and I was in India. Here, May was one of the hottest months of the year. As soon as I got out the airport, I was drenched in sweat, the unrelenting heat baking me like a tandoori oven. At least it was sunny. My situation was both amusing and annoying. Clearly, I hadn't planned it very well. I promised myself to do better next time. I had nothing to gain by regretting. My trip started in Jaipur, India. Jaipur was a wonderful city with marvelous architectures and a rich history. It had many palaces and forts. Many of the historic buildings were pink in color. This was why the city was the Pink City. I went to see one of the most visited landmarks of Jaipur, the Hawa Mahal. Hawa Mahal, or Palace of Winds, had nearly 1,000 jarokas, or windows. The palace has a unique outer facade because of the intricate windows. The windows had lattice work that made the palace look like a honeycomb. They painted the palace pink and built it with red and pink sandstone. I stood in front of a jaroka and felt hidden from the rest of the world. In the past, these jarokas were the queen's and princess's window to the world. They could see festivities on the street while following the custom of purda. The alcove was pleasant, despite being a sweltering summer day. A cool breeze was passing through, and a rainbow of colors streaming through the panels of the stained glass window. I could see a wonderful view of the street below from one of these windows. I could see the havelis in front that had converted their roofs into quaint cafes. People were enjoying their morning teas under the red umbrellas. There was an archaeological museum within the palace. I spend hours in the museum looking at the paintings and old artifacts depicting Rajasthani culture. They were colorful images of beautiful Rajasthani women adorned in jewelry, holding a lotus flower or birds, often a parrot or even a miniature peacock. The other palace that I visited was the Chandra Mahal, that was inside the city palace complex. Actually, I only saw one part of the palace as the Jaipur royal family were living in the other areas. The palace had been handed down to them through generations. The family must be proud of their ancestral home. The royal family flag on top of the Chandra Mahal showed whether the royal family and the Maharaja were in the palace. I thought it would be exciting to meet someone from the royal family. Today, there was a different flag on the roof, which meant they weren't inside. Rajput, European, and Islamic styles influenced the architecture of Chandra Palace. They had converted the ground floor of the palace to a museum. The museum had public access, so I got the chance to learn about the palace's grand history. I couldn't leave the city without visiting one of its beautiful forts. I visited Amer Fort, which was a series of hill forts near Jaipur. They constructed the fort with marble and red sandstone. The fort had 4 levels overlooking the city from the top of a hill. The fort had intricate designs of various Hindu elements. The gates were in Rajasthani architectural style. Amer Fort had a beautiful area called the Sheesh Mahal. I saw intricate mirrorworks and colored glasses on the walls and ceilings. I came across the magic flower of Amer Fort, which was a floral pattern design on the pillars of Sheesh Mahal. The flower was like a hidden object puzzle, where different objects were hiding within a picture. I could see a lotus, a fish's tail, an elephant's trunk, and a scorpion in the flower's design. My tour guide pointed out the other things that I missed. The views from the fort were magnificent. I could even see a garden of saffron built over Mayota Lake. The garden was known as Kasar Kiari. During the evening hours, the Amer Fort was illuminated beautifully with an amazing light and music show. Although I visited many beautiful historical places in Jaipur, the hotel I stayed in was itself rich in heritage. I was staying in Jai Mahal Palace, the property dating back to the 18th century. The moment I entered it, I felt transported into the era of Rajas and Rajwades. The hotel had many acres of beautiful Mughal gardens. I saw paintings and artifacts adorned throughout the hotel. The interior was colonial-styled, with marbled corridors and marble floors. I roamed the gardens in the horse-drawn carriage and felt like royalty. There were fountains, lifelike chessboards, and ornate garden structures, all adding to the grandeur of the palace. I sent a picture of the garden chessboard to Dad, knowing full well he would want something like that for the garden. I can imagine the gardener being puzzled when Dad asks a chessboard made of his topiaries. Peacocks were roaming freely in the palaces of Jaipur. They were magnificent creatures. They were showing off their brilliant feathers in a dance. Many of the peacocks had green and blue feathers, all except for one. I came across a rare white peacock, and it quickly became one of my favorite animals. This peacock was elegant, its feathers in shades of white and silver. The peacock had soaked up the silver of the moon. It was strangely quiet and empty in the hotel lobby today. My footsteps echoed in the hallways. My heels clicked louder on the mosaic floors. There was only one other person sitting on the lobby sofa, his face hidden behind the morning newspaper. I took a seat by one sofa and grabbed a croissant from the breakfast table. They set the complimentary breakfast up for guests of the hotel. My dinner had been delicious Rajasthani food from the hotel's restaurant. In the morning, guests could also enjoy fresh cakes, pastries, and breads from the restaurant. There were many beautiful paintings decorating the walls of the lobby. Most of them were from a different time period entirely. I was admiring one painting when I heard a charming voice. That painting was hung in 1745 and is one of the earliest works in this palace. It was the gentleman from earlier, no longer busy in his newspaper. He was dressed impeccably, looking debonair in an elegant black suit. He had a charming air about him. Was he a historian or a professor? I read about the places I visit, for it adds to the history and romance of the place. Every picture has a story, and every building in Jaipur has a legend. He brought out a book about the palaces and historic buildings of Jaipur. He was well read, too. Was he a business person on a trip? I felt I had seen him before. But where? It is so empty in the hotel today. I wonder if there is a festival going on that I don't know about? I asked the well-dressed stranger. You aren't missing out on a festival, don't worry. I think they might have gone to the movie shoot taking place today. A movie shoot? I wonder what movie it was. I wanted to see it too. Do you know what movie it is? Are there any stars coming? I asked with curiosity. He chuckled. Oh, there might be. It is a Bollywood movie. We are obsessed with our movies here, and for good reason. You won't find such music, colors, enthusiasm, or love for movies anywhere else. Bollywood was the name of India's movie industry. I would love to be part of a Bollywood movie. I haven't seen many. The ones I have seen are a lot of fun, with singing and dancing in them. That is an understatement. We break into song every 5 minutes in a movie. Or we should, he said with a charming smile. Are you interested in acting? Would you like to see an Indian movie shoot up close? Yes and yes, but I don't know where to go. It is an enormous place to get lost in. Please, allow me, said the gentleman as he extended his arm. I gently placed my hand on his arm. He guided me to the main courtyard where the movie shoot was taking place. The lobby gentleman was a charming mixture of wit, charisma, and impeccable manners. As soon as we entered the courtyard, we met with an explosion of color and energy. There were dancers with colorful traditional dresses running from one corner to the next. The choreographer was busy showing another group of dancers the dance moves to rehearse. The hotel guests were peeking from the windows and were on the stairs and balconies, but none of them were in the courtyard itself. Perhaps guests are not allowed here? We can join the people over there, I asked, pointing towards the nearest balcony. Would you want to join the guests or meet the film crew? He replied. I'd rather do the second, but how could I? I don't know any of the film members or crew. Are you sure about that? He said with a smile. Just then, the film director got up from his chair and rushed towards the gentleman. Sir Khan, we are ready now. Would you like to start the production? Khan? I knew that name. He was one of Bollywood's megastars. You are Khan? As in King Khan of Bollywood? So I am finally discovered. Yes, I am guilty of being him. It is such an honor to meet you. I am Eleanor James. I assure you the pleasure is all mine, Miss Eleanor. Thank you for being such a pleasant company and a wonderful listener. Would you like to see how we make our films? Perhaps you wouldn't mind, since you are an actress yourself. I also have to ask, are you still considering being part of a Bollywood movie? Yes, I said with enthusiasm. I would love to be part of one, but I am afraid I am only here for one more day. Is that so? I was thinking of giving you a few lines in the movie. That doesn't seem as likely now based on your availability. Since you are here for one day, would you like to take part in today's song shoot? I would love to. That would be amazing. That is fantastic. Welcome to Bollywood, Miss Eleanor. This was a dream come true. Khan instructed his assistant to help dress me for the song shoot. It was the same bright, beautiful dress that the other dancers were also wearing. The choreographer also taught me a few of the simple moves. Basically, I would twirl in one spot, doing it in sync with the other dancers. When the director said, action, the dancers swirled into a kaleidoscope of spinning colors, the fast rhythmic music blaring in the background, the drummers beating the drums in collective heartbeats. There were smiles on everyone's faces as they got caught in Bollywood fever. The movie shoot ended with the entire cast and crew breaking into a Bhangra dance. There was cheering and clapping from the guests in the palace when Khan did some of his signature dance moves. It was the most fun I had in any movie. I fell in love with the colors, the sounds, the joy, and fun that was present in every moment of the movie shoot. Khan's grace, humility, and heart were inspiring. It was the moment of a lifetime and a chance encounter that I will never forget. It was exciting to be an actor, knowing that many people in the world loved films. The translations for this chapter are as follows. Porda is the seclusion of women from the sight of men or strangers. Chapter 10. The Taj Mahal. As a structure, the Taj Mahal is a masterpiece. It is iconic. It is elegance in ivory white marble. As a monument of love, it is immortal. Emperor Shah Jahan made this monument in memory of his love, Mumtaz Mahal. The marble building had exquisite carvings and inlays of geometric vines, flowers, and fruits. The inlay stones of yellow marble, jasper, and jade added to the beauty of the walls. There was something haunting seeing the tombs of Mumtaz Mahal and Shah Jahan side by side within the Taj Mahal. There was a sense of yearning and heartbreak, palpable within the walls of the chamber. Everything on the walls told their love story. There was calligraphy of Persian poems. The calligraphic inscriptions on the casket praised his love for Mumtaz. Even the finial, the ornament at the apex of the building, was a moon whose points faced heavenward. Their love seemed fit for the heavens. My tour guide told me that the calligraphy on the great gate read, in part, "O soul, thou art at rest." I hoped that the two souls in love were at peace now. My love life has been dismal. In fact, it never even came close to being good. I couldn't even get a guy to share a sandwich with me, even sandwiches that I made. I broke up with a guy in high school over a sandwich. I am sure there were other reasons too, but that was the legacy of that relationship. A relationship broken over a sandwich. I considered it the lowest point in my history of love and personal relationships. I was not asking for much. I was not asking for the Taj Mahal. All I wanted was some genuine feelings. Maybe some flowers? And perhaps a promise? That was all I was asking for. John and Cassie's relationship showed me that relationships can be simple, fulfilling, and good. After seeing them together, bad boys and emotionally unavailable guys didn't hold the same appeal for me anymore. Sure, they were exciting, but now they left me feeling empty and hoping for someone better. The tour guide told me to wait with the others, but I wanted to explore the streets on my own. By this point, I had enough of the tour guide version of India. "It might be unsafe going alone, miss. You might get lost." "I have my phone and a map. I will stay close by, don't worry about it," I reassured the guide. "Okay, miss, but please don't take too long." Happy to explore on my own, I set on foot to explore the surrounding streets. India was brimming with energy at Sadar Bazaar. There were so many people there, the city a sea of humanity. There were the street vendors, the small shopkeepers, the shoppers, all hustle and bustle in the small, crowded streets. I tried some mouth-watering street eats. I fell in love with what they called pani puri. They were ball-shaped, hollow, crisp fried dough balls, puri. I filled them with a mixture of spicy, tangy water or sweet chutney, chaat masala, potato, onion, or chickpeas. You could eat them whole by popping the pani puri in your mouth in one shot. I put one in my mouth and it exploded with a burst of flavor. My taste buds went crazy over the different flavors. Slums surrounded the streets. In the poorer areas, small children were selling balloons and jasmine flowers. The flowers strung together and sold as bracelets and necklaces. Jasmine's always reminded me of Grandma's perfume. She would have loved getting the jasmine bracelets. There was excitement and joy among the children, despite the poverty and impoverished conditions they were in. They had tattered clothes and grubby faces. I wondered if they went to schools. I spent hours roaming the different streets. The crowds had thinned out now because of the midday sun. I thought it was time that I head back to the hotel and check in before they searched for me. I must have made a wrong turn. I think I was lost. The streets of Agra were like an intricate maze. It was easy to lose your way without a guide. There was no signal reception here on my phone. I should have saved the map earlier when I had a clearer signal. I guess I will ask one of the local shopkeepers for directions. It was midday and hot, and I couldn't find anyone to help me. I was just about to turn a corner when I heard a voice. "Miss, are you lost?" It was a guy, perhaps in his late 20s, along with a few of his friends. I am looking for a street near here, if you could point me in the direction. Point you in the direction, he said, laughing. That would be rude of me, wouldn't it? Since you are a tourist and, by default, our guest. We were heading there ourselves. Please join us. He was pointing to his parked car. Something didn't feel right. My instincts were warning me of danger. The guy was friendly enough, but all of his friends were smiling and laughing like there was some great joke between them. They were talking amongst themselves. Aaj to acha mal mila hai yaar. Han bahut maza aaga. Fresh item hai. I heard fresh item in their conversation. Somehow it felt like they were talking about me. I don't want to bother you. Besides, I already called my friends. They will be here any moment now. Thanks, I lied. Now, miss, don't be like that. We are nice and friendly. Let us help you. He and his friends moved towards me. I wish I had a pepper spray or a whistle. I really should have listened to Cassie and kept something with me. I made a run for it, but the thugs were faster than me. They grabbed my arms and tried to pin me down. News of tourists being gang raped were flashing in my mind. I was in deep trouble. I tried to scream, but one guy put his hand over my mouth to muffle my screams. I bit his hand and made a dash for it again. A taxi screeched in front of me. Get in! I heard someone yell. The taxi window was dusty, so I couldn't see who it was. Should I trust another stranger? I had to make a choice fast as I saw the thugs turn round the corner. As soon as I got in the taxi, the driver sped up the car, leaving the thugs behind in a plume of dust and smoke. That was dangerous of you. You could have been kidnapped, raped, or worse, killed, the taxi driver said. The taxi driver was a girl around my age. She was looking at me, concerned. She was lovely. She was tan with dark, long braided hair. She was wearing a bindi on her forehead and a silver nose ring. She wore a simple brown sari, fading to almost a gray. Thank you for saving my life, I said, still breathless from running. My sides were hurting too from sprinting so fast. You were lucky that I was there at the right time, miss. Thank you. I am Eleanor. I have made many stupid mistakes in my life before, but this has got to top that list. Don't be hard on yourself. You are just trusting. Not all people are to be trusted, I am afraid. This could have happened anywhere. That is true. This could have happened anywhere in the world. Despite that, I shouldn't have said I was lost, or that I was alone to strangers in a foreign place. What is your name? Thank you for saving me. You did half the saving yourself, miss. I saw no one run so fast. Please, just call me Eleanor. They were catching up to me fast. I am grateful you were there in time. I am Pooja. It was God's will that I was there. I heard a girl went missing in that area, so at least once a day I make my rounds there. Pooja? Lovely name. You are the neighborhood's watch? That is amazing. I bet the girls feel more secure with you being their guardian angel. I want to help others as much as I can, but especially girls. I am a mother and have a girl of my own. You have a girl? What is her name? Yes, I have a beautiful daughter. Her name is Lakshmi, and she will turn 3 this month. I can't believe she is growing up so quickly. It surprised me. Pooja looked like she was my age. You can't be much older than I am, Pooja. I am 18. I was right, in fact, she was younger than I was. How could this be? Did she have a daughter when she was barely 15? I know what you are thinking. She is so young and already has a 3-year-old daughter. I was in 8th grade and wanted to continue studying, but my parents had no money. I grew up in a poor village, so they did not have a lot of options. They married me off at 15 to a much older man. I am sorry that you couldn't continue your studies. How is your husband? Is he kind? I wish I could say he was, but I can't. I had to run away with my daughter when she was just a baby. He wanted a boy. He was thinking of giving her away. I didn't want to raise my daughter in an environment where her life would be in constant danger. He abused me. I didn't want him raising even a finger towards her. This was so sad. What happened next? What did your parents say? They refused to see me or their granddaughter. I wasn't their responsibility anymore. They told me to go back to my husband. I couldn't do that. I left my village and came to the city so that my ex-husband couldn't come and hurt us. How did you manage in a new city? It must have been hard. I can't even imagine. It was. We survived on the charity of kind people, though I still feel sick thinking about it. I want to forget how I was begging for scraps of food. I did it for my daughter. I stayed on the doorsteps of the temple for days until God showed mercy. A social worker from the local women's shelter group was there, handing out food and clothes. She saw me with my small child, so she took me to the shelter. There, they taught me life skills to get a job. I started with sewing clothes. I wanted to learn to drive so I could drive my taxi one day. I'm glad that I can today, and my daughter has a chance of a better and brighter future. Every moment with Pooja was humbling. When I saw how much Pooja yearned to stay longer in school, I felt embarrassed that I dropped out of high school. It reminded me how lucky I was that my parents, although absent, supported me financially. They supported all my decisions, even the insane ones. It reminded me how people were struggling and fighting tooth and nail to make it each day. It was not my fault for being rich, but I was guilty of taking my privilege, freedom, and fortune for granted. How did you manage the darker days, Pooja? You had no one to support you. I lived on hope. I hoped for the next moment to be better, then the next hour, then the next day. If that didn't happen, then I would wait for my next life to be better. During my darkest moments, I wanted to end it all. But then God gave me Lakshmi. Your next life? Yes, in my religion we believe in reincarnation. Death would not mean the end, as the soul is indestructible. It would just mean a fresh chance at life. I hoped that my next life would be better. Reincarnation. Would I want another chance at life? Would I live the same one, with the same demons, the same weaknesses, the same guilts? All the dark thoughts are in my past. The wish for a better life after this one was before my daughter was born. Now my daughter is my wish and my dream. Are you here with family or friends, miss? Let me take you back to them. I won't feel easy until you are in a safe location. Pooja's question got me out of my reverie. I am at the hotel close to the Taj Mahal. I came to India alone, not with my family. I will leave soon. I wish you safe travels, Eleanor. I haven't seen the rest of the world. I don't know what it is like. I hope you remain safe wherever you go. Thank you, Pooja. I will always remember your story and your kindness. I was deeply aware of the differences between our lives, and my privilege disturbed me. It made me uncomfortable. Perhaps I should be uncomfortable. This guilt should eat away at me until I have no choice left but to do something about it. Doing anything to make life more fair. I wanted to help Pooja. It was my responsibility to help others in any way that I can, and I will. I sent a text to my parents' assistant. I told them about the women's organization that helped Pooja and others get another chance at life. My parents' firm held an annual charity and fundraiser. I hoped that, by including the name of the organization that helped Pooja, I could bring it to the notice of philanthropists eager to help such grassroots organizations. I also, with Pooja's consent, added her daughter's name to the Lifetime Education Grant and Scholarship. It was from a committee on which my parents were board members. It took some convincing on my part before Pooja agreed. Pooja had a lot of self-respect, and unless she earned it, she would have never asked for a handout. She even refused to take any money. Her pride would never have allowed for it. When I persuaded her she should consider the scholarship for her daughter's future and education, she reluctantly agreed. All the help I was able to give, I realized, was based on support from my parents. I promised myself, as soon as I reached success, I will use my influence to help others. My promise was for now and forever. I was grateful that Pooja shared her life story with me. I returned to my hotel room, still deep in these thoughts. I desperately needed a long bath to remove the heat and the stress of the day away. The water was cool on my skin. I lingered in the bath for hours until I felt like myself again. Dressed in my robe, I gazed out the window from my hotel room to see the Taj Mahal. The city was bright with the night lights. The moon was glowing serenely in the sky. It looked like it belonged with the white marbled structure. It was the moon in the sky and Taj Mahal on earth, looking ethereal in the silver glow. The translations for this chapter are as follows. Ajtawacha malmila heyar means, today we got a good item, buddy. Han bohat maza aga, fresh item hai means, yes, we'll have a lot of fun, it is a fresh item. Dubai, Saudi Arabia. Chapter 11. Burj Khalifa. I loved the countries I visited so far. I fell in love with Australia's natural wonders, with Japan's culture, with China's heritage, with India's energy, and now with Dubai's sophistication. It was June and my birthday was near. My dad booked me at the only 7-star hotel in the world, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. It must have cost him quite a lot, but he said it would be my 21st birthday present. He must have booked in advance, for months at least. I liked to think he did it himself, rather than give the task to his assistant. Going to the hotel in a chauffeur-driven limousine must have been Dad's idea. He enjoyed a dramatic entry. Dubai was a megacity that never stops growing. When I first saw its lavish architecture, shimmering skyscrapers, I could see why. The city was a snapshot of the future, with its futuristic buildings and clean, sleek architectures. An artist rendering of a city, perfectly transposed from paper onto the real world. The engineers and architects captured the colors, the lines, the curves in real-time third dimension. The ocean of blues, silvers, gray structures. The glass and steel were even more vibrant underneath the hot desert sun. They were gleaming like gems, an oasis in the desert. The hotel manager at the Dubai Armani Hotel greeted me and asked if I wanted anything to be comfortable after my journey. I thanked him and asked if he had heard anything from my parents. "We have, Miss James. They wanted to give you a surprise, if you would kindly follow me." A surprise? Were they here? I couldn't help but feel excited. I hadn't seen them in months, and it would be the first time in years they had taken a trip together. The hotel manager ushered me to a sophisticated private lounge area, which had a fantastic view of the city. I could even see the vast desert background of the city, stretched out to infinity. The room had elegantly understated lines, the furniture in the room for luxury, comfort, and relaxation. The architecture and natural light created an atmosphere of calm serenity. I saw a beautiful chocolate cake on the table. There was an enormous TV screen on the wall where I could see Mom and Dad. So they weren't here? At least I could talk to them via video conference. "Hi, Mom! Hi, Dad!" I said, barely hiding my excitement. "Hello, Eleanor! Happy birthday from both of us! I hope you are enjoying your trip. We wish you a very happy 21st birthday." "Yes, Mom and Dad, how are you? I thought you would be at a conference in Canada right now. I have so many things I wanted to talk about." "Hello, Eleanor. Happy birthday from both of us. I hope you are enjoying your trip. We wish you a very happy 21st birthday." Something was wrong. They didn't seem to hear me. Was there a problem with the signal? "Is there a reception problem? They don't seem to hear me," I asked the manager. "I assure you that our internet and Wi-Fi facilities are top-notch, Miss James. You won't come across any such problems here. I am afraid that this is a pre-recording that was sent to us to play for your reception. I hope you enjoy the lovely cake made by our chef and enjoy your birthday. Many happy returns of the day to you from our entire staff." "Oh, I see. Thank you very much for your warm hospitality. I will definitely enjoy the wonderful cake. It looks delicious and is beautiful to look at." "Lovely. I will forward the message to our chef. Have a good day, Miss James. Please let us know if you require anything. We strive to make the best experience possible for our guests, here at the Armani Hotel." I thanked the manager once again for his hospitality. I had been trying to hide my disappointment in front of the hotel manager, but now that he left, I slumped onto the nearest chair. I didn't know why I expected Mom and Dad to be here. It will be hard to do in their busy schedules. On a positive note, they made the time to do a video together. In my excitement to see my parents, I had missed the wrapped gift and card that sat on the table next to the cake. It was a birthday card from Cassie. She must have made the card herself. I saw her lovely writing inside. "Ellie, I found this in a vintage store and it reminded me of you. I wanted to give it to you in person, but when your parents asked me if I had anything to send for your birthday, I couldn't resist. Sorry I am not there in person. I would have loved to see your smile and give you a hug. Missing you every day. Is the year over yet? I want you back home. XOXO, Cassie." I opened the gift, and it was a lovely white dress. It must have cost her a few weeks of her hard-earned money from work, the work which she compared to watching paint dry. The gift and the card deeply touched me. Cassie knew just what to say to bring me out of a depressed mood, even when she was not in front of me. Feeling grateful for both her and my parents, I took a slice of my birthday cake. "Happy birthday, Eleanor. You made it to 21, I said to myself, my words echoing in the quiet room. I spent the rest of the day doing what they designed the hotel for, quiet relaxation in a beautiful room. I couldn't help but feel the pure elegance and sophistication of Dubai. As the day turned to night, I saw the city lights illuminate the world around me. There was so much to see in Dubai. My room had unhindered views of the spectacular fountains. The Dubai fountains were amazing up close. The fountains here were the world's largest choreographed fountain system. It had jets of water and lights, synchronized to music. It was wild seeing the water dance to Rihanna's song. Then again, Rihanna's music could make anything dance. I loved the ice rink in the Dubai Mall. Winter was my favorite season, and it had been months since I went skating. I was in awe of the Dubai Aquarium and underwater zoo. The city really was a futuristic marvel of engineering. I had been wandering around the Dubai Mall for hours, admiring the shops and selections, when I heard someone say, "I love your dress." "Thank you. It is a birthday gift from my best friend," I said to the one who complimented me. "Oh, my darling, it is a vintage. It is exquisite," she replied. I became quite fond of the dress that Cassie gave me on my birthday. It was a high-neck white dress with eyelets on the long sleeves and knee-length hem. The girl that complimented me looked like she walked out of a fashion movie. She was clad in head-to-toe in high-end designer wear and looked like a young Audrey Hepburn from Cassie's favorite movie, Breakfast at Tiffany's. Cassie would adore her. "Do you mind if we take a selfie together? I want to share it with my followers," the fashionista asked. "Sure, I don't mind at all," I replied. We posed for a picture together. Got to keep my 5 million followers happy. I had just been racking my head on what to post next. And your dress, and look, is just what they would die for. "You have 5 million followers?" "Yes, I do. I am obsessed with the number. Causes me a lot of anxiety. I thought by reaching 1 million followers I would cure it. Even now, at 5 million followers, each new follower is never enough, and each unfollow gives me a minor heart attack. Hi, let me introduce myself. I am Hira, the fashion blogger." "I am Eleanor James. I am an actress, though I haven't worked as hard as you have in building a social media platform." "You are lucky. Keep it that way. It might be hypocritical of me, but I would rather save another person from the headache and heartache. I continue to do it because I just love fashion, and will never have enough of it. You know and understand the work involved in creating each flawless photo or movie frame. It is hours of work for the right light, the right color, the right angle, all for a picture that takes an observer seconds to browse through." "I understand the feeling," I said to Hira. "It can be hard work that is not always appreciated as much as we like." "Don't get me wrong. I am not complaining. I am commiserating and sharing with a fellow artist. I live for fashion, and I would die for fashion. As I say to my followers, I was born naked, but I would much rather die in Prada, buried in Chanel with my Birkin and Louis Vuitton bags, and Monde and Valentino. My parents must rethink about naming me Diamond. I only go after the best things in life." I could laugh at the incredulous things that Hira was saying, but she was on brand with her persona. I knew when a person was hiding behind a mask, a facade. I wondered how much of herself she had lost in the persona she created. I knew because Hira was just like me on any other day. In our industry, our real selves was the first thing to be muted. "I used to think like that too, Hira." "Used to? Pray tell me, what changed?" "I saw more of the world, and certain things don't hold the same appeal to me now." "Is that so? Hard to believe. Have you seen fantastic monuments, splendid architecture, divine gardens? What are they if not high art? Believe me, Eleanor, no matter how grim and desolate things are in the world, people will always crave art and artists. Someone will always call art an expression or an abomination altogether, an indulgence." "I realize that. That is not what I meant." "You mean to change the world?" Hira asked, curious to know my reply. I want to move towards something better, perhaps a more sustainable and eco-friendlier version of things. I want to make some difference. I want to think actively rather than consume passively. That is a wonderful thought. No doubt I would join you too if my beloved designers moved towards sustainable fashion. I will be the first in line to get them. Just then we heard an announcement being made for the afternoon prayers. Everything stopped to a standstill, while all the megaphones delivered the call to afternoon prayers at the same time. Hira was silent during the announcement. She spoke after the adhan completed. Here I am, talking anything and everything about fashion 24/7. It is elegant, isn't it? The simple call for all those are devoted to come to prayers. It is good to get a reminder in the day to think about other things, to stop all other thoughts and activities, to face God or whatever spiritual beliefs. I always do a small prayer when I hear the adhan. You do a prayer? Yes, shocking, isn't it? I pray to God. Either he gives me more sense or more followers. Either is fine by me. Hira was an enigma, a wonderful contradiction. Since you have so many followers, you can use your voice to help others. I feel you might do that already, Hira, and downplaying it? Hira laughed. Wouldn't it be simpler to just see me as shallow? You don't have to find layers in my personality. I boost smaller artists on my platform if it quenches your curiosity, Eleanor, but that is all I am saying. Fair enough, Hira. I am only a stranger in a foreign country. Oh, my love, don't be. I am sure we will come across again. When you are a superstar, remember me when your followers outpace mine. Remember to give this small fashion blogger a boost, then. I laughed. Hira really was something. I had a feeling that our paths might cross again. My stay in Dubai ended, and I had to choose which country I will travel to next. Sometimes it felt I picked them randomly based on availability and flight schedule. I saw that every hour, 18 different airlines flew from Dubai to Paris. Voila! France was going to be my next destination. France. Chapter 12. J'adore Paris. As the lovely Audrey Hepburn said, Paris is always a good idea. I had a poster of a black and white Eiffel Tower in my bedroom. Before falling asleep, I would look at the latticed frame of the romantic Paris landmark. Now, when I opened my eyes, it was there before me. It wasn't a dream. I was in Paris, the city of love. I had been seeing an incomplete picture as I drifted to sleep. What my poster didn't show me was the Eiffel Tower standing on the green carpet of the Trocadero Gardens. That the tower was by the shore of the Seine River, that it was 300 meters tall, but loomed larger than the surrounding landscape. I wanted to see the sweeping view of the city from the top of the tower. It took me more than 1,000 steps to reach the top. I could almost touch the sky. There was Paris below the clear skies, stretching beyond the horizon. I went down to the first floor. I looked straight down the glass floors and saw excited tourists and Parisians on the ground. A bird would have seen them the same way from above. Lunch at the Jules Verne restaurant made me feel hopelessly romantic. I was having a lunch date with a girlfriend. La Belle was my confidante today. She never looked as beautiful as during the night when she sparkled in a robe of lights. As soon as the sun set, Paris became the city of lights. I added another charm to Cassie's bracelet. This time it was an enameled Eiffel Tower, a place that was lovelier than in my dreams. I was at the Pont des Arts, a pedestrian bridge in Paris which crossed the River Seine. At the entry side of the bridge was the Institut de France, and at the other end was the Palais du Louvre. Pont des Arts was one of the Lovelocks bridges. There were 11 such bridges in the city full of padlocks. The padlocks placed here were considered a symbol of love. Here, lovers put a padlock together with their initials, hoping to immortalize their loves. The padlocks used to be on the Eiffel Tower, but there were so many of them that their collective weight became a problem. It was an interesting situation. There were so many of these symbolic locks of love, even the Eiffel Tower couldn't bear the weight. I heard a rumor they might not allow locks on bridges and the Eiffel Tower anymore. What if the next time I visited France, the city had ended this tradition? Now that I was here, I wanted to take part in the tradition. Who could I initial with mine? Who was the love of my life? There was only one person who I could think of. I didn't wait another second as I scratched 2 sets of initials with a key. Next, I took a picture and quickly clicked send. "What is that? Are those my initials?" came Cassie's reply. "Yes, I am where lovers place their locks together." "And you put ours there?" Cassie had a laughing and crying emoji with the text message. "Why not?" "I hope it is not one of those soul-binding contracts." "I don't know. It might be. I didn't check the fine print." "Lol, I love you too," Cassie replied. In my mind, I could see her laughing until tears flowed down her eyes. It gave me a warm feeling inside. What are best friends for, if not to love you forever? The fates should make the bonds between 2 best friends unbreakable and indestructible and as strong as any love. I had another thought. Sometimes, friendship becomes a second priority, especially when you are in a relationship. I looked at the padlock again. It was still unlocked. It still had room for more names. I scratched 2 additional sets of initials beside our names. I scratched JD next to Cassie's initials and 2 question marks next to mine. I didn't know who my love was going to be, but I left a space open for his name. I think Cassie still loved John, but what if she didn't? Should I place a question mark next to his initials? I went with my initial feelings. I looked at the 4 sets of initials shining on the padlock. As I locked the padlock in place, I heard a loud, satisfying click. It was up to the fates now. I often wondered at one point, even asked Cassie to join me on my trip. I knew the answer even before she said it. Traveling was not for her. What would she have done if she was here? My best guess was she would spend the first few days getting over her jet lag in the hotel with a book. Next, she would have found the coziest cafe and spent the day there with a book. Or she would have found the library and spent the day there with a few books. Okay, I might persuade her to go to the wonderful chocolate shops around Paris. But that is all I would have been able to do. Cassie needs, in her words, planned spontaneity in her schedule. The funny thing was, she never refused my requests. She just tweaked them to keep her sanity. I am sure she would even go skydiving with me. She would read up as many books as possible beforehand to best prepare herself. God, I loved her so much. I was madly in love with the fashion in Paris. Iconic French fashion brands, Chanel, Dior, Hermès, Louis Vuitton, and Saint Laurent were based in Paris. It seemed every Parisian was clad in haute couture fashion. Perhaps they just wore everything well, their confidence only adding to their clothes' aesthetics. Parisian looks set trends for the rest of the world. I visited all the vintage shops and boutiques that lined the streets of Paris. I got myself an all-leather ensemble at a very reasonable price. It would be the perfect outfit for riding on my motorbike. The leather jacket and pants fit me like a glove. When I looked at my reflection in the mirror, I laughed. It looked like I was preparing for a sequel of my action movie. I also got myself a romantic lilac dress. I was browsing the dresses section when I came across it. My eyes were instantly drawn to the soft color. I saw my reflection in the mirror. The dress was so pretty. I twirled with the dress in that little vintage shop and dreamed of dancing with someone. It had been a wonderful day of shopping. In France, good food was part of a good life. My mornings started with the wonderful smell of freshly baked bread wafting in through my hotel window. The delicious smell coming from the brasseries was enticing me to go in. I grabbed a baguette sandwich with ham and butter from a boulangerie to enjoy a picnic on the Trocadero Gardens. My nightly dinners had been in many of the Michelin-starred restaurants around the city. In my first few days in Paris, I had already tried French classics, such as steak frites and pommes parisiennes, Parisian potatoes. The chefs would tell me about the diverse foods France offered. They offered me Houdon poultry, lamb from Île-de-France, Parisian mushrooms and cress from Méraville. They told me to try the local cheeses, such as brie from Meaux, Melun, or Coulommiers. I was told to try the soca in Nice, ratatouille in Provence, and the butter in Brittany. There were enough sweets to even satisfy Cassie's sweet tooth. I could savor the Paris-Brest praline pastry, chouquettes, or cream puffs. I saw colorful macaroons displayed in storefront windows, lined neatly in a row. Their bright rainbow of colors made the day even brighter. There were new recipes to taste, some made with peppermint from Milly or cherries from Montmorency. I tried French street food, most notably the delicious crepes. I could order an pain au chocolat or an escargot from a bakery, or have a falafel for lunch. I could end the evening with a refreshing gelato. There was no shortage of delicious food during my stay in France. It wasn't just the food, it was the presentation as well. They set tables with lavender flowers. They put even the water in lovely glasses. There was an emphasis on making things beautiful, just to make life more beautiful. I was enjoying my morning croissant outside on the cafe terrace. The day was sunny and beautiful. The people around me were also enjoying their luxurious meals. They were busy talking in French. French was such a romantic language, and it was lovely to listen to. I didn't order the chocolate croissant, and I was debating if I should. I couldn't live my life regretting my choices. I asked my waiter if he could kindly add a chocolate croissant to my order. The waiter had arrived, frowning. "Bonjour, monsieur. How are you? These croissants are delicious, absolutely divine. I have to try the chocolate one too, s'il vous plaît?" The waiter didn't change his expression. I even suspected that his frown got deeper. At first, I thought he didn't hear me, but he went inside and came out with my order. He didn't say a word as he placed the chocolate croissant on my table and left. Was it something I said? "Don't worry, ma chérie, it is not you. Our waiters are equally rude to everyone," said someone in a thick French accent. An elegant lady sitting on the table next to mine uttered the words. She was what I could only dream to be, effortlessly elegant. She had that je ne sais quoi that French women seem to be born with. She oozed style and confidence. I had an instant crush on her. I thought perhaps it was something I said, I confessed to her. No, dear, you are delightful. I wish more people shared your enthusiasm. It is nice to hear French baking being enjoyed and complimented. The French are pastry geniuses. Once you've tasted bread in Paris, there is no going back. It is not just the baking, it is everything. The language, the sights, the culture. Beautiful France is for beautiful souls, such as yourself. As Antoine de Saint-Exupéry said in Le Petit Prince, "On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur. L'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux." I am Emily. It is a pleasure knowing you love France as much as we do. Merci, Amélie. I am Eleanor. Well, Eleanor, enjoy your stay in France. Don't mind the grumpy waiters that you might encounter, my love. They might not show it, but they melt like the croissant you are enjoying after hearing your compliments," said Amélie, laughing. She had a lovely, melodious laugh. It was wonderfully carefree. I hoped Amélie was right. I looked at the chocolate croissant the waiter brought me. I didn't notice it before, but it was a very generous size croissant. Perhaps the waiter got me the biggest one because he liked my compliment? I wondered if it tasted as good as it looked. There was only one way to find out. The pastry smelled heavenly as I took a bite. The croissant was flaky on the outside and fluffy on the inside. The dark chocolate just melted in my mouth. It was simply the best croissant I ever had. The translations for this chapter are as follows. S'il vous plaît means if you please. On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur. L'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux means one sees well only with the heart. The essential is invisible to the eyes. Chapter 13. Paintings and Palaces. I was enjoying my stay in Paris. The city had so much to offer. Paris had iconic landmarks like the Eiffel Tower, Arc de Triomphe, Versailles Palace, Sacré-Cœur, and Notre Dame Cathedral. Paris also had the world's finest museums and gardens, such as the Luxembourg Gardens. I wanted to see everything on my trip. My budget was not an issue, but I could still count on Cassie to give me money-saving tips. She came through with another great one. She told me to get a museum pass for my stay in Paris, so I bought one ahead of time and had it delivered to my hotel. I loved how cost-effective it was. Now, the city's museums were mine to explore over several days. I could lose myself in Paris's wonderful museums. I was going to be enlightened at the Louvre and Musée d'Orsay. Ooh la la! I saw Mona Lisa's frame in the distance, but it was smaller than I expected. Perhaps it looked small in the immense backdrop of the Louvre Museum? From the pictures I had seen of the iconic painting, I imagined it to be larger than life. Mona Lisa with her famous, mysterious, serene smile. She was rumored to be a noble lady, but I imagined her to be an actress, just like me. One who had perfected the air of mystery and intrigue. Mona Lisa captured the imagination of countless art lovers with just her smile. The muses must have favored her greatly for Leonardo to have been so inspired. I wished the muses also favored me. Was it weird to be jealous of a person in a painting hundreds of years old? I thought it was. I was alive, and she was not. But she has reached immortality. Would she give anything to breathe? Would I give everything to become what she was? An iconic masterpiece for the ages. Would I reach the same fame if a great artist painted me? Would it only be after doing something remarkable? I was no visionary. I just wanted my art to move people. Cassie says I worry too much about fame. I have the talent, I just need to be patient, she said. She probably was right about the patience part. I needed to believe what she said about my talent. It was remarkable to me how big the collection at Louvre was. There were 500,000 artworks in the museum, art from all around the world and part of a world heritage. Thousands of artwork representing past civilizations and ancient cultures. I could look at each of these beautiful pieces of art for days. I could admire works such as the Venus de Milo or the Eugène Delacroix painting La Liberté guidant le peuple, Liberty leading the people. Student artists were quickly sketching the statues in front of them. Visitors were so moved by Eugène Delacroix painting, they stood there deep in thought. They themselves transformed into an immovable statue in front of the artwork. I learned about the history of the Louvre. The museum itself was like any piece of art, complex and dynamic. The Louvre building was first used as a medieval fortress. Then, in the second half of the 14th century, it became the residence of the kings of France and remained a palace for nearly 700 years. Louvre became a museum in 1793, and the Louvre Palace has since housed thousands of works of art. The Louvre was a window to what has been. I could stay here and never move away from the past. I was in the city of love, but it was slightly disappointing I hadn't met anyone. I saw no signs of that handsome stranger. When was he going to show up? A part of me felt silly for believing so strongly in a fortune. The other part of me refused to give up on it. I had 16 countries left to visit. There was plenty of time left for the love fortune to come true. Notre Dame Cathedral was next on my list to visit. Notre Dame always made me think about Quasimodo, which made me think about Cassie. Cassie called herself Quasimodo. She thought she was doomed in love. She was a hapless, forgotten monster, the beast in the Beauty and the Beast. I wondered if she would still feel like that if John was with her. Notre Dame was as much of France's legacy as the Eiffel Tower or the Louvre. I remembered it most from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I loved fiery Esmeralda. In person, the Notre Dame Cathedral was something out of a storybook. The elaborate stone carvings, the high vaulted ceilings, the spooky gargoyles, the impressive bell towers, all rising towards the Parisian sky. Most beautiful of all were the 3 stunning rose windows. It was remarkable to see these windows here. They added a softness to the Gothic church surroundings, the stained glass filtering the light to reveal the beauty of the medieval architecture. There were other treasures in the cathedral, such as the relics of the Passion. Millions of people came to see the reliquary's most precious and most revered object, the crown of thorns. Other unique relics included a fragment of the true cross and one of the holy nails. I found the cathedral profound and yet mysterious. It was a beautiful place of worship that had stood the test of time, a place that held the imagination of those who saw it and those who read about it. The Palace of Versailles was my next place to visit, and I was excited about it. I was especially looking forward to seeing the Hall of Mirrors. Nothing could have prepared me for this breathtaking hall. It was a magnificent spectacle of gold and crystal. The overwhelmingly beautiful chandeliers. There were mirrors everywhere in this passageway, which was built to connect the apartments of the king and queen. The mirrors reflected the gilded and arcade windows. I could imagine figures like Marie Antoinette roaming through this passage in their elaborate costumes and powdered wigs. I would love to do a period film. I would love to dress in one of those elaborate costumes, even to squeeze into one of those corsets. It was amazing that Versailles fashion still inspired designers today. Earlier, in the collection of Palace of Versailles, I saw a print depicting Marie Antoinette. The print was titled The Lost Queen's Necklace. The jewelry she wore was a masterpiece designed by Parisian jewelers, with nearly 550 exceptionally enormous diamonds and 100 pearls. She wore a choker with festoons and pendants. She wore a second necklace, 2 strands of diamonds separated by pearls, ending in 4 strands of diamonds and pearls. I wonder how on earth she lost a necklace like that. I guess she could get away with it since she was exceptionally rich, or reckless, or perhaps a bit of both. The pomp and circumstance of fashion never really faded away, even with time, in the world I wanted to be a part of. Glamorous Hollywood. Pageantry was there on the red carpet of Cannes Festival and on the red carpet for Oscars. It even blended with high fashion and art in the Met Gala. How would it feel to attend an event like the Oscars? How would it feel to be adorned by diamonds worth in the millions? I hoped I would be more careful than Marie Antoinette. I wouldn't want to lose any of the borrowed expensive jewelry. That would be a nightmare. I continued dreaming about the glamorous past as I visited the fountains, the Grand Trianon, and the Sun King statue. These places added to the opulence of the Palace of Versailles. Despite all that I had seen in the city, my favorite part of visiting France was the French countryside. I spent the rest of my trip cycling through the charming French towns. All throughout France, I found lovely French chateaux with beautiful rolling countryside surrounding them. I saw illuminated bridges. I saw the tranquil Garonne River. I pedaled along the Seine River. I went over grassy hills. I went on through the brick-lined streets of several small towns. I saw winding streets that spilled into plazas filled with music, church, and statues. My most peaceful days were in the town of Giverny, which was once the home of renowned painter Claude Monet. The beauty of nature surrounded Giverny, making the town a peaceful retreat. I saw the famous Monet's gardens in Giverny, the same ones that inspired his paintings. The small towns of France charmed me, as life was simple and beautiful here. I stopped at the local bakeries for baguettes and éclairs. I imagined how peaceful life could be if I lived here. Italy. Chapter 14. Fireworks in Venice. I was in Venice during the Festa del Redentore. It was another dream come true, one I didn't even know I had. I hadn't known about the festival. I felt an excitement build among Venetians and visitors alike, and a different energy than the usual. Early one morning, I came across people decorating their boats with balloons and garlands. People were also preparing the small wooden terraces on rooftops. I asked someone about the preparations, and they said it was for Festa del Redentore. The main event was fireworks at night, so I should get myself a boat. It was easier said than done, as everything was booked. Everything else except the boat cruise, which was expensive. I promised myself, especially after meeting Pooja in India, that I wouldn't spend frivolously. It was a promise that I had to break. This was an emergency. The cruise promised a place on the shore near San Marco to see the Venice fireworks. They offered a gourmet experience, with Valencian paella and fried fresh fish being on the menu. The chef would prepare the dishes on site. They would even have cakes and sweets. I couldn't resist and booked myself a spot on the boat cruise. Vera would be proud. I consoled myself by saying I was supporting the local economy. At sunset, St. Mark's Basin filled up with decorated boats of all kinds. There were thousands of Venetians waiting for the fireworks to begin. They enjoyed their wait while dining on the boats. Everything magically stopped at 11:30 p.m. It was time for the fireworks! The fireworks were spectacular. Seeing them light up over the calm waters, illuminating Venice, was hard to describe in words. The fireworks brought intense happiness and cheerfulness to everyone. I called Cassie while the fireworks were still going on. I wanted her to see the festival. "Are the fireworks for me? It is a little early for my birthday celebration," Cassie joked. "It is a good cause for celebration. I am in Venice. We are celebrating Festa del Redentore." "Wow, it is so loud," Cassie yelled. "What did you say, Cassie? I can't hear you. It is loud here." Cassie texted, instead of yelling on the phone, that the fireworks looked amazing. My phone didn't have enough power to last through the hour-long fireworks. I texted her back, promising I would be back by her birthday and that we can then celebrate together. She replied she wanted fireworks for her birthday. I promised I would light a sparkler in honor of the birthday girl. I couldn't tell Cassie much about the history of the festival, as I didn't know about it myself. I asked one of the boat staff about the festival to fill the gap in my knowledge. "What are the fireworks for?" I asked. "It is to remember a joyful event for the city. It was when we were liberated from the plague. It dates back to July 1577. "The plague in the 16th century. It had such a devastating impact," I said. It was one of the few lessons I remembered from my high school's history class. "The plague. The word alone struck so much fear in Europe. To see entire families or even entire villages being decimated by an invisible illness. The physical, mental, psychological toll was insurmountable. Still, the people remained resilient. They remained hopeful. They waited for the day when it wasn't their only reality." "How did the festival start?" "The threat ended. It became a remnant of the past. The people had survived something terrible. This was cause for celebration, so they celebrated. They still do, some 5 centuries later." "Wow, there is so much meaning behind this festival." "Yes, the Festa del Redentore is a hopeful reminder. Things can get dark and hopeless, but we humans are resilient. We will find a reason to celebrate again." "That is so amazing. What happens after the fireworks?" I asked. "The Festa del Redentore lasts for 2 days. It is a full day full of activities. The devout could also go to Giudecca Island, where Redentore Church is. They built a temporary bridge of barges connecting with the church. People can go on foot across this bridge to complete their pilgrimage. After the fireworks, many young people head off to the Lido. There they sit on the sand and wait for dawn to arrive." I cannot imagine how I would feel if the world came to a standstill. How terrible it would to be isolated from others, to face such a terrible illness and lose loved ones. Festa del Redentore shows people did not lose hope even when they faced terrible things. They waited for the dawn after the night had ended. It was some consolation to hear how people managed the dark days all those years ago. The city was built on a lagoon, surrounded by the Adriatic Sea. Venice. I could spend a few glorious days in the romantic city. I pinched myself just to make sure I was actually there, in the city of picturesque waterways and historic architectures. I had a few places to check off my list: St. Mark's Square and Basilica, Doge's Palace, Rialto Bridge. I was careful around the pigeons in St. Mark's Square, as they were all too comfortable with the visitors. I saw a few stolen sandwiches. The delicious food of the local vendors must be hard for them to resist. The streets of Venice were an attraction of themselves. Even the restaurants had musicians serenading the diners. I approached St. Mark's Square from the far corner. There were small pebble alleyways surrounded by beautiful buildings and waterways everywhere I turned. The buildings left me speechless. I thought they were so beautiful, and that was even before I saw the basilica. I walked in awe towards St. Mark's Basilica. It was a mind-blowing image of domes, spires, arches, and columns. I overheard other tourists say, "ornamented roofline, perfect example of Byzantine art, Renaissance influence, or Venetian style of Renaissance art." I didn't always understand what they were saying, but I agreed with them that the basilica was beautiful. On my travels, I made the habit of quickly checking customs of the places before I visited them. I read visitors were asked to dress modestly when visiting the basilica, so I wore something that covered my shoulders and legs. I read no backpacks or cameras were allowed, so I kept them at my hotel and brought only my phone with me. I paid attention to the details and had an easy entry. There were other visitors who didn't, who got delayed. They asked a young girl to cover her bare shoulders and had to purchase a paper-looking shawl from the shop. It must have embarrassed her as her cheeks turned red. They asked some visitors to remove their backpacks or the luggages they were carrying. They had to place them in a free cloakroom in a nearby street. Fortunately, I could enter the basilica right away. Being prepared saved me precious time. I was mesmerized by the bronze horse statues in front of the basilica. They were in a different style than the rest of the building. I learned they were from Constantinople and dated to classical antiquity. They were originally part of a monument depicting a 4-horse carriage used for chariot racing. Their stance was imposing, with their hooves in mid-air. The horses didn't care that their grandeur impressed me. The powerful horses were ready to gallop away, leaving everything behind in the dust. It was dark inside the basilica, so I couldn't see much until my eyes adjusted. When I could see properly, I saw beautiful mosaics and murals on the upper levels of the interior. I realized why the basilica was called Chiesa d'Oro, or the Church of Gold. The mosaics and murals seemed to be made of gold. The mosaics had gold glass tesserae background, which created an overall shimmering overall. The mosaics took centuries to complete. The gold of the murals had faded in age, but no one could deny their beauty. The marble floor was full of geometric patterns and animal designs. It is easy to forget some places are not just a site for tourists to check off from their list, that they were first religious sites and places of worship. The basilica used to be the chapel of the Doge until 1807, and was even connected physically to the Doge's palace. The basilica still had church services on Sundays. Some areas in the basilica were closed to public view, and the only way to see them was to take a guided tour. The back room had priceless gold items. The back room also had precious Catholic relics of saints, including bones, clothing, hair, teeth, etc. There was even a stunning gold altarpiece known as the Pala d'Orco. It was a Byzantine altar screen of gold, with many precious jewels studded in it, and with intricate enamel work depicting various saints. The guide took our tour group to the balcony. We climbed some stairs to reach the balcony and had to be careful there as it was uneven and slippery in parts. The view from the balcony was amazing. They turned the streetlights on for the evening. The marble columns and picturesque engravings of the basilica glowed in the soft light. I had a fantastic view of the city on top of the Rialto Bridge. I suspected any view of Venice would be breathtaking seen from above. Rialto Bridge was more than a bridge. It was a surreal experience. It was incredible how wide the bridge was, as it even had shops in the middle portion. There were retail shops surrounding the beautiful bridge, too. When the bridge was first constructed, architect Vincenzo Scamozzi predicted the stone bridge wouldn't last. The bridge outlasted all of its critics. In fact, it lasted many more generations after that. The bridge is still standing. There was a lesson to be learned here, I was sure of that. The bridge seems to say, don't worry about the naysayers, just outlast all of your critics. A gondolier was singing under the bridge in a charming voice, serenading all who were there. I spent the evening at the romantic bridge, enjoying the surrounding shops. I really liked Roberto. I got a great tour guide for my visit to the Doge's palace. After learning I was an actress, Roberto told me little tidbits about the buildings he thought I would find interesting. He told me how Rialto Bridge was used in different movies. He told me how the Doge's palace was recreated in the video game Assassin's Creed 2. Video games brought painful memories. I had a fight with my high school boyfriend over a video game, as he wouldn't concede to being beaten by a girl. I told my then boyfriend he was even more ridiculous than his ridiculous thoughts. Unsurprisingly, we broke up after that. Sigh. Fond memories. However, Roberto didn't know any of that as he was showing me the palace. Doge's palace was a Gothic palace that faced the sea. Outside, I saw Gothic arcades and windows, beautiful with white and orange marble. Roberto said that Doge's palace was a jewel of the city, and it was a beautiful example of Venice's golden age. All the rooms in Doge's palace were open for visitors, and each room had descriptions in Italian, English, and German. I tried to read in all 3 languages. Roberto was fluent in 5 languages. Even as I took my time reading, he remained patient. He even encouraged me to read out loud the different passages. It was hard to move away from the fantastic paintings in the rooms. The opulence was astounding. I could imagine what being a rich noble was like back then. What it was like to be a citizen of the Republic of Venice. Luckily, we could take pictures in Doge's palace. I couldn't capture all the glorious details of the incredible oil paintings that were on every wall and ceiling. I took pictures of the astronomical clocks and other rare artifacts. Roberto said that Doge's palace had 2 parts, the palace itself and the adjoining prison. I was surprised to hear about the prison. Roberto said we will go to the prison through the Bridge of Sighs. The bridge was another world from the regal splendor of the palace. I could see glimpses of Venice as we walked across the bridge. The prison was a good chilly walk down. I heard the sighs of the prisoner walking along this narrow walkway, them taking perhaps one last look through the small window openings, seeing the silhouettes of the Venetian buildings and the water in the distance, the cries of prisoners who were captured and forsaken in the grim, desolate prison cells. During our tour of the old prison cells, Roberto mentioned Casanova had been a prisoner here. He said Casanova was even successful in escaping. I wondered how he did it. Often real life is stranger than fiction. Real people that are larger than life, their exploits legendary. Casanova was one of those people. Casanova executed a daring escape. It was midnight. He had been in solitary confinement. He was alone and increasingly miserable. He used the cross rooftop to escape from the Leeds, Venice prison, Roberto said in almost a whisper, as if the old Venetian guards heard him talk about the escape. How did he do it? I asked, curious to know more. He had help from a fellow prisoner, and with a metal piece that he stowed away, he scratched his way to freedom. It sounds like something from an adventure movie. It was. Both he and his fellow conspirator left in the cloak of darkness. They slid down the steep, slippery roof. They got down on the ground, using bedsheets as ropes. Casanova even left a note behind. I laughed at Casanova's brazenness. How cheeky of him. What did he do next? Casanova fled to Paris. Soon he was back to conning wealthy men and seducing women. Casanova was a character, and he never had a dull moment. He wrote all of his exploits in his memoirs, if you want to read about his life. Casanova's memoirs were 12 volumes. Great. The intimidating length of 3,700 pages was something only Cassie could tackle. I read parts of his memoir. Casanova wrote the following thoughts, but they easily could have been my words. I was all my life the victim of my senses. I have delighted in going astray, and I have constantly lived in error, with no other consolation than that of knowing I have erred. My follies are the follies of youth. You will see that I laugh at them, and if you are kind, you will laugh at them with me. Another of Casanova's lines struck a chord with me. I can say vixi. He might have been immoral, a con, and a scoundrel, but he was unabashed, even proud of his life. Vixi. I have lived. Many of us can only hope to say the same, to say we have truly lived. When it was time to leave Venice, I did so reluctantly. I walked on the beautiful bridges. I took a last gondola ride in the canal. I took in all the sights, hoping I could remember every beautiful detail. I couldn't stay here anymore, even if it was so easy to get lost in the beauty of Venice forever. Chapter 15. Touring Italy. I didn't have the stomach to drive the challenging, narrow roads to coastal Ravello, so I took the bus that went to the town center instead. It was a breathtaking drive with spectacular views of the Amalfi coast. I saw the dramatic contrast of the mountains with the sea. Ravello was perched high on a cliff above Amalfi. It had a stunning view on the coastline below. I could see the beach of Castiglione and the views across to other small villages further away. The views were mesmerizing. They were a painting in waiting for an artist's brush. Ravello was a quiet, aristocratic place that had a main square with a few luxury hotels close to one another. Each hotel was more spectacular and opulent than the other. Walking was a priority for me after the carefree, calorie-laden days, so I headed for the sights on foot. I heard about Villa Simbrone nearby in the main square, so I spent some time there among the finely manicured gardens. On my walk, I made another discovery. One pathway in town led to a cliff from where I could view the Amalfi Coast. It was so high up I had slight vertigo looking down. I saw the Cathedral of Ravello, which had a 3-story bell tower. The highlight of my trip to Ravello was being able to attend the Wagner Festival. The Ravello Festival, or the Wagner Festival, was the annual summer festival of music and arts held in town. The festival usually lasted for 2 months and featured a wide variety of music. The large orchestras were delightful. I grooved to the jazz musicians. I attended the chamber groups, art shows, and dance. There were photography exhibits and discussion groups. I even met and talked with world-renowned artists. Ravello was a great place in summer for classical music concerts. The beautiful coastal Italian town left a sweet melody in my heart. I was too late to attend Milan's Fashion Week that occurred in February and March. I was too early to attend the one that happened in September and October. Still, the streets of Milan were unparalleled for fashion. I know I said the same of Paris and Tokyo. I can't think around beautiful people. All they leave me with are stars in my eyes. I knew the next few weeks would be a blur as I explored the rest of Italy. Time would never be enough, and I would not be short of amazing sights. I will try to experience it all as much as humanly possible. I planned to eat my way through Naples. I spent days popping in and out of all the local eateries. No pizzerias or pastry shops left unexplored or untasted. It seemed Naples shared my exuberance for their sweets. Pastry shops stayed open late into the night, and I could enjoy espresso and fresh ricotta cheese-filled sweets at any hour. Despite my Herculean efforts, I felt I only scratched the surface of the local cuisine. I tried the fried pizza, and my taste buds touched heaven. It was well worth the calories. I indulged on Neapolitan pizza, sfogliatelle, and pasta alla genovese. Each dish created a new standard for perfection. I was afraid after the meals I had, no pastry would be flaky enough or pasta as infused with flavor. I got addicted to torrali, which were the Italian version of crackers. I tried a variety of flavors at bakeries all over town. My favorites were the ones with black pepper and toasted almonds. I tried quapo. These fried fish in a cone were a masterpiece of street food. They were a flavor sensation and a delicious taste of Italian tradition. Despite my unreserved ardor for Italian food, a thought nagged at the back of my head. Calories in, calories out. That is what my personal trainer would say, but I parted ways with her just before my trip. I had a good reason. I didn't want to think about training while I was having a culinary experience around the world. Still, her words echoed in my head. Calories in, calories out. Sigh. It was unlikely that I would forget them that easily, as old habits die hard. It was going to be a test of wills between the two sides. Fitness-obsessed Ellie versus indulgent Ellie. Things reached a crisis point when I was squeezing into my loose jeans, and progressively, it was taking longer to put them on. Soon my dresses would be all I could still fit in. I thought about calling my trainer, but she would have instantly detected my guilt. I thought about talking to Cassie about my struggles, and I would have done it too, if I didn't already know her well. Cassie was the human equivalent of a cat. She understood sunshine, food, and naps. I could predict which side she would shove me towards, and it wouldn't be the one with exercise. I was getting nowhere with my indecision. After contemplating my decision over many pizzas and gelatos, I packed my bags and headed towards the Dolomites. I was going where I couldn't resist being active. The Dolomites were a mountain range in northeastern Italy. The mountain range renowned for skiing in the winter months. It also had lots of activities for the summer months. So that was my plan. I planned to mountain climb, hike, cycle, and hang glide out of my early fitness retirement. Before leaving for my trip, I got an international driving permit. I was going to drive to the Dolomites in my rental car, which was the best way to experience them. I took my time wandering around the beautiful paths, and I took many pictures of the mountain peaks. I spent time talking to the locals. Sometimes we spoke German, other times in Italian. When a conversation got difficult to understand, I even communicated with Google Translate. I had temporarily averted my fitness crisis. Although my legs and back were sore from hiking, it no longer took me 15 minutes to squeeze into my jeans. I couldn't even remember the last time I had a calorie-heavy meal. Maybe it was a week ago? I knew there would be a constant internal tug-of-war as long as I was on this trip. A dilemma common among vacationers, the battle between indulgence and activity. The next time it happens, though, I might just call Cassie. Chapter 16. The Weight of the Past. I wished I had a time-traveling device so that I could see everything. No matter how much I explored a particular site, I longed to see it in different weathers and different times, a wish to see as it was now and how it was in the past. The closest I got to getting my wish was in Pompeii. The ancient city of Pompeii was buried in 79 AD, when Mount Vesuvius erupted and covered it in lava and ash. Pompeii was an amazing historic site, and the excavations were incredibly well preserved. I could still see the layout of the ancient town. The city's historic amphitheater was also stunning. The site was huge. I spent hours walking and felt that there were hours more to go. It was a scorching day. I couldn't quench my thirst, no matter how much water I drank. I refilled my water bottle from the nearby fountains several times. Maybe my thirst was because of walking miles on the 2,000-year-old uneven roads and footpaths. Maybe it was because of looking at ash and rocks all day. Maybe it was after learning what happened to the ancient citizens of Pompeii. My thirst was a minor inconvenience. It was nothing compared to their tragic fate. Throughout the ruins, I came across harrowing death casts of Pompeii's citizens. They were plaster recreations of the unfortunate who died with the volcanic eruption. The plasters still contained their bones. They painted a vivid picture of life in their last moments. Families died holding each other, bodies that were in the fetal position. Researchers said the body positions indicated suffocation, that the victims died when extremely hot gases went through the city after the volcano erupted. They died of the high temperatures. The people immediately died of dehydration. I felt my throat dry again, even though I sipped water a few moments ago. My day at Pompeii ended with a trip to the infamous volcano, Mount Vesuvius. I felt somber while walking over the trails to the summit. I thought again about the time-traveling device. Perhaps some things in the past should not be revisited. I didn't want to see the city being buried in lava and ash. The mountain showed no signs of its destructive past. It offered breathtaking views down into the crater and across the Bay of Naples. The Colosseum was an oval amphitheater in the center of Rome, the largest amphitheater of its time. Much of the arena lay in ruins because of earthquakes or with the passing of time. I could see part of the hypogeum, or underground, visible from above. I booked the underground tour so I could see the underground tunnels and dungeons. The underground level looked like a labyrinth, and it was where gladiators and animals were kept before the beginning of each battle. They brought in animals and performers through the tunnel from the nearby stables. Gladiators came in through the tunnels connecting to Ludus Magnus, the gladiator training school. The emperor had separate tunnels to enter and exit the Colosseum. He could go in and out without going through the crowds. The tour guide told me the hypogeum was the Colosseum's backstage, and it was astounding to hear how the arena was set up. There were hidden trap doors used to create special effects. Here, they would raise or lower scenery and props with elevators and pulleys. They would lift the cages with the animals to the arena surface, and decorate the arena with actual trees and bushes to recreate a forest. The goal was to have a real-looking environment for the animals and the spectators. The Colosseum had a dark history, as it was where thousands came to see gladiator and animal fights. The Colosseum was where they had executions. I thought about the special effects used in movies or video games. At least the audience knows what they saw on screen was not real. The blood and carnage were special effects, that the actors, no matter how brutally accurate, were play acting. What about the spectators of the arena? What did they think? The lust for drama and spectacle drove huge audiences to the Colosseum. They flooded the arena to recreate naval battle scenes. They used prisoners in the arena, naked and weaponless, to fight against animals. The prisoners were used to recreate horrific deaths from mythology. The animal hunt, or venatio, used wild beasts imported from Africa and the Middle East. They included creatures such as rhinoceroses, hippopotamuses, elephants, giraffes, lions, panthers, leopards, bears, tigers, crocodiles, and ostriches. Beautiful, majestic animals that were all slaughtered in the arena. I struggled to imagine killing people and animals in the name of entertainment. I couldn't think about their last dying moments, their so-called final performance in front of a roaring audience. A creepy figure would appear at the end of each arena fight, like the ferryman who collected souls in the underworld. He would verify if the gladiator was dead. The Colosseum literally became one of the 7 doors to hell. The arena was even a cemetery at one point in history, and criminals used the ruins to hide the bodies of their victims. The west side exit in the Colosseum was the Gate of Death, and it was where the dead bodies were taken out through. I imagined dead bodies as they piled throughout the day. It was the same archway from where I could now see beautiful views of the city. Even as I know about the dark past, I still feel I can't judge. I don't know what it was like back then. I just know it touches a very dark side of human history. There are still dangerous stunts performed today, stunts that injure or even kill performers. Regardless, the show still goes on. The audience's fascination with death, war, destruction is still there. They are the ones that drive the need for bigger and bolder action movie sequences. The film industry caters to the public. I hope it was different from the bloodlust of the past. There are new kinds of entertainment available now. Movies, video games, and sports long replaced what once was. Pastimes without actual dead bodies. The Colosseum underwent changes in the later centuries. The foundation blocks of the arena underwent a reinvention as they reused the massive stones in Rome's new palaces. The marbles of the Colosseum were now part of historical buildings, such as St. Peter's Basilica and Palazzo Barberini. The arena itself was used as workshops, fortress, and quarry, and even had a link to the Roman Catholic Church. Each Good Friday, the Pope leads a procession that starts around the Colosseum. I thought it remarkable that a seismic change could happen in the same place. The stones remained what they were, stones. The difference was how we used them. I saw that the 5-cent euro had the Colosseum on one side of the coin. I kept it safe in my pocket. I kept it to remind me how time can change everything. I stayed at the Colosseum until nightfall. I visited Ludus Magnus and the Arch of Constantine nearby. The streets became quiet, and silence filled the amphitheater. During the quiet moments, I could feel the weight of history looming in the air. Chapter 17. Sophia Valentina. My rental car broke down. It was a not-so-perfect ending to almost a perfect day in Lari, Tuscany. The mechanic wouldn't be able to repair the car until the morning. I had nowhere to stay for the night. I made the half-an-hour's car journey from Pisa to see this beautiful medieval village. On the way, I saw beautiful rolling hills, olive groves, vineyards, and cypress trees Tuscany was famous for. The cherry festival was taking place in the village of Lari. There were baskets of delicious, mouth-watering cherries everywhere. The local farmer said it had been a good year for harvest. I spent my morning tasting the juicy fruits, and my lips were soon the color of the bright red cherries. I walked through the charming hamlet of Lari, taking in the sight of ochre-colored buildings. The village even had a hilltop castle, rumored to have a few ghosts. There was nothing like a ghost story to make a castle visit even more thrilling. The castle of the vicegerents of Lari was an old castle, dating all the way back to the early Middle Ages. I climbed some stairs to get up, as the castle was on top of a massive rock. Once I reached the top, I saw a breathtaking view of the Tuscan countryside. I even spotted the Leaning Tower of Pisa in the distance. I didn't know I needed a cheese cave in my life until I visited Antica Grotta di Stagno Natura. The cave was carved into Lari's rock and had a cheese tasting room at the front. I was hungry after seeing the cave with hundreds of whole cheese rounds of pecorino. Pecorino's earthy aroma was hard to resist. It was made of sheep's milk and had a nice tangy, salty flavor. I saw pasta handcrafted at Pastificio Martelli. It was fascinating to see pasta being made slowly with the vintage machine. This pasta had a rough texture. I was told the way to identify traditional pasta was with its texture. Traditional pasta tasted better because the sauce held better. "What did that mean?" I asked. The pasta expert replied, "It just meant divine pasta dishes." The day in Lara had been idyllic. Then my car broke down. I needed a place to stay. They booked all the rooms for miles around because of the cherry festival. I was in Italy and it was vacation season. I needed a place to stay in short notice. Was I expecting a miracle? It was time to do the house search the manual way. I looked for signs showing places vacant for rent, but I didn't come across any for rent signs all day. If I couldn't find a place to stay by sundown, I could just spend the night in my rental car. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. Just as I lost hope of finding a place in time, I saw a small sign. For rent. Girls only. Go to the house at the end of town. Contact Sofia Valentina. Interesting. I was a girl looking for a place to stay. It seemed to work out for me. I disregarded the creepy feeling the sign was giving off. I needed to find this house. I finally located it. Hidden behind a large hedge fence, an unkept front yard of weeds and dandelions, and a gigantic tree was the decrepit-looking house. I pushed open the rusty gate. A kid that was passing by the lonely house stopped to give me a warning. "You are not going in there, I hope? The Strega lives there." I thought I misheard him, as Strega was Italian for a witch or sorceress. "Did you say Strega?" I asked, to make sure I heard him correctly. "See, anyone who goes in the house turns mad, especially if they go in the west room." "Oh, I see. Thanks." What was I to do? Do I believe the kid? His warning matched the vibe of the house. Do I take a chance? I wanted to ask another adult before jumping to conclusions, but the problem was, there weren't many people around. I kept walking until I saw an elderly lady ahead of me. She was limping and was having a hard time keeping pace with her dog. The dog looked more like a dark wolf than a cute furry dog. The dog broke off from his leash and sped away like lightning. The lady called him and tried to follow him, but couldn't because of her limping. "Hunter! Hunter! Come back here! Hunter!" the elderly lady cried. "I will go get your dog for you. He is Hunter, right?" I didn't stop to hear her answer as I ran after the dog. It seemed like he hadn't run in ages and was savoring his sudden freedom. He was running as if the winds carried him, his paws barely touching the ground. When he stopped to examine a squirrel on a tree, I finally caught up to him. He reminded me of Buddy, even though the two couldn't be more different. "Hunter, good dog. Let us go back home." Hunter looked at me and growled. He bared his teeth at me. He was looking more like an angry wolf by the second. I should have asked first if Hunter was a friendly dog. "Easy there, Hunter. I came to take you home. Let us go home? Your mom is waiting for you." At the sound of Mom, Hunter stopped growling. He looked at me once before taking off, but this time he ran in the lady's direction. God, I hoped he went back home. I went where I had last seen Hunter's owner, hoping he had made it back to her. When I returned to the spot, neither of them were there. Were they an apparition? I didn't even have time to check with her if the vacant house was safe to stay in. I had no choice but to see Sophia Valentina myself before deciding. I went back to the decrepit house, opened the creaky metal door. Didn't I already open it? Took the steps on the old shaky porch to knock on the front door. The door was covered in ivy. There was no doorbell, so I kept knocking. I heard someone's steps come closer to the door. "Who is it?" "I am Eleanor, a traveler looking for a place to stay. Is Sophia Valentina in? I would like to talk to her." At the sound of the name, I heard a dog barking. The door opened, and inside was the same elderly lady I had seen limping on the road, Hunter's owner. Hunter also comes outside and was growling again. "I am Sophia Valentina," said the lady. So, she was the witch the kid had talked about? She didn't look dangerous, perhaps sad, but looks can deceive. "Since you helped me with Hunter earlier, I will let you stay for free as long as you like. The only condition being that you will stay out of the west room upstairs." The west room? That was the mysterious room that the kid mentioned. So far, his unlikely story was looking to be true. I thought about making an excuse and looking for a less ominous accommodation when I heard the pitter-patter of raindrops. A big raindrop falls on my head. Where did the sudden rainstorm come from? I hadn't seen a single cloud moments ago. Was this some form of magic? There is an Italian saying, "La superstizione porta fortuna." Superstition brings misfortune, so I rather not be superstitious. I couldn't stay outside in the storm any longer. I hastily agreed with Sophia's terms and entered her house. It was a dusty place filled with many antique furnitures and ornaments. The rooms were surprisingly cozy. Hunter growled at me when I entered the house, but Sophia hushed him, saying, "Hunter, she is our guest. Be on your best behavior." She must have said the magic words, because Hunter transformed from an angry dark wolf to almost a happy-looking dog. "Would you like some tea? It might help to keep any chills away," Sophia offered. What if she gave me a potion? "I would like that," were the words that came out of my mouth. I internally groaned at my knee-jerk response. Did I have a death wish? "I will have some too. It might help with my arthritis," Sophia said, rubbing her knees. I felt silly for thinking Sophia was a witch. She just was a kind old lady, perhaps misunderstood. "Dear, I didn't ask your name." "I am Eleanor James. I am here as a traveler," I replied. "Are you alone? Do you have family with you?" "I came alone on this trip. My parents were busy at work." "Oh, I see. Where have you traveled so far?" It was just the question a traveler would love to hear. I told Sophia about all I had seen and the people I met. I even told her about the fortune that I received in Japan. "That is quite some travels, Eleanor. You seem to be a bright young lady who knows what she wants." If only I did, but it was kind of her to say that. I am in love with traveling, Sophia, even if I don't meet the love of my life as my fortune foretold in Japan. "Have you ever been in love? It might be different from what you expect." "No, I can't say that I have. It would be obvious, wouldn't it? I wouldn't hesitate to say it or stop to consider if I loved someone, for instance." "Yes, there would be no doubt." "I know my best friend Cassie has been in love. I can tell she thinks and talks about John. I hope they meet and get together again. She hasn't been the same since." "Are they not together anymore?" "No, they drifted apart once he moved. I don't know the full reason." "How is your friend different?" "She walks and talks the same, but her heart and mind seem to drift off, like she is lost in a memory. I thought love was the best thing that can happen to a person. Now I am not so sure." "You are not wrong, dear. It is the best thing that can happen to a person. That is why it can make the loss harder for a person." Talking to Sophia was like talking to my grandma again. I missed her so much. "I am only talking about myself. What about you, Sophia? Where is your family?" "It is just myself for now, though my niece will join me soon after she retires. She is a nurse who works in the city. She comes by when she has time off from work." So Sophia was alone? That would explain the unkempt front yard, but that still didn't explain why the neighborhood kids called her a witch. I will feel bad for staying for free. Can I at least do the front yard while I am here? I asked Sophia. If it makes you feel better about it, then you can. However, I do not expect you to do anything at all. You are our guest, is she not, Hunter? Hunter wags his tail. It seems he accepted me at last. I stayed the night in my room. I was careful not to go anywhere near the west room. I did not want to hurt Sophia by breaking my promise. It was quiet in the house. I could only hear the winds howling outside. When all was silent and the winds died down, I thought I heard crying coming from somewhere. I quietly got up and out of my room into the hallway. The noise was coming from the west room. I was tempted to go see inside the room. Who was crying? Hunter was sleeping in front of the same room I wanted to check out. Perhaps I should leave it be? The crying had stopped. Maybe it was just the wind again? I remembered I had promised Sophia. Sigh, I hoped I could discover the mystery of the room before I leave. The next morning was a lovely sunny day. I set my sight on taming the front yard. I couldn't locate a mower, but I found some shears that were usable and not yet rusted. Sophia came with snacks and lemonade throughout the day. By evening, the lawn was visible and no longer hidden behind weeds and untamed growths. I spent the evening taking Hunter for a walk. He refused to trust me at first. When Sophia told him to be a good boy and listen to Eleanor, he didn't once give me any trouble after that. My rental car was fixed. I could leave right away if I wanted, but my heart stopped me from leaving Sophia sooner. I wanted to stay a few more days. I got a few potted flowers from the nearby flower shop to decorate the porch area. The old, sad house almost looked happy again. The neighborhood kids gathered around the house and asked who I was. I said I was visiting my grandma, who made the best cookies in the world. Word spread quickly and a gang of kids started hanging by the front gate, hoping to score some delicious cookies. They even volunteered to help clean up the house downstairs, but I allowed no one else to go inside. Hunter barked at the kid, but when I told him not to, he listened. He even played with the kids. It was the last day of my stay at Sophia's. I told her how much I was going to miss her and Hunter. I hoped her niece would come back soon to give her company. I always have someone to keep me company, Sophia said. Before you go, I wanted to show you something. Come with me, dear. I followed Sophia as she headed upstairs towards the west room. What did she mean she always had someone to keep her company? Did she mean Hunter, or was there someone else? What was in the west room? She opened the door. I saw a glimpse of the room. Unlike the other ornamented rooms, it was sparsely furnished. The west room had a bed, a table, and a chair. There were some things on the table. A picture of a young man in uniform, along with a medal and a folded flag. There was another one of a young couple. The beautiful girl was Sophia in her youth. There were also some letters in envelopes, piled neatly on the side. I want you to meet Francis, Sophia said as she handed me the portrait of the young man. It was an old picture, sepia in color and fading slightly with age. Francis was in an army uniform. Who is he? He was the love of my life. What happened to him? He went overseas, promising me he will come back one day, but all that returned were these letters and this. She handed me the medal. I read the inscription on the medal. Sergeant Francis Kirk, for sacrificing his life in service for his country. I am so sorry, Sophia, I said, overwhelmed. I have Francis's letters to keep me company all these years. You can look at them if you like to. I will leave them for you, but I think I will go to bed now. Good night, Eleanor. Good night, Sophia, I said. I spent the night reading the letters. I couldn't tell the dates on either the letters or the medal, as they were faint. The letters were the love story of Sophia and Francis. They hoped for a future together after Francis returned from his military service. The last letter was an official letter detailing how Francis died. Sophia's letter was discovered in his breast pocket. I felt a sharp pain in my heart and felt myself on the verge of tears. A tear dropped on the table and glistened like a small round pearl on the wooden surface. It had been Sophia who I heard crying that night? I remembered the words. Se non hai mai pianto, I tuoi occhi non possono essere belli. Sophia was such a beautiful person. After all this time, she still loved Francis and kept him alive in her heart and thoughts. They had so much hope for their future together. This was heartbreaking. I placed the picture, the medal, and the letters on the table as they were before. I closed the door and went to my room for the night. The first thing I did when I saw Sophia again was give her a hug. She was surprised, but she hugged me back. I'm sorry, Sophia, for being so oblivious. I hope our conversation about Cassie and John didn't make you sad. La vita è un sogno, l'amore è cieco. It is all right, dear. It was nice to hear about young love again, and not just to think about myself. Camminare con un amico nel buio è meglio che camminare da solo nella luce. I am relieved to hear that, Sophia. You are such a lovely, loving person. I hope the world can see that. They should know about your life and about Francis. Yes, I think it is time to share the letters with the world. My niece wants those letters to write a book about us. The next time she comes to my house, I will give them to her. I smiled. As she spoke, a dark cloud lifted off Sophia. She looked vibrant and happy. I felt grateful to witness this remarkable change. I was glad to have met Sophia Valentina. Ogni evento che hai vissuto ti aiuta ad essere la persona che sei oggi. I left Sophia and Hunter with the promise I will visit them again one day. The neighborhood kids came to say goodbye to me. Now they each took turns to take Hunter for his evening walk. I gave Hunter a few treats before leaving. I told him to be a good boy and protect his mom. He was doing a good job already, but it made me feel better for saying it. My last image of the village was Sophia laughing on her porch. She waved goodbye to me. I blinked my eyes after what I saw next. It wasn't the same Sophia anymore. It was the young Sophia I had seen in the picture. I saw Hunter in the rearview mirror of my repaired rental car. He followed me for a few miles. He then stopped and returned home. I doubted everything about the last few days. What had I seen? Was Sophia a spirit? Did she really have a niece? I prayed I wasn't losing my mind. I had gone in the west room. The translations for this chapter are as follows. La superstione porta sfortuna means superstition brings misfortune. Se non hai mai pianto, ai tuoi occhi non possono essere belli means if you haven't cried, your eyes can't be beautiful. La vita è un sogno means life is a dream. L'amore è cieco means love conquers all. Camminare con un amico nel buio è meglio che camminare da solo nella luce means walking with a friend in the dark is better than walking alone in the light. Ogni evento che hai vissuto ti aiuta ad essere la persona che sei oggi means each event in your life helps you become the person you are today. Spain. Chapter 18. Spanish Siestas and Fiestas. On the plane ride, I felt chills, so I wore extra blankets to stop my body from shivering. I reached Spain somehow. The flight was hazy in my mind. I was burning up with a fever. Cassie told me to rest a few days at the hotel before resuming my travel activities. Mom told me to monitor myself and get to the nearest hospital if it got worse. Dad told me I was going to be okay. Their words comforted me. I told none of them about Sophia. I don't know what I saw in Lari, Tuscany. It felt like it was one of my drug-induced hallucinations. The thing was, I have been sober since the first day of my trip. My nightmare returned in waves, and it was hard to sleep at night again. I returned to my old habit of calming myself. I would read Jane Eyre whenever I fell into one of these moody periods. Jane Eyre was one of those rare finds from my high school English class which, rather than being forced to, I read for myself. Something about Jane starving and alone on the moors struck a chord with me. I couldn't focus on the words on the page because of my fever, so I put the audiobook on and let the narrator's voice lull me to sleep. I pictured a girl in the rain. In my dreams, instead of Jane, that girl was me. Jane Eyre was a fictional character, but I would have told her everything about myself, every last bit. Me falling ill was inevitable. The only crazy thing about all of this was thinking that I wouldn't. My fever forced me to slow down. It was a dose of reality, as I had been going non-stop since March, perhaps even earlier than that, and now it was July. For nearly 5 months, I had been pushing past the jet lags, the time difference, and the sleep deprivation. To avoid the crowds at the tourist sites, I woke up at dawn every day. I would go to bed around midnight, researching the places I wanted to go the next day. When the sun was barely visible in the sky, I would start again. The pace was too much to keep up. My body was screaming, "You need to rest!" I finally paid attention. The fever eventually died down, and I felt considerably better. I had a newfound appreciation for the Spanish's love of siesta. Everything would go quiet in the afternoons. Most of the shops, cafes, and businesses closed between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. They dedicated the time to napping, or even just resting. It was a hard concept for me to grasp. My body was perpetually in motion. If I stopped, my thoughts took over, and that was more troubling to me. Here, the people disappeared for a few hours and returned to the streets in the evenings, looking refreshed and happy. I desperately wanted to be happy. I spend my days resting, even though I had planned many places I wanted to see. I wanted to see Granada with its almighty Alhambra. I wanted to visit romantic Seville. I wanted to see Marbella and its luxurious Puerto Banús. Instead, I kept to my hotel room in vibrant Valencia, ignoring the happy chatterings, the sounds of music, and even the sound of fireworks at night. I didn't even know what was going on around me. Only occasionally would I step out to admire the city's beautiful architecture, but I wouldn't talk to anyone. Was this travel fatigue, or was I homesick? I contemplated going home. It was the closest I felt to canceling the rest of my trip. The streets of Valencia were like a maze. They had narrow alleyways, and tall buildings lined the roads. I kept walking without really seeing anything. I didn't care where I was going or if I got lost. I felt lost. The ancient buildings called my name, enticing me with their shapes and colors. They urged me to look up and hear their stories that were full of life. The buildings whispered I had seen nothing yet. The sun conspired with the buildings, wrapping around my being and warmed me up. It told me of endless possibilities in the days ahead. The sound of music broke me out of my reverie. A guitar was playing on a nearby street. The guitar player was busy playing and didn't see the crowd gathered around him. He was playing a sweet, uplifting melody, which started slow but got faster in tempo. The crowd was clapping along with the beats. Some people danced. I felt like dancing too. I felt my heart and spirits rising again. I was traveling to see beautiful sights, sounds, and people. I wanted to be inspired. My trip was to remind me of all that was good in the world. I could not give up now. Not when I had seen such wonderful things. Not when there was so much else to explore. I could not go back to the manic energy of before, or I will burn myself out. This was certain. I had to complete my trip. This was a promise. I promised myself one day I will return to Spain again. I will take a proper tour and see all the sights I wanted to see. But for now, I would spend my remaining days in beautiful Valencia. Every day I would wake up and explore, for there was much to discover in the city. My hotel was near the historic center, perfectly situated to see all the main sights. I walked until I got lost, and then take a taxi back to my hotel. One Sunday, I think it was Sunday, I heard a roar coming from the street ahead. My curiosity peeked from the corner it was hiding in. I wanted to know what was going on in the city. I turned a corner and couldn't believe what I saw. I was Alice when she accidentally stumbled into Wonderland. The sight was fantastical, and I couldn't look away. Elaborately decorated floats were passing up and down the Paseo de la Alameda in the city center. The costumes and sculptures were made of marigolds. Crowds of people were throwing flowers at the people in costumes on the floats. The people on the floats were defending themselves with tennis rackets and other items improvised as shields. They were throwing back the flowers at the crowds. The orange and yellows of the marigolds were everywhere. The streets carpeted with orange and yellow blossoms. There were marigolds flying in the air and their petals falling down like confetti. This was the traditional Battle of the Flowers, which happened at the end of every July. I learned they grew the flowers in fields around the city, especially for the celebration. It was the finale to the July Festival, or Great Valencia Fair. There had been a month of music, cultural events, and shows. I had missed the other events, but caught the grand finale. There was always something fun happening in Spain. There was a celebration every month of the year. It was a great place for both siestas and fiestas. I needed both this time. I found my thoughts drifting to Sophia, but I wasn't shaking or anxious anymore. I wanted to know what happened to her. Someday I will return to the town of Lari and ask the people there. I will find her niece, if she exists. I thought Spain had some of the most beautiful women in the world. I was in awe of their bronzed, flawless skin. I admired their big eyes and beautiful hair. I was an admirer of their beauty, warmth, and charm. Knowing all of this still did not prepare me for the mesmerizing performance of a flamenco dancer. Weeks had passed by, and it was nearly time to leave again. Another country, another farewell. There were many things I wanted to do in Spain, some more than others. I had not seen a live flamenco dance before. For my last night in Spain, I wanted to see a flamenco performance in a theater. The shows were very popular in Valencia and would sell out immediately. I knew it would be hard to get tickets. I told my hotel manager about my dilemma, and he was more than happy to give me tickets to a show. The same show was fully booked months in advance. I gushed at his hospitality and kindness. He said it was the least he could do for his best customer. The other staff members had told him how much they enjoyed having me there. He surprised me by telling me this. During my stay, I asked many hotel staff members to teach me a phrase in Spanish. I asked them several times, but I could not replicate the warmth of their tones, no matter how much I practiced. I would ask them to repeat the phrases, not so much, I suspected, to learn the words. I asked them to hear them speak their beautiful, romantic language. I thought I troubled them all. I told the manager this, but he just smiled and told me to enjoy the show. The show was going to be in the Palau de la Música. The hotel manager must have pulled some strings to get these tickets. The Palace of Music was where you expected serious opera performances, and it was considered as one of the most important concert halls in Europe. The Palace of Music was home to the Orchestra of Valencia. The venue itself was by the river, a pretty expanse of water, and the nearby park, the Garden of the Turia, had fountains dancing in the summer heat. The exterior was an enormous glass dome along the Turia riverbed, a great glass waterfall that poured into the river. The interior was equally impressive as the outside. A glass panel barely separated the outside from the interior, so the trees seemed to be inside the foyer. It was a sold-out show, and the auditorium was packed. Everyone was excited for the coming performance. They were saying how it was the best flamenco seen anywhere. I let their energy build up my excitement. Secretly, it was what I hoped people said about my acting. I was going to take notes of the performance. I wanted my audience to be equally excited about my movie releases. The room went dark. A spotlight appeared in the middle of the stage. There was a single dancer standing there, her face hidden by her graceful arms. The flowers in her dress and the flower behind her ear made her look like a forest nymph, a spring goddess. Her presence commanded the room, as there was complete silence. Her every movement mesmerized the attendees. The tapping of her feet, the electric clapping, the twirling of her beautiful flamenco dress, all in the backdrop of the captivating music, her body lost in her sensual and passionate dance. She was tempo, she was cadence, she was music. She was the physical incarnation of the playing notes. One attendee whispered to me the flamenco dancer first danced when she could barely walk. He said dancing was even easier for her than walking. I could see it. Her fluid steps and movements were as natural to her as breathing that it took my breath away. Was this what years of practice looked like? I refused to believe it. She must have been born with this gift. There was no other way to explain her mystical performance. The performance ended too soon, and she got a standing ovation. The audience strewed roses on her path. She did a graceful bow before leaving, a euphoria palpable on her face after her outstanding performance. She was doing something that she loved. People told me that after performing, I would get a blissful expression on my face, an emotion hard to capture in words. I didn't understand what they were talking about. I understood now. I needed to see it for myself. It was the same look the flamenco dancer had just now. I could see it in her intensity and focus. This is what she wanted to do more than anything else in the world. I could feel her heart in her performance. My stay in Valencia gave me back something I almost lost. It gave me the feeling I had when I performed. It reminded me why I was in acting. It was a glimpse of what I wanted in life. United Kingdom. Chapter 19. Madame Tussauds. If someone mapped a path of my travel routes, they would draw a scribble rather than a straight line. I felt that statement was also an accurate reflection of my life. That being said, I arrived in London. London was a tourist haven. The city with its museums and art galleries, beautiful green parks, fantastic shops, and restaurants. London had something for everyone. I took in all the sights from Westminster Abbey to Buckingham Palace, especially stopping to watch the changing of the guards. I rode the iconic red double-decker bus from Knightsbridge to Carnaby Street. I rode the complex subway system, or tube, and saw "Mind the Gap" signs at every stop. I kept a close eye on Big Ben, the famous clock, seeing the minutes quickly ticking by. I learned gruesome details at the Tower of London about the beheading of Anne Boleyn, second wife of Henry VIII. I rode the ferry on the Thames River. I saw the Tower Bridge and hummed the nursery rhyme, "London Bridge is falling down." I went shopping at Oxford Street and Knightsbridge. I saw the world-famous department store Harrods. I saw the city up high from the London Eye, or the Millennium Wheel. London was a whirlwind of places to see. When I arrived at Madame Tussauds, I was starstruck. It was exciting to see all the great celebrities lined up in the museum, even though they were only wax replicas. I imagined how great it would be to have my statue here, to see fans line up to take pictures with my wax alter ego. Thankfully, my vanity lasted a second as I remembered why these statues were here. Each of the polished, meticulously dressed figures sprawled across the museum was a talent, a voice of an artist, a soul that touched the heart and minds of millions of people around the world. They were legends, mortals immortalized by their craft. Their works gave people inspiration, solace, diversion, joy. If I could, to do the same. I saw the wax statue of Oprah surrounded by a horde of admirers. Cassie was a crazy fan of hers. Looking at Oprah, I got a sneaky idea in my head. I video called Cassie despite the time difference. I prayed she'd pick up the phone. I heard her groggy voice. "Hi, Ellie. Why are you video calling me at this hour? I am in bed and I look like a troll." "Accept the video call, Cassie. You will not believe who I just saw. Just trust me, quickly." Okay, I'm turning the video on. I placed the phone so she could see crowds fawning over Oprah's wax figure over my shoulder. I hoped she believed it was really Oprah. "OMG, OMG, OMG, is that Oprah? I have read all the books in your book club." Score! It worked. "Ellie, you need to get closer, please, please. Could you shove a bit through the crowds?" I was trying not to lose it, but it was hard not to laugh. Cassie was hyperventilating over wax Oprah. Yeah, Cassie, I am making it over there. Wish me luck.
I wish you an eternity of good luck. It's Oprah. It's Oprah.
In her excitement, Cassie forgot she was in her pajamas, raccoon-eyed, with her hair resembling a nest. The crowd in the museum heard her jubilant screams over the phone and were amused to no end. They were in on the prank as I winked at them. Why is she still in the same spot? Is she doing a photo shoot? I think it was time to let her know the truth about meeting Oprah. Cassie, have you heard of Madame Tussauds? Why are you talking about the museum when there is Oprah? I know Madame Tussauds. It's a wax museum. Oh. The truth dawned on Cassie. I couldn't stop myself. I even had tears from laughing. Very funny, Ellie. It is almost as bad as the tattoo prank you pulled on me, Cassie cried. I teased her. The tattoo prank brings back such fond memories, Cassie. I feel like an idiot now for fangirling over a wax statue of Oprah. Cassie, I am here in person and I can see these are wax statues, but I am still starstruck by them. So, I am not an idiot? Cassie asked. No, just adorable, I said. Okay, great. I will get some beauty sleep, thank you very much. I am sure I look like a sleep-deprived raccoon, Cassie replied. No, you look like my very best friend. Love you, Cassie. Sweet dreams. Bye, Ellie. Don't be starstruck by the statues. Someday, your star will shine brighter than all of them. Love you too. Leave it to Cassie to make me feel like a star, even after I pranked her. I promised myself that when I reached superstardom, both of us will meet with Oprah for real. Chapter 20. Ghost of Shakespeare. I visited the Royal Globe Theatre in London. Walking into the theatre was like being transported to the past. The theatre was an accurate replica of what Shakespeare's theatre would have looked like. It was a 3-story circular amphitheatre which had no roof over the center of the structure. Because of the open layout, they only held plays during summer. The nearby eateries had local organic fruit, vegetables, and specialty cheeses, and there were mouth-watering dishes. There was nothing like enjoying Shakespeare over a fancy afternoon tea. I took the 2-hour-long train from London to reach Stratford-upon-Avon in the county of Warwickshire. It was the town where Shakespeare grew up. Stratford-upon-Avon was a cozy medieval town with many old timbered houses, the historic buildings from 16th century England. Shakespeare's presence was at every corner. I visited the homes belonging to his family members. The Tudor-styled cottages were still furnished as they were during Shakespeare's time. There was his wife, Anne Hathaway's cottage, and I saw his eldest daughter's home, Hall's Croft. There was even a farm belonging to his mother, called Mary Arden's farm. It was also the Shakespeare Countryside Museum. There were falconry displays, demonstrations at the blacksmith's forge, and people were taking Tudor archery lessons. The most striking of all the sights was Shakespeare's grave. They buried Shakespeare in the Holy Trinity Church, the same church where he was baptized. Life was a circle. Shakespeare's tombstone was famous for its inscription, which he wrote himself. He placed a curse on anyone who tries to move his bones. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust and close it here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. It was a morbid thought, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I didn't know what I wanted my tombstone to read. I wouldn't be as cheeky as Shakespeare as to place a curse. I want the inscription to be simple and heartfelt, and penned by my loved ones. What titles would modern-day Shakespeare have? Director, producer, playwright, international phenomena. I played the lead female in our high school production of Shakespeare plays. I would get the part easily as the theater teacher was a huge fan of my natural talent. But it was a small school and the competition non-existent. Would Shakespeare, the original playwright, choose me in any of his stage plays? Would I be Juliet, Cleopatra, or Ophelia? Would I be lucky to have any role, even one of the 3 witches? Double, double, boil and bubble. Great. I felt the same pressure I felt during auditions, trying out for this ghost of Shakespeare. Would his ghost haunt me if my acting was not up to par? Maybe it wasn't even a question to ask. During Shakespeare's era, Young boys played female roles before their voice changed in puberty. They had a small window to perform female roles before their voices got deeper. The most exciting roles in Shakespeare were women in disguises, likely a woman dressed up as a man. Since they banned women from acting during Elizabethan times, my option was to be a woman dressed up as a man, dressed up as a woman. They treated women in power as suspicious. Think Gertrude or Lady Macbeth. I had no desire to be the tragic, innocent woman. Juliet was my least favorite role, even if people liked me the best for it. Being the scheming femme fatale would be a cruel joke, seeing how many lovers I did not have. Playing a married woman would be a safe choice, as not much happened to them. They were invisible. Shakespeare must have understood women's lack of social liberty as he created Rosalind and Viola. These female characters, dressed as men, could move and speak freely. They used their wit and intelligence. Women in Shakespeare's plays were often underestimated. Their social roles restricted them, but they still influenced the surrounding men. Some of them had ambitions to rival or even surpass the men. I did not fit in a neat box for any of the roles. Even if I could perform on Shakespeare's stage, I did not have the patience for the process involved. I would start as an apprentice with minor roles, then crawl up the ranks to become a permanent member of the company. It was a pity that patience was not my strength. Still, there were other things I would have enjoyed. It would be fun to be as hands-on as Shakespeare's actors were. There was no stage crew, so every actor also made costumes, props, and scenery. Shakespeare wrote for a live audience in Elizabethan England. He wrote for the masses, many of whom couldn't read or write. The energy must have been great. Shakespeare must have fed off it. I could imagine him in the audience, reworking his plays based on how the audience reacted. It would have been fun to perform for the Elizabethan crowd. The vibe in an Elizabethan theater was more like a band concert, communal and loud. The audience weren't still and silent through the performance. They would eat, drink, and talk during the performance. Imagine trying to get the attention of that crowd. Imagine trying to give them a moving performance. Shakespeare's theater used natural light with very little scenery and props. The plays relied on language to set the scene, and it was bare bones. Nothing to distract you from the talent on stage. Nothing to shield you from the crowd either. I was horseback riding in Somerset when I first saw him. It was like out of a storybook. The natural beauty of the Somerset hills and the appearance of a mysterious rider. He came riding on a white horse. Was he the one? It was a bit cliché, but he looked like Prince Charming. I didn't think I would come across royalty, otherwise I would have practiced my curtsy, I joked. My princely appearance has fooled many, but alas, I am only part royal, too far down the line to be important. I am Theodore Winchester. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Theodore said with a cute English accent. I am Eleanor James. How do you do? It is a pleasure to meet you, Theodore. Theodore Winchester was part royalty? I was suddenly dreaming of being the next Grace Kelly, an actress who married into royalty and became a princess. I would do movie premieres and shoots in the morning, because I would not give up acting for anything. I would put on my tiaras and gowns for the evenings. At the very least, I would wear long, flowy gowns and roam around barefoot in my castle. Theodore was rich, famous, and single. He oozed danger and wicked charm. Careful, Eleanor, I warned my heart. You have been down this path before. It ended in either heartbreak or disappointment. Cassie said I was a hopeless romantic. She said it was why I searched for something true. I hoped she was right, because there were only so many setbacks in love my heart could take. I had resilience, but my heart was not made of rubber. My heart bruised when it was hurt, and it bled when it was cut. Theodore was charming. His boarding school pedigree made him an intelligent and captivating conversationalist. I got a glimpse into his glamorous royal life as he took me dining in the poshest restaurants. He was more famous than he let on. They often stopped him for an autograph. My admirers recognize me everywhere, said Theodore. Is monarchy an area of interest in this part of the world? I asked with a smile. Yes, that, and for all the others not aware of my family tree, I am a decent race car driver. You are a race car driver? I thought you looked familiar, but I was thrown off by the royalty bit, I said, laughing. Oh, sure, it is more of a hobby. Got to get my adrenaline fix somehow, and it was family approved. I could be in acting, but that would mean my face being prominently featured on all the screens. So, you are a race car driver because you can do it being behind a helmet? Yes, pity covering this gorgeous face behind something like that. It gives me some privacy, and no hope ever of outshining the other, more important royals, Theodore said, laughing. Theodore was confident about everything, it seemed. He had all the advantages of being a royal, without the responsibilities that a full royal would have. After our dinner, Theodore got asked for an autograph by 2 eager fans as we were walking on the street. He didn't stop, wave, or even acknowledge his admirers. I'm sorry, Mr. Winchester, but we are tourists who have come a long way to see you. We learned from social media you were possibly in the area. We have been walking these streets for hours, hoping to bump into you. Please take a selfie with us? Again, Theodore ignored the 2 fans. He was busy talking to someone on his phone. Theodore's 2 fans were in their early teens. They must really like Theodore, as they had such big smiles on their faces. I wished Theodore would hurry on his phone and talk to them. The 2 fans waited for close to 40 minutes before giving up. Before leaving, they gave me a note to give to Theodore, which had cute and heartfelt messages. They wrote in big letters, "We adore Theodore," and "We love Theo." He was so lucky. I wished someday I would have fans like that. Soon after they left, Theodore got off his phone. I gave him the note they had asked me to give to him. Theodore barely glanced at it before rolling it into a ball and tossing it like a basketball into a nearby trash bin. He was proud for getting a perfect shot. Oh good, they left. Took them long enough. I wasn't feeling up to selfies or autographs, and they always follow me around like bees. Theodore's behavior was shocking. Any attraction that I felt for Theodore went down with a loud thud at that very moment. All his fans wanted from him was a little attention. He ignored them for 40 minutes just so he didn't have to talk to them. Theodore was studying my face. I had been silent all this time. Eleanor, I know that look. What look are you talking about, Theodore? You think I'm a stuck-up ass? Luckily for me, I am also very charming. Most people forget my little indiscretions within a short time. And you will too, Theodore said confidently. Oh, really? Ignoring and treating other human beings as being less than was not something I would overlook that easily. However, I was also not a person to lecture someone on how to behave. I could at least try to show my point of view to Theodore. I was thinking about a story someone once told me, I said. What kind of story? Theodore asked. Have you heard of Beauty and the Beast? A fairy tale. You were thinking of a fairy tale. Let me guess, am I the prince or am I the beast? Must be the beast since my recent behavior was. This is a different version of the fairy tale. Really? What happens in it? A mean rich brat gets his just desserts. He gets turned into a furry, hideous monster when he refuses to give someone his autograph. I see you have already decided what I'm going to tell you, so there really isn't any point in me saying it. Okay, I am sorry, Eleanor. I do want to hear your version. Carry on, I won't interrupt no more. I am rather curious what you have to say. What moral lesson you will teach me. I sighed before continuing. In this version of the story, the prince is cursed for being cruel and arrogant. Whenever he glanced in the mirror, he saw the reflection of a hideous beast. He turned even more cruel and angry until everyone left his side. He was all alone. He had no one to love him. So he remained a beast until a beautiful girl arrived at his doorstep. He captured her father when he wandered into his castle. He demanded the girl's life for her father's. She agreed to stay with him. I have heard this before, Theodore said, shrugging his shoulders. Do you know how the story ends? I asked. He turns back into the prince once the girl falls in love with him. Not in this version of the story. Oh, what happens in this one? He doesn't turn from beast to prince. He doesn't? Theodore was riveted by the story. Perhaps he was not so bad? Though he pretended not to be affected, his interest in the story said something different. No, he doesn't turn from beast to prince. He never turned. The witch cursed him to see how others saw him when he looked in the mirror. He still had his good looks all this time. When he looked in the mirror reflected his cruelty, his arrogance, and his disdain for others. So, what happened with the girl? He fell in love with the girl, and for the first time, he loved someone other than himself. That made him kinder and his life beautiful. Theodore was silent. For the next few minutes, he said nothing. "Who told you this story?" Theodore asked, finally. "A close friend of mine. What do you think of it?" "It is a different story. He was a beast because of how others perceived his character, not because of any physical deformity or changes." "Good looks can only charm for so long, Theodore. All anyone really looks for and craves for is a little love and kindness." "Who is this friend who told you this story? Is she a writer?" "Cassie could be one, but she doesn't know it yet," I said, beaming with pride. "Your friend is a romantic idealist," Theodore said, saying it to more himself than to me. "Theodore, are you analyzing my friend based on what I told you about her?" I asked him, slightly incredulous. "No, that would be crazy. I plan to meet her," Theodore replied. "Now that is crazy, Theodore," I said, laughing. "I think I have a crush on her now," said Theodore, laughing too. "Great, I will let her know," I said with a smile. "Look, Eleanor, I am sorry. I got anything that I ever wanted in life. That privilege has made me into the jerk I am today. I promise I will be kinder. Cassie's fairy tale will remind me to." Him being open-minded and humble at this moment was infinitely more charming than his arrogant behavior. "I am glad to hear it, Theodore. You are not bad, actually, but you did a noble thing for me." "Yeah? What is that?" Theodore asked. "You made me realize I don't like bad boys anymore," I replied. "Ouch! Did I do that? They might take away my membership card." Theodore laughed. I laughed too. "I am grateful. Yes, that will be your legacy to me, Sir Theodore Winchester." I did a little curtsy. Theodore bowed too. "You honor me, Lady Eleanor. Thank you for being the mirror showing the prince his true form. I am truly obliged." Theodore sounded sincere. I hope he remained true. Why be a beast when love? Ireland. Chapter 21. Irish Luck. The cliffs jutted dramatically over the restless waters. These were the cliffs of Moher. I was unmistakably in the Emerald Isle, Ireland. I had seen images of the imposing cliffs before, but it was something else entirely to be here in person. The views were breathtaking. I had already seen Dublin. My direct flight from UK had landed me in the country's capital. It was a wild few days being in the city of literature. I had seen the Book of Kells at Trinity College. Dublin's city centre was easy to explore on foot. Walking down Grafton Street, I saw buskers showing off their talents. I heard famous musicians did impromptu performances here. I stopped by Bewley's Oriental Cafe for a bite to eat. I saw the museums on Kildare Street and the Houses of Parliaments. I saw the famous Dublin Zoo, the second oldest zoo in Europe. I saw Dublin Castle and the Chester Beatty Library and Gallery. It was amazing to find medieval stone architecture and heritage buildings at every corner. They were hundreds of years old, but most of the residents didn't even notice these historical buildings anymore. They had become part of their daily backdrop. It rained most of the days, the moody gray clouds creating a dramatic atmosphere. I was prepared for poor weather. I relied on my rain jacket and umbrella. Even if it felt warm, I kept a sweater, as it could easily get windy. I got a rental car so I could drive myself to the southwestern edge of Ireland. I drove to the Burren region in County Clare. It took me a while to get used to driving on the opposite side of the road. I had to stop myself from drifting to the opposite lanes. I drove along the Atlantic coast. My drive to the sea cliffs was scenic and amazing. I passed through traditional Irish towns and villages, hundreds of years old. I drove until I reached the cliffs of Moher. The moment I looked over the edge, I was in awe. The sight of the magnificent sea cliffs will forever be etched in my memory. The cliffs were nature's heaven. There were beautiful wildflowers and grasses covering the cliffs. From the top, I could spot dolphins, whales, and seals in the water. I saw colonies of seabirds. There were wild hares and feral goats, too. The goats perched precariously near a stone called Hag's Head. The stone looked like a woman's head looking out to the sea. There was a legend behind the name. The witch hadn't been lucky in love, her unrequited love ending with her death on these very cliffs. There was the O'Brien's Tower on the highest point. I saw golden beaches. I heard the noisy waves of the Atlantic Ocean breaking ceaselessly against the cliff's edge. The sky and the waters stretched out to infinity. I came across a patch of green clovers on the cliffs of Muher, and my eye caught sight of a four-leafed clover. 4 rounded leaves connecting to the center, with one leaf being smaller than the others. I counted again to make sure. 1, 2, 3, and 4. One leaf was for faith, the second for hope, the third for love, and the fourth for luck. Was this little clover a good omen for things to come? I sang the Blarney Stone song as I went in search of the famous stone. Says I am a stranger in Ireland all alone, and would you kindly tell me where I'll find the Blarney Stone? The original traveler met an Irish girl on his journey to find the Blarney Stone. When he asked her where the stone was, she answered it was under his nose. She meant his lips, so she was giving him an open invitation to kiss her, which he happily did. In my version of the song, I was a stranger in Ireland, and I was also alone. But I was going to the Blarney Stone to kiss the stone. Some people had better luck than others, I suppose. Why would anyone kiss a stone? They would because of the legend that said, by kissing the stone, one could get a special gift. 'Tis there's the stone that whoever kisses, he never misses to grow eloquent. 'Tis he may clamber to a lady's chamber, or become a member of Parliament. By Francis Sylvester Mahoney. The Blarney Stone gifted eloquence to those who kissed it. The prize was the gift of speech, or the ability to flatter without offending. I needed that talent in my profession, my life, in basically everything. I wanted the gift of eloquent speech. I wanted my luck to turn around. For that, I was going to kiss a stone. I thought it was a better option than kissing a frog. The stone was set in a tower of the Blarney Castle. The castle was small, but well preserved and had beautiful gardens. The grounds of the castle were magical on their own. I could spend all day wandering through the different paths of the gardens and woodland trails. There were other interesting sights. There was the murder hole, a stone slab which could be removed to reveal an opening. The guards dropped boiling tar, or a sword or pike, through this hole to kill any unwanted intruder in the castle. It was an ancient security system. Definitely a more murderous version. There was a plaque that told Blarney Stone's origin story. The Queen of the Fairies fell in love with a young chieftain. He broke her heart by not returning her love. When he was killed in battle, she found his body on a stone on the banks of the river. His blood had soaked into the stone. Mad by grief, the Queen of the Fairies continually kissed the stone, her tears joining his blood in the stone. The stone absorbed her magical powers. I thought it was a touching story, and a sad one, like most legends are. My climb up to the stone was steep. I followed the narrow steps, climbing several stories up the parapet. According to the castle's signs, many had kissed the Blarney Stone before. I wasn't deterred even after hearing that information. As I reached closer to the top, I read another sign. It is nearly time to kiss the Blarney Stone. Please remove bags, hats, glasses, and anything loose in your pockets. Kissing the stone was difficult. I had to lean over backwards on the parapet's edge to reach the stone. Traditionally, people used to do it with the help of an assistant. Now there were wrought iron guardrails and protective crossbars to hold onto. I laid on my back, held on to one railing, and reached right back to kiss the Blarney Stone. Everything below me was open, a steep drop to the bottom of the castle. The kissing ritual of Blarney Stone wasn't for the faint of heart. I thought about those who performed the kiss before they installed the railings. People would grasp them by the ankles and dangle them from this height. The people did it then with genuine risk to their life and limb. Compared to them, I wasn't in any actual risk. I might have kissed the Blarney Stone even then. I felt I was wiser than before, and that I had made some progress this year. Caen and I became good friends. He would call or text me out of the blue, asking how my trip was going. When was I coming back to Japan? I am glad we stayed friends and that I managed not to give my heart away. For once, I recognized someone who was unemotionally unavailable and didn't pursue it further. Second, I escaped the clutches of Theodore, and I didn't fall for his bad boy charms. I stopped making bad decisions based on temporary feelings. This was progress. My brain said, "Bravo, Eleanor, you are safe now." My heart said, "So what, Ellie? You are lonely." I wanted my heart and my mind to stop this war. I didn't want to think about anything. I didn't want to feel anything. I wanted peace. I wanted my life to head towards a different trajectory than it was in. I was wiser in one aspect of my life, but it wasn't the area needing the most change. Where was I? I was somewhere where boundaries blurred from one country to the next. I couldn't really tell. It is amazing, isn't it, how borders only exist on maps and geography books? It is equally remarkable how humans draw up borders, the borders of our lines of revisions and divisions. I had been walking for hours, and I was getting tired. I want to rest my legs after my long walk, so I stepped into the nearest door. It was a pub on the outskirts of the small town. Unlike the warm and cozy pubs I come across earlier, this was a dark and dismal place. Stepping inside had been a big mistake. As soon as I sat down, a patron of the dismal establishment slid to the seat next to me. He placed something on the table. He was offering me drugs. "For you, my lady. It is free." He added a wink to his offer. "I just ask for your company. I don't like taking it alone." No, I don't do that anymore. I don't take drugs," I said quickly. "You don't? I can usually tell who does. Guess I am not even good at that anymore. I tried to stop, but life has a funny way of dragging you back into it," he said despondently. "No, not me. It will never happen to me again," I said vehemently. The guy gave a sad smile and slumped further down in his seat. I groaned inwardly. Why did I say it like that? The poor guy was just relating and already looked broken and defeated. I probably made him feel like shit. I wished Cassie was there to rein in my ego. She was kinder and more understanding. She would have consoled the guy, maybe give him some hope on how things could get better. I felt suffocated in the place. I wanted to get out of the pub quickly. I kept walking, leaving the pub behind, until I saw an open space and felt some fresh air. I sighed. This constant internal fight over my own self-control was exhausting. I wished I didn't rely on distractions to keep me from falling into old habits. I wanted to stop myself from spiraling backwards again. I was running on the knife's edge, deep chasms on both sides, the abyss looking to swallow me whole on my first stumble. I didn't do drugs in elementary school, though I saw kids start using that young. On my way to school one day, I saw kids exchanging what looked like a cigarette to one another. I knew it wasn't cigarettes because it smelled different. The next obvious sign was their giggling. The middle school kids puffed out smoke and giggled to one another. I don't think they meant the term giggling school children for them. Drugs started as an experiment during high school. It was a casual thing I did during parties. My parents hardly noticed anything. To them, nothing was different. They trusted the other parents to supervise during the parties. Sometimes trust can be misplaced and the truth only found when you are looking for it. Cassie saw me using drugs during a party we attended together. If I said it shocked her, it would be an understatement. She cried a lot, her tears enough to stop me. Well, for a while. I couldn't bear to see Cassie's tears. Her tears were my one true kryptonite, and as soon as I saw them coming, I would ask her to stop. It was not like I wanted to stop her from expressing herself. It was just that I knew that seeing her tears would bring my own to the surface. I haven't cried in front of anyone before. I was afraid when they start, I wouldn't be able to stop them. I feared what that would mean. I was afraid all the feelings hidden deep down inside of me would flood out. I am also sure that I would be ugly crying, really ugly crying, and I didn't want such a picture out in the world. It was the unfortunate side effect of wanting superstardom, where bravado was part of the game. So unless I master the art of crying prettily, I will leave the tears where they belong. buried down deep inside. Probably not the healthiest option, but one that would save me from huge embarrassment. A few years after high school, drugs became a crutch during the lull periods between acting gigs or boredom. I took more when my nightmares got worse. I got my supply during my morning or afternoon runs. Cassie never suspected me, but sometimes I wished she did. She was envious I stayed dry after running, not a drop of sweat on me. If only she knew. The same guy delivered drugs to me. I trusted him to give me clean goods. I was careful, so I paid premium because I didn't want tainted drugs. I heard of kids dying because the drugs were laced with fentanyl. They would overdose and die, even if it was their first time using drugs. Sometimes the drug guy would be missing for weeks. It made me slightly nervous when I heard he was in jail. I waited until he was out on bail or released. Sometimes I was the one who paid for his bail. Maybe my drug issue wasn't that big of an issue at all. I only needed it sometimes. I was making it a bigger deal than it was. This thought brings relief. My heart rate finally calms down since leaving the pub. My breath returns to normal. It was a rare sunny day today. The atmosphere was serene. I saw several other people enjoying the weather. They smiled warmly as they crossed my path. There was a lovely old couple ahead of me. They strolled, holding each other's hand. My thoughts turned to John and Cassie. Wouldn't they look great as a lovely old couple? I would be there too, hovering in the background like a specter, lurking around to tease John about Cassie. The thought of them together again made me feel nice and warm. It was a happy thought. I felt better. Cassie didn't talk about John, but I knew she missed him. They will find each other again. I was sure of it. If not in this lifetime, then maybe in the next one, if such a thing was possible. The last destination on my road trip was the Giant's Causeway. The Giant's Causeway formed when an ancient volcano erupted and produced thousands of basalt columns that looked like stepping stones. Hexagonal-shaped stones. It looked like someone etched them with a ruler. An Irish myth says a giant built these stones as he wanted to cross the North Channel to battle a Scottish giant. There was evidence of the giant. There was a stone structure that was the giant's boot, and reddish, weathered columns known as giant's eyes. There was his harp, and stones resembling the giant's gate. There were no giants here today. The steps lead to nowhere, disappearing under the sea. No, perhaps I was wrong. The steps lead to whatever destination you wanted them to. The Giant's Causeway was remarkable, and the surrounding landscapes were just as beautiful. I saw color contrasts of orange, green, yellow, and black. The huge sea cliffs on the northern coast were as impressive as the cliffs of Moher on the west coast. I was glad I saw them both on my road trip in Ireland. I caught a flight back to UK, as there were many discounted flights going from London to Turkey. I was going to Istanbul. I had a 5-hour-long flight ahead of me. Turkey. Chapter 22. Rose Canyon in Cappadocia. Istanbul was the only city in the world to span across Europe and Asia. I wondered which part of the continent I was in as I ate my delicious lunch of fresh cheese, eggplant salad, pide bread, and baklava. I hadn't tried authentic Turkish food before, and I wished I had tried sooner. The dishes were as diverse as Turkey. They were also delicate, flavorful, and rich. I even learned the lyrics of Domates, biber, patlıcan, a Turkish song about tomatoes, pepper, and eggplant. My food vocabulary now included words like piyaz, ezogelin korba, saksuka, koftes, and kebabs. It was a well-deserved lunch as I spent the morning visiting Hagia Sophia, Topkapi Palace, and the Blue Mosque. These buildings were part of the Istanbul skyline, and each site had beautiful interiors to match their iconic exteriors. I loved the hand-painted blue tiles on the walls of the Blue Mosque. They contrasted perfectly with the red carpet. Turkey had some amazing sights, both natural and man-made. There were the historical sites, the Library of Alexandria, and the tomb of King Midas. I absolutely loved Pamukkale, which were the limestone terrace pools. I soaked my feet and relaxed in this natural spa by the mountains. My favorite place of all were the bazaars. The marketplaces were different from that in the Western world. They were lively, loud, and full of energy. Our oversized grocery stores, which were great for convenience, lacked the individuality and heart I found in the Turkish bazaars. I hadn't quite grasped the concept of bargaining and bartering. I handed over whatever amount the market seller told me. It was when a lady mentioned, "No, that is overpriced. They expect you to bargain," did I realize my error. I did not mind paying what the sellers asked. Perhaps it was more fun to negotiate a price through some good-natured verbal sparring. It was tempting to buy the Turkish carpets and rugs as they were beautifully crafted and handmade. I could have filled my luggages easily with many of the bazaar's handcrafted items. There was a wonderful spark of life in the markets, and even the food sellers took part in the fun. I wanted to get ice cream. I thought it would be a simple thing to do, that I would pay and leave with an ice cream cone. What I got, however, was a prank that rivaled my own pranks with Cassie. The ice cream seller added a scoop of ice cream, but he left me with only the cone in my hand. At first, it puzzled me. Then I realized he gave me 2 cones and took the top one away, which had the scoop of ice cream. Somehow, he tricked me several more times, leaving me with just the cone, no ice cream, and tears in my eyes from laughing. I almost gave up on the sweet confectionery, when at last, with a flourish, he gave me 2 big scoops. The second scoop was my prize for staying in good humor while being pranked. Never had an ice cream tasted as sweet to me or a marketplace felt as much fun. In Cappadocia, I saw amazing rock formations, towering boulders, fairy chimneys, and underground cities. Here, homes, hotels, and even churches were built as caves into the mountains. My hotel room was a cave room, with views overlooking the town of Urgup. My favorite feature of the hotel was the large swimming pool made from glass mosaic tiles. Cappadocia was as famous for hot air balloon rides as it was for its landscape. Tourists were everywhere in the area. I was booking a spot on a hot air balloon for the Rose Canyon when a cute guy came smiling towards me. "Hello there, pretty visitor. I hope you are enjoying our beautiful country." "Yes, I am, thank you. Turkey has been lovely." "I wouldn't expect to hear anything else from such a lovely person as you." He was cute, even if obvious with his flirting. He had a boy-next-door approachability to him. When he smiled, cute dimples appeared on both cheeks. "You give nice compliments, yet I don't even know your name." "I have many names. People call me the handsome one." I laughed. He was relentless. "Is that your name, the handsome one?" "No, but I hope people remember me as one. I'm Sazak." "Nice to meet you, Sazak. What time will the balloon fly?" He opened his mouth, most likely to make another flirty joke, but just then Sazak's father arrived. "Oi, Sazak! What are you doing here? I told you to go look after the other balloons. Go be a good lad," his father said. Sazak left a little reluctantly, but not before winking me goodbye. I saw his father sighing as soon as his son left. "I am sorry if he bothered you, miss. He is a good boy, good as they can be for a 16-year-old. He has a heart of gold, and that keeps getting him in trouble. Every other week he falls in love with a pretty tourist and gets heartbroken when she leaves. I don't know what to do about him." I suspected Sazak was young based on his rather clumsy but cute flirting. His dad was right. There was an innocence and naivety about him. "Sazak is 16? Is he not in school?" "He doesn't want to study. He wants to help with the family business, but his heart gets in the way. My silly boy, he takes after me. I was the same at his age. I wish he was practical like his mother." I laughed. Sazak's trouble with his dad was funny. They had a cute relationship. I felt sorry his dad worried about him. I thought about helping Sazak's dad out in any way that I could. The balloon wouldn't be ready for a while, so I grabbed the nearest bench and looked through my phone. I noticed a young girl around Sazak's age looking in my direction. I saw her look twice, and when I caught sight of her looking again, she turned her face away, blushing. She reminded me of Cassie, who was shy with strangers, so I took the first step and said hello. "Hi there. I am new around here. My name is Eleanor." That was all the encouragement she needed as she approached me with a radiant smile. "Hi, Eleanor. I am Ghoul. This is my hometown, and I have lived here all my life. I always love seeing people who come to visit." "Are you a friend of Sazak?" She blushed at the question. "We know each other, but I wouldn't say that we are friends." There was a hint of sadness in the way she said it. I guessed she liked Sazak. Do you like him? I asked her directly. Her eyes went wide open. She blushed again, but she slightly nodded her head. Have you told him? What did he say? I asked, wanting to know everything. No, I have said nothing, she said, shocked. But he likes pretty girls from outside our town. Is that so? I don't believe that, and you are the prettiest girl around, I told Ghoul with a wink. She laughed and was pleased. Ghoul opened up to me and told me about the rich history of Cappadocia. I answered all the questions she had about my travels. It was time for the balloon ride, so I said goodbye to Ghoul and promised I would see her again before I left. My mind was whirring with new information. It looked like I could help both Ghoul and Sazak's dad at the same time. Sazak returned to the balloon, ready to start his usual flirting. He couldn't suspect what I was going to tell him or what my mind had deviously planned. Hi, Sazak, how are you? I asked innocently. I am wonderful, Miss Eleanor, now that I see you. Oh, Sazak, you incorrigible flirt. It was time to execute my plan. That is nice. Sazak, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Do you have a girlfriend? Hearing the word girlfriend seemed to ignite fireworks in Sazak's soul. He eagerly said, What, me? No girlfriend, none, he said, smiling ear to ear. Oh, I thought I saw her. His eyes went wide open. Who are you talking about? He asked in shock. This girl I met. I think she said her name was Ghoul? Ghoul? No, Miss Eleanor, you must be mistaken. She doesn't talk to anyone, and she doesn't have time for a boyfriend. She is busy studying and wants to focus on her studies. Is that so? Because I heard her say something different. Sazak was stammering. Did she say something? She said how handsome and strong you were, but... Handsome? Strong? But what? Never mind, Sazak. Like you said, you are not her boyfriend. Please, Miss Eleanor, what else did she say? She said you were a little unfocused on your work. She seemed sad about that. Sazak was quiet. I could see the wheels spinning in his mind. He stayed quiet throughout the balloon ride. There. I hoped I did my part. Hopefully it would be enough to help both Sazak's dad and Ghoul. It is easy enough for a 16-year-old boy to fall in love. Just tell him someone he likes really likes him. Ghoul was a sweetheart, and I love happy endings in a love story. As the balloon ascended in the air, I saw countless other balloons rise. They filled the sky with a rainbow of colors. We were colorful suspended butterflies, floating over the sharp rock structures below. I waved to the other people who were tourists too, out to explore our world. They happily waved back, echoing my excitement. I felt part of a tribe of wandering souls. We rose to the sky with nothing to block our views. There were no pains in front of us or around us, and there was freedom in that. The sky remained dotted with color until the sun set. Then we were lanterns floating in the night. In the morning, the light came up over the horizon. All I could see was beautiful vistas in any direction, the otherworldly panoramas of Cappadocia. I went to see Sazak, his dad, and Ghoul one last time before leaving Cappadocia. Sazak's dad found me first. He was happy to see me. Miss Eleanor, what a pleasant surprise! I thought you left already. I am just about to leave. I just came to say goodbye. Oh, I will miss you, dear Eleanor. It is a good thing you came, for I had wanted to tell you. I don't know what you said to Sazak, but ever since that day he has changed. Changed? I hope everything is all right, I asked, concerned. Nothing to worry about, dear. Some changes are good. He is a changed boy, or I should say changed man. He became so responsible and determined overnight. I feel like I am to thank you for this change. Sazak finally became how I imagined he could be. I am a proud dad. This sounded promising. I was glad to see Sazak's dad happy. He continued, My son has even become philosophical. Philosophical? How so? Maybe he gets it from his great-granddad, who was a Sufi poet. Only yesterday he said to me, I was busy searching for the heavens above, when all along paradise was right in front of me. I was so happy to hear this revelation about Sazak. Finding Ghoul's love was the inspiration he needed. Ah, I see. So he understood, I said. What did you say to him, Miss Eleanor? I didn't say anything to him. I think he discovered sometimes we cannot see what we have, and often it is what we are searching for. He just needed to discover it on his own. I don't know what that means, but it seems to be a secret between youngsters. I am old, but seeing the change in Sazak is bringing new life into me. I laughed. I hope you have a long, happy life ahead, so that when I visit again, you can show me more of your beautiful country. Any time and anything for you, dear. Do visit us again. I thanked him and say my goodbye. I met with Ghoul. Sazak was away on an errand, so I left my farewells with her. Ghoul thanked me for being a good friend and gave me a beautiful bracelet as a token of friendship. The bracelet had turquoise beads with the evil eye enameled on them. Ghoul hoped no evil ever comes near me. She gave me the bracelet to protect me on my journey. Her thought touched me. We hugged together before saying goodbye. I left Cappadocia with a happy heart and a few more friends than when I first arrived here. I learned one important thing in my journey. No matter where I go or whomever I meet, I see myself reflected in the eyes of those I see. Morocco. Chapter 23. Chefchaouen to Marrakesh. I was in Chefchaouen, and it was a magical place to be. I didn't know what I would find in Morocco, but the sight of the blue and white town already exceeded all of my expectations. It really was gorgeous. The town was so pretty, with its blue alleyways and blue-washed buildings. Nestled high in the Rif Mountains, this city was the blue pearl of Morocco. The color stood out in the surrounding landscapes. Blue was my favorite color, and it made me so happy to see it everywhere. The temperature was cooler here. I had missed the cold. As per local traditions, I wore conservative attire and a headscarf. The atmosphere was quiet and relaxed. I saw locals along the hill doing laundry in the stream. It was as easy to meet a local donkey or a lamb here as a pet dog or cat. I walked along the main square of the city and admired the architecture of the Uta el Hammam Square and Kasbah. I climbed the tower and the town's mosque to see the panoramic views of the city. I stopped at the square to refresh with Moroccan mint tea after climbing the tower. I ate cheese salad for lunch, and it became one of my favorite discoveries. The salad was delicious and had goat cheese, walnuts, and raisins. The locals were quite proud of Ras El Ma, the waterfalls that came from the top of the mountain. I hiked to see it for myself. The local restaurants had placed seats and chair on the water, so I sat to drink a fresh glass of juice while I soaked my feet in the stream. It was a surreal feeling. I listened to the people playing traditional music. I listened to the people singing and dancing. I hiked an additional 30 minutes to take in the view of the entire town. Chefchaouen really looked magnificent in the backdrop of the setting sun. Jemma El Fna in Marrakesh was a town square like no other. I expected a cheeky monkey, a flying carpet, and a genie to show up at any moment. Perhaps Aladdin had been inspired by Jemma El Fna? There was so much to see in the heart of the old city of Marrakesh. Even though it was tempting to get lost in the maze-like streets, I stayed close to my tour group. I already learned my lesson in Agra. There were henna painters that designed roses on the palms of my hands with henna. There were storytellers telling tales for the young and the young at heart. It was busy, so it was perfect for people watching. I could see the snake charmers during the day. I could see the magicians at night. Vendors sold delicious food in their stall well past midnight. Tribal drummers and dancers would join them after dark. The heavenly smell of the food would waft in the air. The smoke of the grills enticed and invited visitors from miles around. I was going to have an amazing few days in the Sahara Desert. What could be more peaceful than trekking the desert on a camel ride? I watched the rhythmic, undulating waves of the sandy dunes. The sands sifted easily with the winds. There was an eerie silence when the wind stopped. Every other noise of the world turned down too. I felt a great sense of peace. I discovered an oasis of calm in the storm of my mind. Morocco was incredible. On my way from Marrakesh, I savored the picturesque views of the Draa Valley. I felt lucky to witness so many gorgeous sunsets. The one here was a picturesque painting over the desert horizon, the color of the sands a golden orange. Our group camped out for the night. We gathered around a campfire at dinner. We ate delicious food, including tagine spiked with saffron and argan, and we drank pots of mint tea. We listened to songs, we listened to the drums, we listened to stories to lighten our hearts. That night I slept under a canopy of stars. I tried to count the millions of stars in the sky. There were much more than I ever saw in the city. They were more than I could ever hope to count. Chapter 24. The Valley of Roses. I asked Abdul about El Kala Mguna, the Valley of Roses. You missed out on the annual Rose Festival. There are no roses now. There is nothing compared to those around harvest season. When was that? When was harvest season? I asked. It happens every year in May, God willing. It is one of the most beautiful festivals. The festival is everything. It is like a trade fair, street bazaar, and beauty contest all in one, Abdul replied. May? I missed it by a few months. Last I checked, it said September on the calendar. I wanted to go the path less taken. Abdul, our tour guide, advised me to go to Rose Valley, Morocco. It was a beautiful place. There were pristine blue waters and the snow-capped Atlas Mountains. There were vast patches of olive and fig trees forming the landscape. The road winded its way along the banks of the Magoun River. The locals were the Berber people, full of rich traditions. There were traditional villages with adobe houses. There were old douars, villages, and ancient kasbahs, citadels. The road here was narrow. My tour guide was driving with caution. Abdul was right. There were hardly any of the roses the valley was named after. It wasn't the season for them. The stores in the valley carried rose oil-based products year-long. There were rose soaps, creams, perfumes, cleansers. Roses were everywhere in design and decorations. Even the local roundabout was a vase of roses. What else happens in the festival, Abdul? The streets, as you can see, have flowering shrubs. In May, they bloom with the most fragrant pink roses. Rose bushes are everywhere along the valley. They grow wild. The local women rise early in the mornings to hand-pick the roses. They do it quickly so the sun doesn't burn the petals or they will lose their fragrance. How do they find the wild roses? They let the smell of roses guide them. You could smell it in the entire valley. It is an intoxicating smell. What do they do with the roses? They dry the petals on the rooftop under the sun for 2 weeks. They extract the rose oil from the dried petals in nearby factories. They use rose oil in soaps and perfumes, shampoos, and eau de toilette. There are tinctures and ointments. There are bottles and bottles of rose water and rose oil. The valley merchants come to the village and put up white tents, under which they show off their rose crops. The merchants string roses into bracelets, necklaces, and heart-shaped garlands. There is even a Rose Queen coronation with a parade, and every year the village chooses a Queen of the Roses. Abdul, are there any pictures of the event I can look at? Abdul showed me an album with pictures. There were pictures of street vendors with various crafts, soaps, perfumes, lotions, oils, and dried roses. There were pictures of music and dancing. The girls in the Queen of the Roses pageant wore hand-stitched costumes and traditional dresses. Some were wearing flowing robes and colorful tunics. Others were wearing lacy headdresses. They wore dresses with sequins, ribbons, beads, and brass discs. It seems like a wonderful event. Perhaps next time, Abdul, I will visit again when it is the right season. It wasn't May, but it was the perfect weather to go for a short hike. I asked Abdul if I could go alone. He replied yes, but told me not to stray too far. I was walking by myself when I came across a beautiful fragrance. It was heady and sweet, with notes of wild honey and treacle. Maybe there was one damask rose remaining in the valley? I followed the scent. I didn't find the rose, but I got another surprise. I found a great white tent. The tent appeared out of nowhere. There was no one around, so I couldn't ask what was inside. Curious, I lifted open the flap to peek inside. It was much larger on the inside and looked like a curious shop, with perfume bottles and bouquets of roses. There was only one person there. She was standing behind a counter. "Hello?" I asked, tentatively. "Hello. I was waiting for your arrival," she replied. What an odd greeting, I thought. "Do you sell rose products?" I asked. She didn't answer my question. Instead, she was looking curiously at my arm. "Where did you get that symbol?" the lady of the tent asked. I looked to where she was pointing. It was my tattoo. I saw the familiar heart made of roses and thorns. There was an infinity symbol at the center of the outlined heart. She asked again where I got the symbol. "I designed it myself," I said. "No, I mean, where did you see that symbol?" she asked. "I didn't see it anywhere. I thought of it after one of my dreams." I didn't dream at all. I only got nightmares. So when I came across a rare dream, I remembered it. This lone dream was as frequent as my nightmares. I looked at my tattoo again. The infinity symbol flashed golden, like a single golden thread. I blinked, and the symbol returned to the normal ivy color. I must have been imagining things. "What did you see in your dream?" she asked. Why was she asking about my dream? Was she a mystic or dream teller? I thought she was strange, but I answered her question. I remember a forest clearing, with a maze of rose bushes in the center. I remember trying to get one of the beautiful red roses, but I got pricked by its thorns. I saw a drop of blood drop to the ground, and then what happens? A strange mist rolls into the maze, and I couldn't see my way. I got lost. I called out Cassie's name. "Who is Cassie?" the strange lady asked. "Cassie? She is my best friend," I replied. "Okay, I see. Please continue telling me about your dream." I was calling for Cassie when a symbol lights up in the path ahead of me. It was this infinity symbol. Then what happens? Did you follow the symbol? No, nothing happens next. I just woke up from the dream, but the images were stuck in my head. The dream felt too real. Why did you get the tattoo then? That was a good question. I asked myself that too. It is hard to explain. The dream brought up so many feelings in me. Dread, foreboding, but also a sense it was important. I felt it showed me a path to follow, but the choice was mine to see where it leads, I replied. The lady was deep in thought. She had an ageless and unremarkable face, all except her bright silver eyes. She wore a crown of roses, but it didn't seem out of place as she was surrounded by roses. She was silent for quite some time, but finally she spoke. "You are right. You were given a choice, and you decided." "What do you mean? What choice did I make?" I asked, puzzled. The lady was speaking in riddles, but oddly, I felt she was speaking the truth. My heart already accepted what she said next. "You were given a choice to choose a certain path. By drawing that tattoo on your body, you accepted the offer." "What offer? What did I accept? Please speak clearly." "It might be nothing, or it might be something. It will depend on what your friend Cassie decides," she spoke in her riddle. "Cassie? This offer or choice links to Cassie somehow?" "Cassie must also decide what she wants to do. Say yes or no, the outcome will depend on her choice." This was bizarre. Whatever did she mean? I wanted to ask her more, but I feared what she might say next. She sensed my hesitation and smiled. "Don't worry, my dear. No harm will come to your friend. At least, not in body, but I can't speak for her spirit. Count yourself lucky you have such a friend, one who will live 1,000 lifetimes for your sake." I asked more questions, but the lady said that was all she knew. I felt she knew more, but it was all she would tell me. I thanked her for her time and headed outside the tent. What was I so worried about? She said Cassie will be all right in body. No harm will come to her. But what did she say about her spirit and the thing about 1,000 lifetimes? All this mystical stuff was too much for me to understand. First, it was the fortunes in Japan. Now this foreboding messenger who mysteriously appeared here. I was getting more questions, but no answers. I looked at my tattoo again. So this symbol linked me to Cassie in many lifetimes? For once, I felt myself lucky. By the time I got back to the guest house at Kasbah Ben Ali, I forgot all about the lady in the tent and her mysterious appearance. I had a more pressing issue. I was starving. I was thankful to hear Abdul already took care of lunch. The hosts were welcoming, the dishes plentiful, and made especially for the guests. I could have different soups, veggies, chicken, preserved lime, beef, couscous, olives, Moroccan salad, and fruits. I had a hearty meal with good company. It lifted my spirits enough to face any challenges coming in my path. Egypt. Chapter 25. Queen of the Nile. I reached Cairo, Egypt. I was where Santiago went in search of the great treasure in The Alchemist. When I was packing my bags, Cassie asked if I had any books for when I got bored on the plane, or the airport, or any other place. I laughed. I replied if it came down to that, I could always people watch. She handed me a book. It was to be my companion in times of such great need. I could tell the book was well loved because of the worn pages. I kept the book, in part to please Cassie, and in part because I was curious to see what The Alchemist was about. It was a thin book anyway, and not a tome that would weigh down my bag. I read the book during one of my plane delays, then again during a stopover, then each night before going to bed, at different hotels, B&Bs, or wherever I stayed for the night. Santiago went out on a journey, just like I was now. He was in search of a treasure he dreamed about, much like I dreamt about traveling the world. The difference was, it was not treasure I sought, rather knowledge to understand the world around me, to understand myself. I felt understood when the old king told Santiago about the personal legend. Would I meet such whimsical people on my journey? I felt I already had. Who was the strange lady in the Valley of Roses in Morocco? Knowledge was the great treasure in my story. Would I discover the same thing Santiago discovered? That true love will not stop a person in reaching their personal destiny? Or that what he sought was there at the beginning of his journey? Will my revelation be different from his? I think I understood why Cassie loved books. A good book can become the old king, the guide, in your thoughts. A good book can become part of your life journey. It becomes part of who you are. It becomes part of who you want to be. The pyramids of Giza were a portal to the past. It was surprising to see the pyramids looming just over the horizon. I didn't get the sense before that the ancient tombs were this close to the modern-day urban city of Cairo. Now that I was here, the pyramids were a postcard image from the city's window. I wandered through the Valley of the Kings. I stood face to face to face with the mighty Sphinx. I walked through the Temple of Kom Ombo. I saw the mummified crocodile museum next door. Treasures that once were and treasures that remained. I gazed at the hieroglyphics in near-perfect condition. It was their language. I felt instantly connected to the people from long ago. I spent a few days sailing in a traditional Nile felucca. A felucca was a small, traditional Egyptian wooden sailboat. I watched the Egyptian countryside scroll past. It was so peaceful here. As I was cruising on the gentle waters, I saw palm trees along the Nile. The scenery was ever-changing. I would drift past lush jungle foliage, and the next I would see an arid desert. I saw Egyptian men plowing their fields, Egyptian women washing their dishes in the river. I had seen papyrus drawings of the same scenes earlier. They were sights that remained unchanged from hundreds of years ago. Investigating the artifacts at the Egyptian Museum was a massive undertaking. The museum in downtown Cairo had an impressive and dazzling collection. Where should I start? Should I start with King Tut's golden mask, or see the mummies? There were no cameras allowed inside the museum. I wanted to show Cassie, but I had to contend with only admiring the ancient antiquities at the Egyptian Museum. There were several floors of the museum. They dedicated the upper floor to the treasures discovered in Tutankhamun's tomb. The most famous was his death mask, which was made of solid gold. He had 2 sarcophagi, one made of solid gold and one of gold-gilded wood. There were Tut's beautiful jewelry on display. The teen king died young, and his death might have been from malaria. Halloween came early in the mummy rooms. I saw preserved finger and toenails, teeth, and hair. Each mummy had its own temperature-controlled case. The best preserved mummy was of the Ramses II. His long white hair showed he lived a long life. As I looked at the mummified bodies, a grim thought passed through my head. Some lived short, some lived long. Few were memorable. Many vanished without a trace. The museum was hosting an exhibition of artifacts from the era of Queen Cleopatra. I visited the part of the museum that had Cleopatra's statue. I was Cleopatra in my school's play of Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. I remembered how she was described in the verse. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety. Other women cloy the appetites they feed, but she makes hungry where she most satisfies. I saw the bust of Cleopatra in the gallery of ancient Egypt. It was made of granite, with 3 cobras sculpted on her headdress. The island of Antirrhodos, near Alexandria, was where Cleopatra's palace was. The island sunk in the 4th century because of earthquakes and tsunami. They had found the bust in Alexandria. I was fascinated with her from an early age, the legendary, powerful Cleopatra. The same Cleopatra for whom, after hearing of her death, Antony killed himself. The rumor had been false, but by then he already lost his life. Cleopatra, who then chose death by snakebite, rather than let her honor fall. I heard someone say Cleopatra was an ordinary-looking woman. It was amazing. I don't know how anyone would say that. She was stunning to me. Perhaps what they meant was there were more beautiful women than her. Beauty is subjective. I can't dictate how one sees another. Maybe it was not just her beauty, but her charm, charisma, and brilliance? Perhaps what her detractors meant to say was, why her? What was so extraordinary about her? Wasn't this the same question people asked of anyone with success or power, whether it was political or social? Perhaps they say it not out of jealousy or judgment, but curiosity. What is clear to one person might not be to another. Maybe they viewed life through different values, through different lenses. I would likely face scrutiny after reaching the level of stardom I am aspiring to. Would I be able to answer the question, why her? What is so special about her? I don't have the same confidence or command the Queen of Nile exhibited. I wonder if she ever doubted herself. Cleopatra's death was tragic. Cleopatra closed herself in her chamber with 2 of her female servants and used a poisonous snake to bite her. The snake was an asp, a symbol of divine royalty. She died of the poison. Some called it a suicide, while others suspected Octavian murdered her. What was the real truth? We might never know. Tragedies don't give answers, instead they raise more questions. Sadly, the person long gone to answer anyone. Kenya. Chapter 26. Lionesses on the Safari. I met Mbogo at the Elephant Orphanage in Nairobi National Park. He was tall, dark, and had a booming laughter. He had a slight gap in his front teeth. Mbogo's smile was contagious. As soon as he showed his pearly white teeth, I couldn't help but smile with him too. You could tell he deeply loved all the animals at the park. We felt it when he spoke about them. Welcome to beautiful Kenya, home of mighty and majestic animals, land where safari was born. Here you can encounter lions, elephants, rhinos, and more. Here you will learn how we are looking after our amazing fellow creatures, how we are saving them not just for ourselves, but for our planet and for the future. Mbogo greeted us at the Elephant Orphanage. The Elephant Orphanage was where orphaned elephants were raised, cared for, and then released back into the wild. These baby elephants were orphaned through poaching, habitat destruction, or human-wildlife conflict. They were picked up by rescue teams and looked after by the keepers. Mbogo told us that a 1-year-old baby elephant was as vulnerable as a 1-year-old baby. They were also adorable. One of the baby elephants took a particular liking to me. She ran around my legs, bumped and tugged at me like I was another one of her siblings. I even got sprayed with water with her little trunk. "Little Bubbles here thinks you are cute," said Mbogo. "I think Bubbles is pretty cute herself," I replied. "The animals have a great sense of character. I always trust the ones they trust," Mbogo said with a smile. I laughed. That is reassuring. How long has Bubbles been here? She is nearly 3. Pretty soon she will leave the nursery and be with the wild herds. She will be in the wild again as soon as she stops needing milk. I worried about cute Bubbles being out there on her own. How do you take care of the elephants from poachers once they are released in the wild? We have lionesses on the field that look out for them, Mbogo said. Lionesses? I asked. Brave Maasai women who work as wildlife rangers. They patrol and protect the park. It is their duty to arrest the poachers and protect the animals, Mbogo replied. They are all women? I asked. We have both brave men and women. I think empowering women brings a great force of change. They will be the key to winning the hearts and minds of the community. They de-escalate conflicts without using guns or violence. The animals trust them more. There's a saying in Africa, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation, Mbogo said with pride. How does one become a ranger? I asked. With courage, grit, and determination to rise and fight for a cause bigger than themselves. Many come from troubled lives. They build themselves from the ground up and put distance to their suffering, discouragement, and disappointments in their lives. They are the vulnerable protecting the vulnerable. They understand the plight of the animals, for they echo their own, Mbogo said passionately. Mbogo described the military-style tryout the rangers had to pass. He told me what a day as a ranger looked like. How they had to go through endurance, team-building trials, and wilderness survival training. How they managed rugged, miles-long patrols. How they kept watch of threats like snares or any suspicious activity along the way. How they braved extreme heat or flooding when tracking and recording wildlife sightings. How these young Maasai were helping to bridge the gender gap in conservation. How they pitched in to assist whoever needed help, whether it was a baby elephant stuck in a muddy waterhole or to find missing village children. It was a hard life for a ranger, but their life was getting even harder. Their obstacles and trials seemed never-ending. How do the rangers find their courage? I asked. Can you imagine seeing tears in the eyes of a lioness? No, not at all, Mbogo, I said. Mbogo answered my first question. You find courage when you know your purpose. And how would you find your purpose? You find your purpose when you seek wisdom. I can see that you are already on that path, said Mbogo. What are the rangers' motivation? What is guiding them? These women are supporting their families and communities. They need a salary to educate their siblings, to provide health care for their parents, to raise the standard for their families. They might get recognition in the community for their work. Their purpose is to save the animals so that our kids and grandkids see the animals for themselves and not just in pictures. Mbogo told how the elephants were being slaughtered for illegal ivory trade, how populations of animals such as rhinoceroses, buffaloes, giraffes, gazelles, and many other species were killed for their hides and horns. But there has been some important progress. Kenya has reversed the threat of the northern white rhino becoming extinct. There were rehabilitated elephant and rhino orphans in the wild that now had their own families. Then there were other rewards that were harder to measure. The animals that leave the nursery, especially orphan elephants, they never forget the kindness. They may travel great distances, but they never forget those who raised them, said Mbogo. That is remarkable that elephants have such memories. So, you are saying that little Bubbles might remember me? I asked. Mbogo laughed his infectious laugh. Yes, she will be your friend always, although she won't stay that little. Mbogo ordered some tea for us to drink, and I took in the sweet aroma of Kenyan tea. Mbogo told me more about Kenya's Amboseli National Park and what I would encounter on the safari. In Kenya, I saw endless African skies and stunning wildlife in the national parks. I saw zebras up close while riding a horse alongside them in the Masai Mara. I saw 1,000,000 flamingos in Lake Nakuru National Park, their pink feathers turning both the lake and the sky a vibrant pink color. I saw endangered giraffes in the Giraffe Center in Langata. I saw herds of graceful antelopes, baboons, ostriches, leopards, and stocky buffaloes. I was so close to wildlife I could almost reach out and touch them. Even though the animals were surrounded by tourists, they didn't seem to notice us being there. There was everything from snow-covered peaks to Masai Mara's dry savanna plains, filled with wildebeests and lions. I saw the fantastic panorama of mountains, rivers, and acacia trees. There were lonely deserts in the north, and tropical lush rainforest in the south. There was a coastline with palm-fringed sandy beaches beside the turquoise Indian Ocean. Kenya was a land of contrasts, a blend of vibrant cultures and home of friendly people. I saw colorful tribes in traditional authentic villages. I saw children standing at the roadside, waving happily when my vehicle passed them. They welcomed me with friendly jambo, greetings, and karibu, welcome, at every corner. There were bustling modern city life of Nairobi and Mombasa. Nairobi had skyscrapers, with the gates to a national park on its fringes. I could see a herd of zebras silhouetted against the backdrop of the city. There were the quiet countryside, the highlands around Mount Kenya, with tea and fruit plantations covering the evergreen hills. The communities were close-knit and diverse. From Maasai culture to Swahili culture, and the blend of other cultures all intertwined, I got to experience the diversity of Kenya. Life was slower and calmer here. People enjoyed quality time with family or with friends without being in a rush. Kenyans opened their hearts to outsiders despite the hardships they faced. Problems with economy, the civil wars, and strife did not dampen their spirits. I loved the creativity I saw everywhere. Handmade bags, jewelry, kikois, local sarongs, baskets, and bags. I could get Maasai shawls, carved and painted gourds, painted plates and cups, tribal masks, belts, and beaded footwear. There were soapstone carvings, musical instruments like drums, hand-carved wooden figurines. There were paintings, toys made of old flip-flops, and malachite figurines. I loved that the lodge I stayed in had local African art decorating the rooms. There were fireplaces that looked like anthills and wooden pillars carved like monkeys, furnishings with zebra stripes and leopard prints. I loved that many of the art and crafts supported local communities. There were artisans who transformed ordinary things to beautiful jewelry, furnishings, or toys. Music and dancing was everywhere in Kenya, and I got lost in their rhythms and beats. Kenyan wore costumes with feathers and colored strips of material to bells and shells. They played musical instruments like ngoma, drums, reed flutes, longhorns, and medieval lyres. The songs and poems they sang were important. They shared centuries-old history and traditions. Another fun thing I experienced in Kenya was the transportations. I rode on the back of a motorbike taxi, known as a boda boda. I went on tuk-tuks or a matatu. A matatu was a minivan, usually packed with many people, that was more like a mobile disco van blasting music. The van was as vibrant as the people. On the roads, I saw women carrying large sacks of dried fish or school children in neat uniforms. The school children would walk miles to reach their schools. I saw young children carrying water in plastic cans and helping their mothers in sweeping their houses. The kids would be busy with toys made of old plastic cans or with a skipping rope. They would sit on roadsides chatting, playing football, or running through fields chasing goats and cows. The children had no technology to pass their day. They played with what nature gave them. I saw Kenya women wrapped in brightly colored kangas. They carried their burdens on their heads, their figures graceful and strong. I loved that no two women had the same hairstyle. They had braids or weaves, banto knots, cornrows, and headscarves of bright patterns and colors. Kinyozis, barbershops or hair salons, were everywhere, in any town or on any side road. There was also extreme poverty in Kenya. I saw homes with no electricity and homeless people in makeshift homes. I saw people wash dishes on the banks of rivers and lakes because they didn't have indoor plumbing in their homes. I had seen poverty before. I volunteered with Cassie at our local soup kitchen. The volunteering started as an assignment for class, but it became a tradition, and I returned to volunteer as often as I could. I would see so many people struggling over there. There were the poor and there were the homeless. People with worries and sadness etched on their faces. It was heartbreaking. I would see people fade away before my eyes, with nothing I could do to prevent it. I saw poverty in Kenya. It was heartbreaking too, but there was something else. The people's grateful nature made me feel blessed for what I had. The children with their bright smiles, the way they danced and sang songs. I couldn't remember the last time I danced with joy. Perhaps it was when I was their age, or long before that. Both Cassie and I would learn dance moves to the latest hit song. We would dance like no one was watching. I saw the same joy in these children, even when they had a fraction of what I had growing up. Even when they were walking miles to their schools. Even when they had to work so hard to get basic things, like clean water. They were happy to be here, no matter what life was throwing at them. Their innocence was like a balm to my soul. It was a blessing to be in their presence. To learn from them, to appreciate life as they did for the gift that it was. Even in my darkest hour, I hoped I would remember. South Africa. Chapter 27. Playing in Hermanus. I was in the mother city, Cape Town, South Africa, with its gorgeous beaches. The second largest city in the country, but easily recognizable around the world. South Africa was rich in culture, a rainbow nation with 11 official languages. The country with a history of conflict and peace. I saw the battlefields and museums. I learned about the tumultuous history and the struggles at the Apartheid Museum. I explored the colorful streets of the Bo-Kaap. It was a charming area where the Cape Malay community lived. It was multicultural, with the Muslim and Christian communities living together. It had lovely restaurants that served Cape Malay food. The Victoria and Alfred waterfront was another great area with restaurants, shops, and a crafts market. It had a fantastic food hall with cuisine from all over the world. There was a wide selection of vegan and vegetarian food. They had everything from chia seed smoothies to avocado and cacao mousse. The oysters there were some of the largest oysters I had seen in my life. I went to see Table Mountain. Luckily, it was a clear day, and the views of the city from up there were spectacular. I hiked up to the mountain rather than taking the cable car. I enjoyed the sunset by the ocean. I visited Cape Point, the extreme southern tip of Africa. I watched the waves crash on shore around the Cape of Good Hope. I rented a car and drove to Chapman's Peak Drive. The areas along the Cape Peninsula were stunning. There were plenty of places to stop and admire the natural beauty. Hermanus was a scenic drive from Cape Town. I took the coastal route to get to Hermanus New Harbor. Hermanus had idyllic little beaches, a perfect location for watching whales. In Hermanus, I could spend days hiking to waterfalls. I could fish in the lagoons. I could go horseback riding on the beach. Hermanus was the playground of the Western Cape. This was where whales, dolphins, orcas, and other marine creatures came to play. It was once a small coastal fishing village. Now it had become the ecotourism hotspot in South Africa, a place where people could escape to nature. From June to December, Hermanus was the home to the migrating southern right whales. Humpback and bride's whales also came here. It was October, so I had arrived during the peak season. I met Harry on the catamaran. He was an ex-U.S. Marine, his days of conflict behind him. Now he wanted a more peaceful life after retirement. I am Eleanor. What is your name? People call me Harry. You could just call me Harry. It is nice to meet you, Harry, I said. Clearly you don't know me well enough to be saying that, Harry said sarcastically. Harry reminded me of a high school teacher. My favorite drama teacher had the same sense of humor as him. I wished she was my full-time teacher, rather than just a substitute one. Then I might have stayed longer in high school. What is a young'un like you doing on this trip? Harry asked. I wanted to see the world, Harry. How about yourself? I had seen enough of the world. Now I wanted some peace away from all that, Harry replied. I laughed. The only thing I like about this world are the animals. I wanted to see them before we killed them with pollution. We are too busy burning up the planet to care about their lot. I wish more people knew. I wish more people acted to save them. Someday, I would love to do films about conservation, I said. You do films? No wonder you ran away, Harry joked. I laughed too. My career inspired me to come on this trip. Clearly, you are in the wrong industry, kid. Jobs don't inspire, they crush souls. I'm sorry, Harry. Sounds like you had a bad one, I asked. It had its good moments, if it weren't for the PTSD, Harry said. That is tough, I said. Life makes you tough, kid. Either you mold with it, or you break yourself fighting it, Harry said. I get that feeling too. You do, huh? Guess you are wiser than I give you credit for, said Harry with a wink. Thanks, Harry. It means a lot hearing that from a tough guy like you. Harry roared with laughter. I like you, kid. I will keep an eye out for your movies. Thanks, Harry. I would like that very much, I smiled. We had been on the boat for an hour. We had seen sharks and a sunfish, but no whales. Finally, we saw what we had been waiting for. The whale breached the water, leaving a fine mist of water in the air. The sunlight hit the mist, creating a rainbow near the whale's tail. That whale has its own light show going on. Show off, Harry said. The boat could only approach the whales up to 50 meters. We had to stop and could only observe them from there. The specialist guide on board taught us about the different whales. He said the ones we were seeing were southern right whales. The whales, being naturally curious creatures, approached closer to us. They came right up to the boat. I ran to the side deck to get a close view. I then rushed to the sun deck above to see the entire whale. It was a humbling experience, watching these gentle giants of the ocean. I thought we had seen everything, but I was wrong. The water was bubbling all around the catamaran. It was like the ocean was boiling. I saw a snout emerge from the water, and then a dolphin leaped into the air. There were hundreds of dolphins in the water. It was a magnificent sight. Their movements were causing the water to look like it was boiling. Will you look at that? That is not something you see every day, Harry shouted over the dolphins' noisy entrance. They are amazing, I said, laughing. Nature was at its most glorious. The playful dolphins leapt in the air, greeting us to their home. Canada. Chapter 28. At the Edge. I was standing at the edge of the building. The city blocks were scattered like Lego bricks on the ground. The sky was within my reach, and I could touch it with my fingertips. I felt exposed to the elements, like a gust of wind would knock me down. It wasn't windy, but any small breeze up here felt strong and dangerous. It was crazy. It was insane, but I couldn't have been more excited to be here. The drop looked precipitous. I felt vertigo for the first time in my life. It was only adrenaline that made me take the first step, and then the next. The cable was sturdy on my waist, but I felt I could fall any second. It was a very long way down. I tried to relax my mind and fight the instinct to scream. Perception was different from reality, I told myself. I will not fall. I was doing the Edge's Walk in Toronto. The CN Tower was high. It was once the tallest freestanding structure in the world. The walk was engineered so people could safely step outside on the top of the tower. When I arrived at the tower, I took the glass elevators to reach the top. It had been a fast ride, even though reaching the top was the same as climbing 100 floors in most buildings. I walked on the tower's glass floor. It was a clear view to the bottom. Someone there said that the solid glass could carry the weight of 35 moose. I chuckled at the very Canadian reference. Mountains, mounties, and moose, and even maple syrup, the recognizable M's of Canada, including multiculturalism. To get ready for the Edge's Walk, I went to a room where I was harnessed up. The instructors were super friendly and funny, but they were also thorough, and that made me feel at ease. After dressing up in a jumpsuit, there was another elevator ride up. I had to take off any jewelry and strap my shoes in tight. The instructors wanted nothing falling off once we were outside on the ledge. They attached ropes, did a few more safety checks before we could go outside. The jumpsuit we wore were like the ones used in skydiving. The chest harness, they said, was strong enough to hold a whale. There were 2 more straps that rode along an overhead strap. I froze and couldn't move. The platform was only 5 feet in width, and out there on the top, it felt even narrower. The people ahead of me were nervous too. I saw them take a deep breath, shed their inhibitions, and take the first few steps. The instructors were there to encourage us along the way. A guy ahead of me said he couldn't believe that he was standing on the ledge of a Canadian landmark. He looked down at the bustling city below and yelled, "Hello, Toronto!" at the top of his lungs. That made me laugh so hard. He told me to look at the open stadium below. It was the Rogers Center, and there was a baseball game going on. I gathered my courage, but my heart was pounding. When I took the first step out of the holding area, I felt like I had conquered the world. It was an exhilarating feeling, one I would never forget. The others were more comfortable at this height. They were leaning over the edge frontwards and then backwards. They were getting bolder as their tricks were being recorded on video. I leaned forward and looked over the edge. My mind had been all over, but now it was clear. I felt a great surge of energy and confidence. I had been frightened, but now, hanging on the literal edge, I felt joy. Toronto was such a multicultural city. There was Little Italy, India Market, Greek Town, Chinatown. I felt I was back in the countries I already visited, and those that I couldn't this time around. I tasted food from the Caribbean, I ate Korean food, I tasted favorite dishes of the Philippines. Multiculturalism was in every aspect of the city's life, and the people on the streets represented every corner of the world. I could practice all the different languages I learned on my journey, and then learn a few more. The streetcar dropped me in front of the University of Toronto. These red trams were commonplace in the city. The streetcar lines intersected and crisscrossed overhead throughout Toronto like a spider's web. As I walked towards King's College Circle, I left the city behind. It was a little oasis close to downtown. The old building of University College. The domed convocation hall. Students scrambling to get to their classes. The campus was a different place, shielded from the rest of the world. It didn't surprise me when Cassie announced she was going back to university. We dropped out of high school together, but she often thought of going back to school. The thought intensified the more time she spent at her job. Her secretary's job at the accounting firm was draining her soul away. The final straw was when she heard I was going on this trip. I knew she would go back when she felt it was the right time. I walked past Queen's Park. There were enough squirrels here to please Buddy. I saw students rushing by, already late for their next classes. I overheard part of their panicked conversations. My midterm is worth 35% and the paper is another 40%. That is 75% of my life right there, said the first student. If anyone needs me, I will live in Robart's library, said the second. Is it possible to run out of tears? I cry without tears now, decided the third student. I chuckled. This was going to be Cassie. She would become another university student buried in textbooks, exams, and papers. I wondered if she would be too busy for me. I tried not to linger too much on that thought. There were others having lunch on the park benches, feeding the already plump pigeons. I passed the park, crossed the street, and came across a building that looked like a castle. The sign said it was Victoria College. The ivy leaves, in colors of reds and maroons, covered the front of the building, the turrets, the arch windows, and the rust-colored bricks. They made it look like a castle, rather than a college for the liberal arts. There was a large banner hanging by the doors which read, Victoria College's annual book sale. There was a long line of people eager to enter the building for the book sale. I joined the queue of the book-loving crowd. There was a positive vibe and energy. People were chatting animatedly about the books they had read, and those they were hoping to find. Cassie would have loved to be here. The books were stacked up neatly in boxes in the lobby. She would have to spend hours browsing the thousands of books. The books were everywhere. I went up the wide wooden staircase to the first floor. There were life-sized paintings hanging on the walls. The people in the portraits were looking at the crowd below. Everywhere, people were busy collecting books to buy. They had several bags to carry them. Apparently the bags weren't enough, as they had more books tucked under their arms. A glass display of books caught my attention. They were rarer books and priced higher than the others. I noticed a rare edition of Jane Austen. I asked the friendly staff about it, and she told me it was a rare illustrated edition of Jane Austen. I thought it was likely we will only find first editions of Jane Austen books in museums. It was the perfect gift for Cassie. It was early to be thinking about her birthday gift, but I didn't think I would find anything better. I purchased the book, and the staff member wrapped the book for me with care. I could imagine Cassie going crazy over her present. I wished I could give it to her this very minute. I saw the poster that showed the closing hours. The book sale was going to go through the evening. I could tell there was going to be a crowd until the last minute. The people were reluctant to leave, like kids in a candy store. They would ask for more time and perhaps try to squeeze in one last book to their already towering piles. The museum was across the street from the college. A few long strides, and I reached the front gates of the Royal Ontario Museum. The front of the building jutted out in a frame of glass and steel, like the jagged corners of a crystal. There was an incredible new exhibition going on inside about blue whales. Royal Ontario Museum was doing research and conservation to save the great whales. The exhibition told the tragic story of 9 blue whales that died in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. I thought about the whales I had seen off the coast of Hermanus in South Africa, how majestic they were, the way they breached the waters. I thought about how empty the ocean would feel without them. I felt a wave of sadness. We all had a part to play in saving our environment, no matter where we lived. A loss of these wonderful creatures was a loss for us all. The exhibition reminded me how interconnected our world was. I was in Jasper National Park, Alberta. Jasper National Park was the largest national park in the Canadian Rockies. The park was a designated Canadian dark sky preserves. It was one of the best places to watch the northern lights. The park had glaciers of the Columbia Icefield, springs, lakes, waterfalls, and mountains. There were impressive mountain ranges by the perfectly still reflective lakes. The locals said that seeing the lights here was a magical experience. There was fresh snow as a beautiful setting, waiting for the evening's dancing lights to arrive. I moved further away from the city lights as I drove to Malign Lake. The native First Nations called the lake Chaba Imne, Beaver Lake. The lake was famous for the color of its water, which was a magical jade blue. I spent the morning kayaking on the beautiful waters. I looked at the surrounding peaks. There were 3 glaciers visible from the lake, and I could see Spirit Island, a small islet full of trees nearby. It was one of the most scenic places I had been to. There were caribou, moose, and harlequin ducks along the lakeshore. I pitched a tent with the others and sat by a crackling campfire. I knew sleeping under the stars here would be unforgettable. As soon as it became dark, I saw my first glimpse of the northern lights. There were dancing colors in the sky, and I saw them reflected on the surface of the calm lake. The northern lights were nothing like I imagined them to be. They were dancing ribbons of green, yellow, and pinks, set against the deep blue of the sky. I saw flashes of blue and white in them. I thought they were haunting. There was a magical energy to the movements of the lights, and they seemed to have a life of their own. They were like whispers or secrets kept from us, or they were messages we couldn't understand. The locals said they were the spirits of those that had passed on to the other realm. Spirits of our ancestors, our loved ones. The local elders warned the children not to whistle near the lights, as spirits, both bad or good, would take notice. The children should not whistle. The lost spirits would hear them and come closer. The children should not whistle. Their spirit would be stolen and taken to the other realm. I wanted to whistle. It was so tempting, even though I knew I should respect the elders' lores. I wanted the spirits of those that had passed to listen. I had a reason. I wanted my grandma to hear me and come closer. At the end, I didn't whistle. I consoled myself with simply looking at the lights. I still had my journey to complete. They really were beautiful. The lights reflected on everything. Every person had a green glow on their faces. The people under the lights became otherworldly and surreal. I wanted to see my reflection in the lake. I walked to the edge of the lake and saw myself reflecting like a ghost on the surface of the water. The dancing lights in the background made it seem I was in an entirely different world. What if I was? This was where our world crossed paths with the spiritual one, and I was standing at the edge of realms. Mexico. Chapter 29. Each picture had a story to tell. I stood thousands of miles away from everyone I knew, and I saw a glimpse of an ancient civilization. I was at Chichen Itza of Yucatan, Mexico, another ancient architectural wonder of the world. The ruins were empty of tourists today. Perhaps the rain was keeping them away. Even the weather-hardy souvenir sellers were busy covering their merchandise. Perhaps they were aware of a coming storm? The monuments and temples were overwhelming and full of intricate details. El Castillo, the ball court where warriors would play the deadly game of Pocatoc. Temple of the Warriors, Wall of the Skulls. There were signs detailing the history of the monuments everywhere. I bought a history guide from one of the tourist bookshops. It was a small book containing interesting snippets about the ancient civilizations. I was reading about the Aztecs when I came across a blurb about the Toltecs. A sentence caught my attention. The Toltecs, who flourished in Mexico before the Aztecs, consider humans to be in a dream state all the time, not just when sleeping. What was reality, and what was a dream? To me, this trip felt like a dream, one I would wake up from at any moment. To the Toltecs, our experience in this world was a collective dream, and everyone was in it together. Our parents, our society, our culture. My nightmares felt real. I felt I could never escape them, not in my sleep, not when my eyes opened. What would the antidote to a nightmare? A dream where I knew I was only dreaming. It would be a lucid dream where I was in control. A dream where my destiny would be mine to decide alone. Cassie was a lucid dreamer. I wished I could be one too. I couldn't control my dreams, but I could decide how the dream affected me. I continued reading the small guide. The Mayan believed that when people died, they entered the underworld through a cave. When kings died, they were reborn into the sky world and became gods. The great cycle of time. Did our existence carry eternally? If it did, would it be the same existence? No, I thought, it wouldn't be, as change was inevitable. It was only change that was constant through time. It was only change that was eternal. I roamed around the ruins, hoping to find the voices of other people, but I only heard the echo of the winds. The emptiness made me sad, and it made me think about the ancient civilization that once lived here. There was no laughter of the Mayan children. There was no laughter of the Mayan women. No chatter of the Mayan people. The people were long gone, but their homes were still here. Did the Mayans know one day they will abandon their stone cities? Did they appease their gods to not face such a calamity? Did they have a premonition of the disaster to come? Many came and went without a trace. No voices remained of what once was. Now their homes were relics and monuments. Each night, the buildings were lit up with a sound and light show. The monuments would glow blue at night like an ancient mystical entity. Tonight, they canceled the show because of the storm. I saw lightning flash and then heard the unmistakable sound of thunder. A storm was coming. The Mayans left a lasting legacy and are there on the pages of the history books. They are remembered by their descendants. I thought about my legacy and the imprint I would leave behind. Other than my parents and Cassie, I wondered if others will remember me after I was gone. I had not built monuments. I won't leave behind impressive stone cities. I had no imprint. I didn't want to be a fading memory. I didn't want to be forgotten. I saw many cool murals and street art during my travels. Each art was a snapshot of the culture or a glimpse into the artist's mind. It was a moment of history. I didn't just see the art, but also witnessed its presence. The art could have been there for a few years, or it might have been even less than a few weeks or days. Both the street artwork and viewer, strangers encountering each other, both present for a brief spell in the continuum of time, both as transient as colors of autumn. The world would undoubtedly move on, both with my story and the art's message. The art would get painted over or fade into nothingness, and they would lose me in the cloak of death. Some people only considered art as those hanging pristinely in an art gallery or museum. I felt more for the street art, weathering the elements, them fighting not to fade away with the rain, sun, snow, wind. I felt connected to these murals. I was the street art who desired to be in a museum or gallery. Each of these pictures had a story to tell, and I was determined to discover what they were. During my stay in a small village in Mexico, I came across a mural that stopped me in my tracks. It was a simple image which depicted a dark forest with magical lights. The local villagers were stopping by to admire the mural, so I thought it must have been new. People usually skim past what they've already seen. I asked the person nearest me if the mural depicted a folklore or legend. He said no, it was real. I asked him to tell me more, but he refused. All he would say was I should visit San Felipe de Hidalgo, a small village near Nanacamilpa, to get my answer. Would I listen to a stranger and go to an unknown location of a mysterious painting? The safe answer was no. The safe response was to investigate some more. The safe path was also overrated. I had to know the answer. I reached the lodge at a Mexican hamlet in Tlaxcala, but the location I was looking for was somewhere further away. I followed a group of people there with a tour guide. They were all in search of the same location as me. Our group was told to walk on a path and not to wander from it. Here we went in a queue, trudging in the mud, going up obediently on the steep trails despite the cold and the rain. We were told a cold, rainy day was the best day to see the mysterious lights. Our guide gave us some instructions to follow. We could not talk loudly. We couldn't light our paths with flashlights or our phones. He warned us it should be pitch black or we won't see the lights. I could only hear whispers of the others as we moved deeper and deeper into the forest. Eventually, even those whispers died down. It was dark and silent. I could no longer hear the other people around me. It was cold. It was like one of my nightmares, except I was awake. The fear became overwhelming. I must have been shivering, as I didn't remember saying anything. "No te asustes, estoy aquí contigo," said a small, sweet voice. It was a girl of around 7 or 8, the same age when I was taken away from my parents and left in an abandoned building, the same age when my nightmares started. She held my hand and asked if I was going to be okay. I realized I was not in my nightmare, and I was not alone. What happened to me was in the past, and I was not the 7-year-old girl anymore. Here someone would answer my cries, and here someone would hold my hand. I relaxed, and the gripping fear finally left my body. I told the small girl, yes, I was going to be okay. It got darker still, but it was all right. I knew there were many people around me. I wondered what we were going to find in the middle of the forest. There were pine trees, oak trees, and fir trees all around, guarding the secret of the lights. The sun must have completely set by now. I saw a small light flicker on the path ahead. Perhaps I imagined it. No, there was another one, then another, then one more, then too many to count. They were fireflies. I realized the mysterious lights were not mythical creatures like fairies. Rather, they were fireflies. They were the swirling pinpricks of light in front of me. There must be thousands, if not millions of them. They were blinking rhythmically and lighting up the trees. A huge swarm of them flew together and lit the tree up on fire. Their dance enchanted me. I stumbled across a secret of the universe, right here, at the outskirts of Nanacamilpa. The fireflies sensed my wonder, and they danced around me in a circle. Twinkling lights surrounded all around me, and I reached out to touch their magic. Among the millions of tiny lights I stood. The darkness was long forgotten. It had all started with the mural, and I discovered the story it told. The translations for this chapter are as follows. No te asustes, estoy aquí contigo means, don't be frightened, I am here with you. Chapter 30, El Día de los Muertos. I fell in love with Mexican food. Delicious tamales, tacos and quesadillas, mouth-watering churros. It would surprise Cassie to see how I was eating on my trip. She thought I was immune to temptations, especially to delicious foods. Being healthy was important to me, that was true, but I didn't mind veering off from my strict diet. I was not working, I was on vacation. I reasoned all the delicious foods I ate were keeping me in the vacation spirit. The weather was great in Mexico, just perfect for the celebrations soon to come. I met Mrs. Mendoza at the bus stop. The bus ride had been a heart-pounding and exciting adventure. I felt lucky to be alive. My bus ride was a great big blur. How I squeezed into the already crowded bus and how I got out at the correct stop would remain a mystery to me. The same was true for the other people who were getting off at the correct stops and reaching their correct destinations. It amazed me, amused, and in part horrified me to see the driver asking more people to get on the packed bus. At my bus stop, I saw a lady carrying a lot of groceries. Since I had left everything else at the hotel room except my phone, my wallet, and a copy of my passport, I offered to help carry her groceries. I could not have met a more gracious or thankful person. Or maybe I would have? It was Mexico, a land that warmly embraced passing travelers, such as myself. Mrs. Mendoza immediately invited me to the birthday party she was preparing for. It was pleasant to see aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, grandmothers, neighbors, and old friends being part of the event. I learned a great deal about warm hospitality and importance of family, how familia could mean anyone and everyone. Time ran differently in Mexico as people showed up hours after the party's scheduled time. No one was turned away, and each person brought with them new friends. The theme of any event was always, come, share, eat, enjoy. It's for everyone. From the moment I met Mrs. Mendoza onwards, she invited me to every single family event. It felt warm and nice being treated like a family member. I would thank Mrs. Mendoza for being so kind. She would just smile and hand me another plate of food to eat. I attended large gatherings before, like the annual party my parents had for my birthday, but those felt more like a networking event for strangers. Here, everyone knew one another. The parties had the same energy as my parents' parties, with the addition of vibrant dresses, colorful food, dazzling festive decorations. The parties here also felt much more intimate. I was lucky to be in Mexico in late October and early November. It was when the most famous holiday and biggest cultural event happened, the Day of the Dead, or Día de los Muertos. Día de los Muertos was a time of bright colors, unique artwork, and incredible tradition. Día de los Muertos was a time of prayer and remembrance of friends and family members who passed away. Día de los Muertos was spiritual. Celebrations included creating altars or ofrendas to honor the dead. People celebrated the lives of the dead with food, drinks, and activities they enjoyed in life. Families cleaned and decorate gravestones of loved ones. On Día de los Muertos, the dead woke from their eternal sleep to visit their loved ones. It was not a day of sadness, but celebration, with mariachi and salsa tunes filling the air. Death was natural, and so was remembering those who had gone. Two concepts difficult for me to understand. The concept of treating death with familiarity rather than dread and remembering those who died. In our family, we rather avoided mentioning those who were gone. I saw calacas and calaveras decorations everywhere I went. The skeletons and skulls were in candied sweets, parade masks, and dolls. They were singing, dancing, and wearing fancy clothes. The goddess, La Calavera Catrina, the Lady of the Dead, was the most striking figure. She was a tall female skeleton wearing a fancy hat with feathers. She was from Aztec mythology, Mictecatzihuatl, or Queen of Mictlan, the underworld. She ruled over the afterlife with her husband. She watched over those that had departed, helped them in the afterlife. She presided over the ancient festivals of the dead. She was not grim, but flirtatious and elegantly dressed. Her attitude seemed to say, "Death will happen to all, and everyone will become equal." I saw Katrina in the mural by José Guadalupe Posadas, Dreams of a Sunday Afternoon in Alameda Park. La Katrina wore a feathered serpent boa around her shoulders. The mural was when I first learned about the grande dame of death. From then onwards, I looked for her everywhere. For me, she became the embodiment of Day of the Dead. She symbolized the joy of life in the face of its inevitable end. The 3 days of celebration in Mexico were an explosion of color and life-affirming joy. There were marigolds as the flowers of the dead. These flowers were thought to attract the souls of the dead, their bright petals and strong scent guiding the souls toward them. Muertos was the bread of the dead, which was a sweet roll shaped like a bun topped with sugar. They often decorated it with bone-shaped pieces of the same pastry. There were many other traditional foods and decorations. There was La Danza de los Viejitos, the dance of the old men, a dance where boys and young men dressed and danced like grandfathers. Mrs. Mendoza built an altar in her home, and she used a small room on the side of the house, which had no windows. She said it was to prevent her cat from sleeping on the decorated altar. She decorated the room with pictures and small trinkets of her deceased relatives. There were also marigolds, candles, picture of a cross and Blessed Mary decorating the altar. She had candied pumpkin, tamales, and jars of atole as ofrendas or offerings. I carried a small photo of my grandparents in my wallet. The picture was precious to me as my grandparents looked so happy in it. It was the only picture I had of them together. I wanted to honor them. I wanted to remember them like Mrs. Mendoza and her family remembered their ancestors. Mrs. Mendoza celebrated the life of those that had passed by sharing something about them, such as a special talent or a funny anecdote. Mrs. Mendoza said the souls that came today would hear our prayers. She said they would hear what we said about them. I placed my grandparents' picture on the altar. I thought about what I wanted to say to them. I didn't remember much about my grandfather, except that he gave me candies or he would play with me on the swings. I remembered my grandma sharing stories about the two of them. How my grandpa fainted when my mom was born. How he would sing lullabies to my mother with his beautiful voice. How he serenaded my grandma with a song he wrote on their anniversary each year. I shared the stories I knew about my grandparents. I whispered, "I love you, Grandma. I wish you were here. I wish I had known Grandpa." My voice echoed in the small room, and it was strange to hear my voice this way. My voice sounded distant and hollow. All was quiet at first, but then I felt a strong breeze. The flames of the candles were flickering in front of me. Where did that breeze come from? There were no windows in the room. There was something else. Among the summery scent of marigolds, I detected the sweet notes of jasmine. Grandma's perfume? I looked all around, but I only saw the yellow and orange hues of the marigolds. There were no jasmine flowers on the altar. "Grandma?" I asked in the empty room. The candles stopped flickering, and everything went back to the way it was. "Are you all right, dear? It looks like you have seen a ghost," Mrs. Mendoza asked when she came in the room with freshly baked pan de muertos. "I felt something. I think my grandma was here," I said. "Perhaps she was giving you a visit," Mrs. Mendoza said, unsurprised. "Do you think about death?" I asked Mrs. Mendoza. I knew it was an odd question to ask. "On this day, you have to, my dear," she said. "Do you think about it otherwise?" I asked again. "Yes," she replied. "Does it scare you, Mrs. Mendoza?" "At times, yes, and at others, no," she said. "How is that so?" I asked. "I think about the people I will meet again, and that makes me happy. I see people remembering those who have passed, and that soothes me." "When are you not so sure about death?" I asked tentatively, knowing it was a personal thing to ask. "When I think I will go without completing my goals. It is an endless list anyway, so I don't know why I worry. Death is not something I have control over. Look at me, talking about all this grim stuff to a young one like you, Mrs. Mendoza said. No, it's okay. I wanted to talk about it. Ever since I lost my grandma, I said. Do you worry about it, dear? She asked. No, not anymore. Last night I saw a dream. I wouldn't call it a nightmare, but you might disagree. I dreamt I was dead. My parents and my best friend were crying over my body, but I didn't feel sad. My best friend got me back from the spirit world. Your friend got you back? Mrs. Mendoza asked. Yes, it sounds like something that Cassie would do, I said, smiling. Did you tell her about the dream? She asked. I stayed silent. It shows how important she is to you and how much you trust her, Mrs. Mendoza said kindly. I wish I could tell her everything, but I don't think I would be able to, at least not in words, what her friendship means to me. You are fortunate to have such a friend, and she is fortunate to have a friend in you, Mrs. Mendoza said, smiling. I smiled. Yes, it makes life bearable and makes fear of death distant. I have someone who remembers me. That makes two. I will remember you always, dear, Mrs. Mendoza said. Mrs. Mendoza gave me a hug. She said all the words I needed to hear, and I felt my spirits uplifted after talking with her. Peru. Chapter 31. Machu Picchu. My fascination with llamas started when I was little. I saw my first llama, I hugged it, and it was like hugging a soft cloud. It was from then I loved llamas of all shapes and sizes. I considered it a quirk, so I didn't tell this to many people. Being able to see llamas was why I was super excited about landing in Machu Picchu, and to see the historical site of the Incan ruins, of course. I should have kept my excitement low, as not to be disappointed. My guide and riding llama were the most miserable lot I had come across in a while. The cranky creature was one false word or gesture away from spitting at me. He was not the cuddly animal I imagined him to be. I affectionately named my llama Surly. So, Surly and his owner Alejandro were quiet. They responded only when they felt was necessary. I spent much of my time talking for three, including the llama. I met my guide at the train station. It took a plane ride from Cuzco to get to the train station. From the Ollantaytambo train station, I could take the bus up a serpentine road. The thought of a bus ride on the steep roads made people nervous. My other option was climbing an hour of the challenging stairs to get to the summit. I chose the stairs. The ruins of Machu Picchu were nestled high in the slopes of the Andes, the citadel city in the sky, a remnant of the Inca Empire. A thin mist shrouded it, the fog adding an element of mystery to the walls, terraces, and stairways. All around there was lush vegetation. Machu Picchu blended into its natural setting. It was a perfect hideaway in the middle of a tropical mountain forest. The temples and palaces at Machu Picchu were in a stepped pyramid shape. They were made with polished dry stone walls and decorated with elaborate reliefs and inscriptions. There were several thousand stone-cut steps, many high walls, and tunnels. The Inca made these towering stone monuments with stones cut to fit together and without mortar. I saw Machu Picchu's Temple of the Sun, the Room of Three Windows, and the Intihuatana stone. The Inca used the Intihuatana stone as a solar clock or calendar. Present day, most of the outlying buildings were reconstructed for tourists. There was so much knowledge lost with time, as the Inca left no written records themselves. We knew about their history from the oral tradition, and from the written records made from them. The descendants of the Inca were the present-day Quechua-speaking inhabitants of the Andes. I hoped to learn a few words of Quechua from them. I was busy taking pictures of llamas that were walking freely around the park. Some of them were friendly enough to pet, but others, like Surly, wanted me to leave them alone. I felt my phone vibrating, so I checked to see who it was. It was surprising to see that Dad was calling. I couldn't recall the last time we chatted. Hi, Dad! Hi, Ellie. How are you, sweetie? Wait, is that a llama? I remember the first time you saw a llama, you barely reached my knee. Now you are as tall as one. I groaned. Ugh. Thanks, Dad. Surly, the llama in question, continued to chew on the grass unperturbed. Guess what? Your mom is here too. Before I could react, Mom was on the phone. Hi, Eleanor. How are you, dear? You lost a lot of weight. Have you been eating and sleeping all right? Hi, Mom. Yes, I am good. I have been hiking and climbing a lot of stairs. I am fine, really. Okay, dear. Take care of yourself, Mom said, concerned. Oh, before I forget, your agent was looking for you. She said she called a few times, but the signal wasn't getting through. She said it was about a role? Okay, Mom. I will send her an email. I don't always have clear reception. It is so good to see both you and Dad. It was lovely seeing you, Eleanor. We miss you. Remember to eat well. Okay, I will, Mom. I miss you both. I missed having normal conversations like this. I felt homesick after talking to Mom and Dad. Alejandro left without saying a word. I wondered if he wanted to give me some privacy. He must have gone to get something to eat, as I saw him return with a sweater and some fruits. Here, he said, handing me both the fruits and the sweater. What are these? I asked, looking at the green-colored fruits. These are chirimoya, or custard apple. They are for your energy. Your mom is right. You need to eat more. Wow, thank you, Alejandro, I said, surprised. What is the sweater for? It is a gift. We made it from the llama's wool. She will keep you warm on cold days, Alejandro said, pointing to Surly. Wow, this is amazing. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you would be enough, Alejandro said. I felt the sweater, and it was soft. It will be the closest thing to hugging Surly. I went as close to Surly as I could, without offending the llama, and said, Thank you, Surly, for the sweater. You remind me of my daughter, said Alejandro. She calls the animal duro. Duro? What does that mean? It means harsh one. Oh, I see, I said, laughing. Muchas gracias, Duro. The llama was unimpressed with his name and made a humming sound. He continued to chew on the grass. It was so tranquil here, every stone, every tree, and every element adding to the peacefulness. I ended the day watching another sunset, this time in Machu Picchu. I saw the setting sun casting a golden light on the mystical ruins. Brazil. Chapter 32. Christmas in Brazil. Obrigado. Tudo bem? Tá bom. Gostoso. These were the words I heard most often in Brazil. Good manners, humility, and a generous heart. The people of Brazil sure knew how to make anyone feel like sunshine on a dreary day. The people did nice things here for strangers with no expectations, and they did it all with heart. Brazil was a huge, diverse country of cultures and peoples, from physical appearances, age groups, backgrounds, and orientations. They celebrated everyone at the world-famous Carnaval. There was always a party somewhere in Brazil, with plenty of occasions for singing and dancing, music blaring, people singing. Brazil was diverse in its geography with tropical rainforest, grasslands, coastal, and savannas. It was a naturally beautiful place with the world's largest river and exquisite wildflowers. I came to Brazil at a most wonderful season. It was December and Christmas time, but this year it was also World Cup football season. The football fever was everywhere. It was all anyone spoke about at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I wasn't in Qatar, where the FIFA World Cup was being held, but being in Brazil was a good consolation as any. Brazil has won several World Cup titles. Their love for the sport was immense. Even saying that was an understatement, seeing how proud Brazil was of its football team. When the tournament started, all other life in Brazil took a step back. Sure, there were more parties, singing, dancing with each victory. Soccer was the pulse of the country, and each game got people's hearts soaring. Everyone had mad sports fever. Schools ended earlier, and people got off work earlier too. I saw all generations sitting together to cheer on their team and their players. Would it be shallow to say how much I loved soccer players? They were the epitome of health, good looks, agility, and strength. They were lions on the field, and it was an art seeing them run in formation to score a goal. Whenever I saw a game, I became motivated more to my own fitness. Cassie said sports inspired her to more chicken wings and hot dogs. She associated any form of sports to the snacks at the concession stands. Oi! Each soccer game played like a movie, both on the field and in the crowd. 90 minutes of plot twists and turns. Each soccer player became a hero for their home team, while each rival scorer, or even a referee, an antagonist. The audience would cheer with every goal. They would sigh or shout at every missed scoring opportunity. There would be laughter, or there would be tears, depending on the match's outcome. The sport-loving crowd not missing a beat, holding their breaths in anticipation, counting down to the last seconds in a winning game, or even more so in a losing one, hopeful until that final whistle. I loved the exuberant announcers and waited for their famous cries of, "Goal!" I won't say who won. There's no point. Everyone was a winner. When I looked at the crowd, I saw Brazil as a celebration of community spirit. I experienced a feeling of closeness with a community like I hadn't experienced before. Surely that was the real reason people loved the game so much. I went to see Christ the Redeemer statue a few days before Christmas, but I saw the statue as soon as I arrived in the city. The statue of Jesus, whose arms reached out gracefully to embrace Rio from the mountaintop. At night, spotlights lit up the statue, making it float above the city. I took a train to the top of the Corcovado. As the train passed through the rainforest, I thought only in Rio could you see an urban rainforest. Words couldn't describe the beauty of this place. The lush views of Rio de Janeiro were breathtaking from the dizzying heights. I felt very small standing next to the statue. It was the largest Art Deco statue in the world, and an icon of Brazil. It was a wonder how they ever got the massive statue up there. It was still dawn. I took the first train up, so I had the area to myself. It was such a spiritual experience being able to see the statue up close, to see a full 360-degree view of the city, to be this close to the sun, to float above the ocean and a sea of clouds. On Christmas Day, I woke early to see all the texts and messages. The first ones from Cassie and my parents. I also had Christmas wishes from new friends I made this year. Khan asked again when I was coming to Japan. Theodore sent his holiday photos and asked how Cassie was doing. I didn't yet tell Cassie about Theodore. John earned my trust in time, but I still wasn't sure about Theodore. Besides, I didn't know how to tell Cassie. What would I say? That she had an admirer that was dying to meet her? I would tell her only when it became absolutely necessary. I thought it best not to worry before then. Christmas was going to feel different this year. Not only was I away from home, this was the first time I saw no snow. Instead of a jolly Santa Claus in his red suit, there was beach Papai Noel in shorts. Christmas dessert was tropical fruits and ice cream. It was going to be a very hot Christmas, with most people spending the day on the beach. I spent the day building a sandman, wrapped with tinsel and complete with a Christmas hat. Some things were the same. People decorated churches and homes with nativity scenes or presepio. Christmas plays called Os Pastores, or the shepherds, played in schools. There was a midnight mass that ended at early hours of the day. Then there was a big display of fireworks. There were Christmas tree displays with electric lights. Children left a sock near a window for Papai Noel to exchange it for a present. I took part in Secret Santa with the family I was staying with. It was popular in Brazil to be a amigo secret. People gave small gifts throughout December under a pretend name, and on Christmas we found out who our secret friend had been. The notes of Noite Feliz played throughout Brazil. For people, it was a time of family and religious reflection. There was plenty to eat and drink. It was festive to eat panettone and rabanadas during Christmas time. For Christmas gifts, I went down to Sara Market. They spread the market across 11 blocks in the city center. There were Christmas decorations and souvenirs to clothes, accessories, and festive costumes. It was hard to decide what to get. I ended up buying another charm to add to Cassie's bracelet. It was a lovely charm of an enameled Brazil flag. The translations for this chapter are as follows. Obrigado means thanks. Tudo bem means how are things. Tá bom means good. Gostoso means sexy. Chapter 33. Skydiving in Rio. My nights in Rio were full of music. The streets came alive with the mesmerizing tunes of samba. Samba bands performed live, spontaneous jamming session outdoors. People spend Rio's warm, humid nights enjoying their drinks and listening to the rhythms of the city. Rio was the city to watch a beautiful sunset. The setting sun would light up the city. The golden rays would hit the beach, forest, and the favela. The coastal beauty of the beach with the towering structures of the urban jungle. The city twinkling as the lights came on for the evening. I saved a special adventure for Rio. I was going to skydive. Sky Taylor was the coolest instructor I had ever met. Come to think of it, if I had instructors like her, I would have learned more. But then, we didn't have skydiving classes in schools, or at least, we didn't when I last attended. Sky Taylor was gorgeous with her tall, curvy stature. She had dark skin, blue eyes, and long dreadlocks. Her cool aura made her stand out among all the instructors. Skydiving was not new to me. I did it before, both as tandem diving, where I jumped with an instructor, and by myself. My first skydiving lesson was when I needed to shoot pivotal scenes in my action movie. I could have opted for a stunt woman for that scene, but it was more fun that way. I wasn't listening to the instructions when Sky caught my attention. "What is your name? The one with the cool shades and bored expression." "Eleanor." "Well, Eleanor, it seems like you have skydived before. I know that self-assured, been there, done that look well. I would still like you to listen to the instructions. They might even save your life." I paid more attention. Sky was talking about the cutaway handle and reserve parachute. There was a reason I didn't last high school. Instructions of any kind were boring. As we ascended in the plane, I felt the familiar butterflies in my stomach. I felt the adrenaline pumping in my body as I got ready to jump from the airplane door. The anticipation, and then the jump. I was the second last person to jump out. Sky jumped out of the plane after I did. I felt the wind whistling and trying to grab me in its folds. It was the only time I felt like I was floating. The world looked amazing as I soared in the clouds. Slightly lightheaded, but I felt totally free. I was coming closer to the ground, which was disappointing as the jump never felt long enough. I pulled for the parachute to release, but nothing happened. I pulled twice more. Nothing. The automatic activation device should open the main parachute at this altitude. Was my parachute an older version that didn't have one? Maybe this was the 1 in 1,000 chance of a parachute failing to open. I was hurtling faster and faster towards the ground, but my mind was calm, like the eye of a storm. Everything else was screaming past me. My inner voice was telling me, "This is not how it will end. This is not how you will go." I believed that voice. Falling down from the sky was much less terrifying than when I nearly drowned in Australia. I could still breathe air. I heard Sky scream my name, and it jolted me back to my reality. I was getting closer and closer to the ground. I tugged once again, this time at the reserve parachute, and felt the force on my shoulders as it opened. I landed gracefully on the ground. After a few moments, I saw Sky land and come running towards me. She was screaming. "What the hell were you thinking back there?" she yelled. "The parachute wouldn't open." I shrugged my shoulders. "I told you about the reserve parachute. I was screaming it for all the birds in the Amazon to hear. I didn't even know if you were listening. That is, until you landed on the ground in one piece." "I'm okay now," I said, cheekily. "Yeah, you could have died." "Well, I know what you were trying to do, Sky. Your parachute can't possibly hold the weight of 2 people. You could have died too." "No, I would have died trying to save you. There is a difference there. No way will I lose a student on my first day as a full-time instructor. I would have died of the shame alone, Sky said dramatically. We both looked at each other and started laughing. Maybe it was because we both were still alive, or because we knew Sky was telling the truth. You are crazy, Sky. Yeah? Well, you are right up there with me, she said, chuckling. We drove back to the hangar. We settled after our near-death experience, considering ourselves lucky to walk away with no injuries. We started talking about my remaining trip in Brazil. So, what do you have planned next? Sky asked. I will tour the Amazon, I answered. I guessed that. I want to show you something. Sky searched for a picture on her phone. What is that? I asked Sky after she showed me a picture. All I could see was 2 hind legs of some animal in the picture, surrounded by a lot of greenery. An anaconda's lunch. It used to be a baby deer, she said. Oh, God, I said, shocked. I didn't mean to frighten you. Or perhaps I did. I am an amateur photographer, besides being an awesome skydiving instructor. I show off my pictures whenever I get the chance. I want to know how you came across this scene. Was it while you were landing? Are you going to be a photographer for National Geographic? I asked. Sky laughed. I hadn't thought of going professional. I have enough materials to give them, though. I have some videos recorded of my jumps I shot with the camera on my helmet. I like the freedom of jumping without cameras on my head or extra equipments. All except the reserve parachute? Sky asked. All except the reserve parachute, of course, I replied. I'm going to miss you, Eleanor James. Girl, you are almost as crazy as me, Sky said. It feels good to be one of the crazy ones, I said. I wouldn't have my life any other way, Sky said, smiling. Any advice about life or being in the Amazon, Sky? I asked. Don't stray off the guided path, Eleanor. Some paths are more dangerous than others. They might not give second chances, Sky said. It would be hard to top skydiving, but being in the Amazon came with its own unique thrills. On my to-do list, there was camping in the woods, but I hadn't imagined it would be in a rainforest. I set up my hammock camp in the jungles of the Amazon. Our main lodge was sturdier than my little hammock setup, as the main lodging were hand-built cabins. It was important not to harm the local ecology, to be resourceful and considerate, so they had crafted them from fallen hardwood trees. The base camp also had a stream of fresh water. Simple luxury, even a necessity, as it reduced travels into the jungle. Each trek would expose us to more danger. It was like going back 1,000 years. No technology and no contact from the outside world. Ourselves against the elements. The jungle base camp was nearby, but I was going to spend the night in the fresh air. The sounds of jungle were going to be my lullaby. Our little group would end each day with a picnic surrounded by nature. We would sit by the evening's open campfire, gazing into the starry skies. The location was remote, so it was important to tune into our senses and blend in with the surroundings. We learned to slow down. We took things as they came. In the morning, I had seen so many birds, it was hard to keep track of them. There were hummingbirds, terns, falcons, horned screamers, tiger herons, and parrots. It was easy to spot a macaw or a toucan flying by. Then there were the animals: spider monkeys, howler monkeys, coati, rocket deer, tamandua anteaters, and peccaries. The guide said that jaguars, pumas, and ocelots also lurked nearby. Once I thought I heard a roar. I would stay alert, but my eyes and ears played tricks around here. Some creatures would camouflage, while other creatures mimicked the voices of others. Some, however, barely concealed their existence. The most beautiful of all the encounters was seeing a morpho butterfly. It was a vivid blue color with shiny wings that reflected the light. I saw it shining brilliantly amidst the greens of the jungle canopy. It was at night when I saw unique and shy creatures coming out. There were insects, frogs, alligators, and more. These weird creatures were the nocturnal wonders of the Amazon rainforest. The red-eyed tree frogs, poison dart frogs, and other amphibians ruled the nights. I used the mosquito repellent Cassie had packed for me. This was to keep the giant-sized mosquitoes away. I wore trousers and a long-sleeve shirt and even socks to cover my ankles. I hoped it would be enough, as I didn't want to put a mosquito net on top of my hammock. A net would block my view of the beautiful surroundings and the starry night sky. Our guide said that there were millions of species of insects, mosquitoes included, living in the Amazon. Most of the bugs in the rainforest were harmless. Cassie wanted me to look out for the dangerous ones. The poisonous spiders, bullet ants, assassin bugs, and the Amazonian giant centipede. These sounded like lethal creatures from a video game. Cassie said danger was around every corner in the Amazon. She made it sound like I would come across a deadly critter after each step. Probably her imagination running away with her again. Even if I saw something dangerous, they wouldn't bother me unless I disturbed them. Brazil was biodiverse with complex communities of plants and animal life. It was incredibly peaceful to be in a beautiful, pristine rainforest, to be looking for colorful flora and fauna not found anywhere else in the world. We foraged for wild mushrooms under the supervision of our tour guide. He told us which of the mushrooms were safe to eat. We roasted mushrooms over the open fire for dinner. I hoped to come across some glowing mushrooms on my trip to the Amazon jungle. The guide told me the strange glow from mushrooms was foxfire, while others also called it fairy fire. The guide pointed me to the direction of some mushrooms. Those honey-colored mushrooms were Armillaria malea, or also known as honey fungus. We waited until it got dark enough for the mushrooms to show their bioluminescence. These mushrooms were mesmerizing in the dark. The mushrooms glowed neon green on the forest floor. Each of the glowing mushrooms looked magical, like a small house lit up for a forest fairy. At every turn, our guides revealed the secrets of the rainforest. They helped us to spot creatures we would never see on our own. We learned about wild plants used for medicine and food. They taught us some tools and techniques to survive in the jungle. I hoped it never came down to that. I remembered the advice Sky gave me. Our tour took us in a canoe to explore the magic of the Amazon. The jungle was alive with the sounds of birds, reptiles, monkeys, and insects. We even came across sweet water dolphins. We saw the indigenous communities who had inhabited these lands for thousands of years. The Riberinos were Amazonian people who lived along the river's edge. We got a glimpse into their traditions and way of life. We learned how they guarded their borders against encroaching urbanization. The indigenous communities of the Amazon fought to preserve their cultural heritage and natural resources. They got their fishes from the rivers. They collected the fruit from acai trees and grew manioc in their gardens. The hunters amongst them brought home game to feed their families. The indigenous way of life relied on their relationship to their environment. They showed us it was possible to be more resourceful and sustainable in our own lives. Our guides showed us how to collect natural palm fibers and bamboo. We used them to build musical instruments, bows, and arrows. It made me aware how we needed to protect our endangered cultures and environments. I didn't even realize the new year arrived while I was in the Amazon. I was cut off from my phone and lost sense of time. My last site to visit was Iguazu Falls at the Argentina's and Brazil's border. The Iguazu Falls was in Iguazu National Park on the Argentinian side and in Iguazu National Park in Brazil. These huge waterfalls were one of the most spectacular sights I had seen. I saw hundreds of individual falls along its 3-kilometer edge. There were many accessible walkways and viewing platforms. The platforms had the best views, where I could see the waters falling underneath my feet. There was an area at the bottom of the falls, known as the Devil's Throat. The mist was everywhere, giving the waterfalls a dreamlike quality. I heard the sounds of the jungle when I slept. I heard the thunderous sounds of the falls in my dreams. I heard them long after leaving Brazil. I would hear them for years to come. Argentina. Chapter 34. Chance Encounter? It was the summer holidays in Argentina. Kids were enjoying their freedom away from schools. I had traveled the world, and it was in Argentina where I was first recognized for my hit movie. The kids on the street called me by my action star name, Cypher. They wanted me to do the famous stunt from the movie, and I couldn't say no to their innocent faces. The kids were cheering and watching excitedly. Someone gave me their motorbike. I was nervous. I did most of my own stunts, but I wished my body double and stunt driver was here to pull off this one for me. I took a deep breath and started the bike. I heard the familiar roar of the bike starting, and it was like I was back on the movie set. I started off great, making all the needed twists and turns. The kids were jubilant with each stunt I pulled off. I was doing great. Until I crashed on my landing. I don't remember exactly what I hit. The crash also knocked me unconscious. I woke up and saw a handsome stranger calling my name. Miss Eleanor? Miss Eleanor, can you hear me? He asked. Was this a vision? I am Nicholas. You slid off your bike. Are you okay? Nicholas asked again. Nicholas? So the vision had a name. Nicholas asked me one more time if I was all right. I am fine. Actually, I am more embarrassed than injured, I replied. Oh, thank heaven. Let me check to be sure you didn't suffer a concussion or have any internal injuries, Nicholas said. You sound like a doctor, but you look young to be one. I was going to slip and say gorgeous, but I wasn't that injured. I still had some sense remaining. Technically, I am not a doctor. I am completing my residency, but I am top of my class. Unless you prefer to go to the hospital first, Nicholas offered. Hospital? I would pass, as I much rather have Nicholas by my side. No, it's fine. You do your thing. I trust you, I replied. Piece of advice. Never trust a stranger, even one claiming to be a doctor, Nicholas said. Never had a piece of advice sounded so pleasant to my ears. Nicholas checked my reflexes and examined me for any injuries. I was lucky to get a few scratches here and there, most of which Nicholas was busy tending to. Tall, hazel eyes, dark wavy hair, a delicate accent adding to his charm. Everything about Nicholas was reassuring. So, Nicholas, do you often spend your days tending to injured girls on the street? I asked, curious to know what he would say. He laughed, and my heart skipped a beat. He had a sexy laugh. No, I provide my services to whoever accepts it. I am the neighborhood's unofficial doctor in training. The neighborhood kids came running to me. It is not every day we get a big action star in our town, Nicholas said. Don't tell me you are a fan and want my autograph, I asked. Okay, I won't tell you I am your fan and want your autograph, Nicholas repeated. So Nicholas was smart, handsome, and sassy. I liked how this conversation was going. So, Mr. Nicholas, if you don't want my autograph, then what do you want? Depends on what you want me to ask you, he said. You want me to tell you? Okay, Nicholas. Tell me what you desire, truthfully and with no hesitation. I can? I will gladly. My desire is for Miss Eleanor to spend a day with this humble admirer. Was he asking for a date? I would like to go on a date with you, Miss Eleanor. Let me be direct, so there is no confusion, no reading between the lines. There, I said what I desire. Wow. Smart, handsome, and honest? I had a winner. I would be delighted to, Mr. Nicholas, I said, accepting his date. Never had I seen a guy beam with such happiness as Nicholas. Most guys played it cool, or I might even get snide comments when I said yes. I guess I hadn't come across someone like Nicholas before. For the first time, I felt nervous about going on this date. I liked him a lot. What do you have planned for us, Nicholas? I asked. Something very special. I will show you all that I love in my town, so you will feel like it is your home too, Nicholas said. Feel like it's my home too? I looked at Nicholas with surprise. He had such a way with words. I was in awe of how he freely expressed his feelings. I wished I could express what I felt to others, but that was hard for me. And besides, what would I say to them? It would alarm Mom and Dad. I didn't want to burden Cassie either, even though she often told me to share my feelings. You looked surprised, Miss Eleanor. Was this not what you were expecting? Nicholas asked. I don't know what I was expecting, but you are a surprising person, Nicholas. You are welcoming me to the town you love with such open arms. I am really excited about our date. The last sentence slipped out of me. Nicholas's frankness was affecting me. Again, he was happy with my response and didn't poke fun. I thought I really needed to meet better guys if chivalry and an honest conversation came as a shock, rather than something normal. Nicholas, what is your last name? I agreed to go on a date with you, knowing only your first name. A smart person once told me I shouldn't trust a stranger. Wow, that must be a smart person, Nicholas smiled. Just at that moment, the clouds parted, and the sun was peeking from behind them. Sunshine fell over Nicholas, silhouetting his face in a golden halo. The image struck me. I thought I had seen it once before. It was him. He was the stranger from Australia. He was the one who saved me from drowning. My thoughts were a whirlwind. Are you okay, Eleanor? You turned a little pale just now, Nicholas asked, concerned. I am okay. I couldn't resist asking. Nicholas, did you ever go to Australia? Australia? I did. It was around a year ago, when I had 2 weeks of vacation. Why do you ask? He said. No reason, just curious, I lied. My heart was pounding fast, but I tried to remain calm. Did anything interesting happen while you were there? Would he remember he rescued me from the waters? I was hoping he did. Australia was great. It was so much fun. It was peaceful and the holiday I needed. Other than that, it was pretty uneventful, he replied. Oh. My heart sank. He didn't remember the drowning incident or about rescuing me. I was bitterly disappointed, but I felt strange about feeling it so strongly. It was only a few moments. I thought, how could he remember it? Well, there was one thing. He paused. Yes? I said, my heart beating wildly. You might think it's silly, Nicholas said. I will try not to. What was it? I thought I rescued a mermaid there, but it was only a girl who was caught in the waves. She had long golden hair and was wearing a green dress, so I couldn't see if she had legs or a mermaid's tail. I wanted to say something to her, but her friends came before I had the chance to ask. My heart was beating fast again. I was almost giddy with happiness. What would you say to her? I asked. I would ask her if she was a siren? In hindsight, it was a good thing I didn't. Her friends might have beat me up thinking I was flirting with her. So it was Nicholas who rescued me. It had been him with that heavenly smile. Should I tell him? No, it was best to keep it to myself, as it might embarrass him. It will definitely embarrass me to tell him I was the damsel in distress that day, too. Already he rescued me twice. She must be grateful you were there that day, even if she wasn't a mermaid, I told Nicholas. It was true, I was grateful. I hope so. Now that I think about it, I lied earlier. I rescued another girl rather than none. Do you still want to go on that date with me? I smiled. Nicholas hadn't lied, but of course he didn't know the whole truth himself. Both of the girls he saved, the mermaid and the action star, were me. Well, since you have been honest about it, our date is still on, I said. He said nothing, but he smiled serenely. He was blissfully unaware of the chaos his smile was flaming inside of me. I didn't tell you who I am, Nicholas said apologetically. Who are you? I asked. I am Nicholas Xavier of Buenos Aires. he replied. I see, Nicholas Xavier. You must be the pride and joy of Mr. and Mrs. Xavier. I wish I could tell you that. I don't know. I lost both of my parents at a young age to a car accident. They were badly injured, and there wasn't a doctor around for miles. They died before reaching the hospital, Nicholas said. I am so sorry, Nicholas. I can't even imagine what you went through. I had my grandma and my grandpa. They became my parents. How are they? It was a terrible loss for them, too. They are the sweetest people you would ever meet. My grandma, especially. She never gets angry, even when I tried to make her angry. You tried? I was so stupid. I was so full of anger those days. I got wasted and smashed the windows of my neighbor. Luckily, he didn't press any charges, and I didn't end up in jail. Did your grandma get angry? No, the opposite. She hugged me and said, My dear sweet boy, I know you are hurting. I felt like an idiot. I apologized and never tried to play another stunt like that again. Your grandma sounds sweet. I can't imagine you misbehaving, I said. Yeah, I think one time was enough for me. I would love you to meet her, Eleanor, Nicholas said. I would love that too, Nicholas, I smiled. How about your parents, Eleanor? How are they like? Nicholas asked. I wish I could complain. They are mostly absent and let me do my own thing. That's terrible. I wish they yelled at me just to know they care. It seems the only time I get their attention is when I win an award. I feel like I am complaining, I said, flustered. It worried me what he would think of me, but I shouldn't have. Nicholas didn't judge me. I don't know how I would feel. Absent parents versus having dead parents. To be honest, both are bad, he said. Yes, I think so too, I said. I don't know your parents, Eleanor, but after knowing you, I'm sure they care. They have to, he said, but blushed after exclaiming it. Nicholas was so sweet. I text them every few days to let them know I am okay. I have to text my best friend daily, though. Really? Why is that? My best friend is Cassie. She's a worrier, I replied. Oh, I see. What do you prefer, texting daily or once in a while? Nicholas asked. I looked at Nicholas. He was the eager student in the class's front, and I was the subject he was studying. I don't have a preference. I guess it depends on the person. If I know that the other person cares about me and would worry, I would text them as often as they liked, I replied. Okay, cool. Just so you know, I am more of a worrier. I laughed. Are you trying to tell me something, Nicholas? Yes. Will you answer back my texts? Nicholas asked, hopefully. We will see, I said with a smile. Nicholas was such an open book. I wanted to know everything about his life. He talked about his job. He talked about life and philosophy. He talked about what was important to him. He talked about how words matter. He believed words spoken to people mattered. He believed people mattered. I never met a person who wore their heart on their sleeves. He talked with absolute surety and with passion. He lacked any self-consciousness or self-doubt about what he was feeling. I thought Nicholas was funny, kind, and loving. I thought he was beautiful. Chapter 35. First Date. Nicholas arrived for our first date, looking handsome in his white shirt and light gray pants. Hi, he said nervously. Hi, I said the same. I am happy to see you, Eleanor. Me too. We were like two awkward teenagers on a first date. We were trying not to embarrass ourselves with any awkward moves or comments. I had butterflies in my stomach. I had never been this nervous before. I was trying to make sense of this new feeling. I had been looking forward to our date, Nicholas, I said. Me too, he replied. I wonder where we were going to go, I asked. This question finally brought Nicholas out of his stupor. He answered quickly. I hope you don't mind, Eleanor, but there was a change of plans to where we were going. I didn't know where we were going to go, so I wouldn't have known anyway, I said, laughing. Nicholas laughed, too. He finally relaxed. Guess I had been too nervous, but I meant to tell you. We were going to go to this great restaurant, but I remembered I had made a promise to be somewhere this weekend. Are we still going on this date? I asked, dreading his answer. Yes, definitely. But I was wondering if you could help me with a promise, Nicholas asked. This was a mystery. I wondered what Nicholas would ask. I volunteer on weekends at an orphanage. I promised the kids I would help them out with their play. I forgot about the day, and it was today. The kids cornered me. They had their pouty faces and huge eyes. They showed no mercy. I couldn't resist them. Sorry, Eleanor, I was weak. This was adorable. I could imagine Big Nicholas being cornered by cute children to make good on his promise. You can't break your promise to children, I said. So, you are okay with our first date being in a school play? Nicholas asked, looking both relieved and happy. Yes, of course. The stage is my second home. That is great. I am no actor. I was hoping you could help me with acting on stage, said Nicholas. When we reached the orphanage, the children swarmed us. They quickly took Nicholas away for his costume change, while they gave me the screenplay to rehearse. The girl playing the role of the princess was unwell, so the kids asked me to be the princess. I had a sneaky suspicion Nicholas bribed them to ask me for the role, but I couldn't prove it. It was a short play, so I said yes, and I only had a few lines that were easy to memorize. The kids gave me a paper crown decorated with golden glitter. The girls also put some glitter on my face. They loved the floral pink dress I was wearing for my date with Nicholas. The children oohed and ahed as they decorated my hair with flowers. One kid smiled brightly and said I looked like Princess Rapunzel. My role as a princess was simple. They tied me up and took me to a swamp where I would wait for the prince to rescue me from the minion frogs and the swamp goblin. The minion frogs were kids hopping around me in a circle. The swamp goblin had a Hulk mask on and was covered in ivy. I smiled at the children's ingenuity. They made do with what little things they had, but there was no limit to their imagination. Moments like these made me love my profession more than ever. Help! Help! I said my lines. You will not get away, growled the swamp goblin. I have arrived, and will save her, said Nicholas, a little too dramatically as he arrived. The kids in the audience loved his performance and cheered their prince on. Nicholas was wearing a paper crown just like I was, painted black, and wore a red tablecloth as a cape. He flourished out his cardboard sword. The swamp frogs dispersed. The swamp goblin and the prince had a dramatic cardboard sword fight. The sword fight ended with the prince poking the swamp goblin in the eye. The swamp goblin hurt, but not fatally injured. He ran away, but vowed to get his revenge. During his last speech, the swamp goblin wore a black patch on his injured eye. I guessed there would be a sequel to the play. Nicholas, as the prince, arrived to rescue me. He untied my ropes. The play was to end here, but Nicholas improvises. I have never seen such a beautiful princess, he said to me. Wow, he really can be cheesy. I hope you don't say that to all the princesses, I said. The kids loved it and laughed. You are my one and only, Nicholas said. Really, Nicholas? I raised my eyebrow at him. I hope so, Prince Nicholas. I am the only princess in this swamp. The kids were giggling hard. Won't you please come away with me to my kingdom, Eleanor? Nicholas said in a low voice. His voice sent shivers down my body. It was unfair. He was wearing a cardboard sword, a tablecloth cape, and a paper crown, but he was still breathtaking. Nicholas extended his hand, and I took it. We held hands, and the world disappeared as I looked in his eyes. We broke from the spell we were under when we heard the kids cheering and clapping. We both blushed at the same time and quickly gave a bow to our adoring audience. My heart felt it could burst with happiness. I knew in my heart this would be the most memorable first date of my life. I was glad it was with Nicholas, my paper-crowned prince. The next day, Nicholas took me to see his city. Buenos Aires had many museums and art galleries, all of them found in splendid old colonial buildings. There were many public gardens, museums, art galleries, cafes, and boutique shops. We visited La Boca, Buenos Aires' most colorful neighborhood. It was home to the quirky Caminito Street Museum. The museum had brightly painted houses and amusing sculptures. There were cafes, music, and tango dancers in the streets. We saw fashionable Recoleta. It had an astonishing burial ground. The Recoleta Cemetery had elaborate mausoleums containing the remains of famous Argentinians. I couldn't imagine crypts and final resting place as being beautiful, but they were. Here, Argentinians honored their family members' birthdays and death anniversaries. I saw Museo de Arte. It had a beautiful collection of colonial silver, wood carvings, paintings, and costumes. We saw Palermo and Belgrano. They had wide boulevards and palatial mansions. In the downtown core, there was the delightful Plaza de Mayo. We saw Casa Rosada, the pale pink presidential palace. We saw the splendid Avenida de Mayo. It was famous for its fine buildings with attractive facades and domes. We saw the famous Café Tortoni and the National Tango Academy next door. "Are you two going to the dance academy?" a student asked us in front of the National Tango Academy. I nodded no. He handed me a brochure and said, "You guys already are dressed to turn heads. You should go." We thanked him as we headed towards our restaurant. I saw our reflection in the shop's windows. Nicholas had a sky blue dress shirt over dark navy pants. The outfit showed off his athletic, lean build. I had on a lilac dress. It was the same dress I bought in Paris. My hair was open in loose waves. I agreed with the student's remark earlier. Nicholas and I looked great together. It was the two of us on the restaurant terrace, and I was looking at the brochure of the dance academy from earlier. "Nicholas, they teach the Argentine tango in the dance academy? There is an evening class today." "You don't need dance lessons, Eleanor. I could teach you." "You know the Argentina tango, Nicholas?" Nicholas nodded and brought his phone out. He put on a slow, romantic song, and as the music filled the air, he reached out his hand for mine. "May I have this dance, Eleanor?" "I am not so sure," I said shyly. "You can trust me, Eleanor. Dance with me," Nicholas pleaded. His words sent electricity down my body. "Yes, I would love to dance with you, Nicholas." I gently put my hand into his. Nicholas brought us together, our bodies close together in an embrace. He took the lead, our bodies moving to the sultry tone. Our faces were close to one another, like we were about to kiss. As we danced, I felt our steps move in sync. At first, we started slowly, our bodies melting into each other's rhythms. My heart was beating faster with the rhythm of the steps. I felt like I was floating, but my body was on fire. It burned everywhere our bodies touched. We were in a slow, burning blaze, getting hotter with each passing moment. We were still dancing, but it took us a few minutes to realize the music already ended. Our dance left us both breathless. Nicholas reached for the glass of cold water on the table and dumped it all on his head. I fanned myself with the brochure. Nicholas shook his head and water droplets flew everywhere. His wet shirt clung to his body. He was trying to cool himself down, but his wet shirt wasn't helping me cool down. I blushed and had to look away. "Wanna go for ice cream?" Nicholas's voice cracked, despite his effort to hold it all together. The tips of his ears were blushing pink. My own voice came out squeaky. "Yes, we should go!" We asked the server for the bill. The server said nothing to Nicholas about his wet shirt, but he politely offered to get him a towel. Nicholas declined the towel, choosing to dry off with the sun. We made a quick stop at Café Tortoni, and each had a generous helping of ice cream with dulce de leche. We ate together in silence, our thoughts lingering on the electrifying dance we did together. It wasn't until much later that Nicholas and I could talk to each other again without blushing. Chapter 36. Secrets. I met Nicholas's grandma. She was even sweeter than her grandson. She showered me with gifts and made me feel welcomed and loved. She took me aside and told me it was a long time since she had seen her grandson so happy. I told her that her Nicholas was a beautiful person, and that he must have gotten that from his grandma. She agreed. We both giggled like two girls sharing a secret together. I loved spending the day with her. When it was getting late, Nicholas dropped me off at my hotel, but we were to meet the next day again for our date. "Why are grandmas the best, Nicholas?" I asked. Nicholas smiled. "It is because they love us unconditionally. They love us even before we are born," he replied. I soaked in Nicholas's words. They love us even before we are born. "Nicholas, do you believe in destiny?" I asked. "Yes, I do," he replied. He said it without hesitation. "But you are a doctor, going to be a doctor soon. You still believe in such things?" I asked. "I have a scientifically inclined mind which looks for evidence-based practice, but that doesn't change the fact a part of me believes in it." "Can I know why?" "Science can give me the tools, the knowledge, the aptitude to treat my patients. When the odds are greatly stacked against a cure, it can't give me the hope to push forward. I want to believe there is something overseeing all this, or some greater power or vision." "You believe in destiny with no proof?" "Sometimes it is all that keeps me sane in my practice. When I feel defeated, I want to believe destiny can play a part in changing the outcome." I thought about what he said. I hadn't told him yet that I was the one he rescued in Australia. I wondered how he would react if I told him. Would he believe it as an act of destiny and not just a coincidence? We were to meet at a park for a picnic. I brought out the dress from the back of my suitcase, the one I had stowed there nearly a year ago when I was in Australia. I took a deep breath and wore it once more. The long green dress hugged down the length of my body. I gasped. It was hard to breathe. I couldn't breathe any more as water was surrounding me. I was drowning. "You are not drowning, Eleanor. Breathe." There was no sign of water. There was no sand on the dress. "You are safe, Ellie. You are going to see Nicholas," I said, reassuring myself. I took a deep breath again. I wasn't panicking anymore. I didn't know what Nicholas would say, or if he would even notice the dress. I walked to the park, but I was running late. Nicholas was already waiting for me. As soon as he saw me turn around the corner, he called my name and ran towards me. When he reached closer, Nicholas stopped. He was looking at my green dress. I hadn't worn it since the day I nearly drowned. Nicholas was the one who rescued me. I saw recognition flash in his eye, but he was awestruck. After what felt like a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. "It was you that day, Eleanor. You were the one I got out from the water." "Yes, it was me," I said. "You remembered this dress?" I couldn't forget it. It haunted my dreams over many nights. All I saw was the girl in the green dress, or a shadow of it. Nicholas came closer to me. He looked at me with such an intense gaze that I felt my cheeks turning red. He placed his hand on my waist and pulled me in for a passionate embrace. My entire body was ablaze. I felt I would get consumed by his touch. No one had held me like that before. It was like the world was going to end, and he was holding me until everything and everyone around us perished in the chaos. He hugged me, and I felt like him holding together the broken, floating pieces inside of me. The broken pieces melded together. They almost became whole. He gathered the scattered stars inside me and made them a constellation. Finally, he let go. I was shaking. He was shaking too. "I am sorry, Eleanor. I don't know what came over me. I just couldn't bear the thought that you nearly drowned that day. My mind went insane." He stroked his hair nervously, and I could see his fingers trembling. I felt my entire being tremble. I didn't know he would react like this, that I meant so much to him. I should probably not tell him about the other stupid and dangerous things I have done in my life. "Nicholas, are you okay?" I asked. "Yeah, I am okay. Just give me a moment," he said. He sat down on the nearest park bench, and I sat next to him. I held his hand, and he interlaced his fingers with mine. We sat silently together, and I put my head on his shoulders. "Nicholas, can I ask you something?" "Sure, anything," he said. "After you rescued me from drowning, you disappeared. Why did you leave?" I asked. "I was in shock as I nearly lost grip on you. You would have drifted away. When we finally reached shore, your friends came running, and I knew you were in safe hands. You had already opened your eyes. I went to the beach for one last look before leaving Australia to get back home. That is when I saw someone in distress in the water. I didn't want to leave, but I was late for my flight," he said. "It made sense now. That is why I couldn't find him after that moment. I thought about that day ever since I left Australia. I wondered about the girl I rescued. I often thought about going back to her friends and ask them where I could find her and talk to her. Then I would stop myself, thinking it was so crazy of me. I never would have imagined one day that same girl would be here, sitting next to me. I thought about the fortune I received in Japan, the one that said I would find love in a chance encounter. Throughout my trip, I was looking for a handsome stranger to pop into my life, not knowing we already met. "Do you believe in destiny, Nicholas?" I asked. He laughed. "I would be crazy not to," he replied. Nicholas brought out the basket he brought for our picnic. He had thought of everything. He gave me a sandwich before even touching his, and this simple gesture made my heart swell with happiness. "Eleanor." "Eleanor?" Nicholas asked again. Why did I want him to keep calling my name? I stayed silent, hoping he would say it once more. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "Nothing, for once. No worries, no problems," I said. "Hakuna Matata," Nicholas said. "Hakuna Matata? It is from Lion King. It means no worries." "You are a dork, Nicholas. A cute one, I hope." I laughed. "Practically adorkable." I told Nicholas I hadn't graduated, that I dropped out of high school in my senior year. It was shocking to him, not that I dropped out of school, but that it was even an option. Wow. I don't mean to sound like a nerd, but I have never considered a life without school. If I could, I would stay there forever. I didn't even think it was possible. By the time I am done with formal schooling, it will be a quarter of my life, not to mention the years of training after that. "It is a little depressing to think about," Nicholas said. "So you aren't shocked at me being a high school dropout? Doesn't it change how you see me?" I asked. "Nothing can change how I see you, Eleanor. You mesmerized me from day one. I am still not quite convinced. Are you sure you are not a siren?" Nicholas asked with a serious expression. "The only thing magical about me is that I have freckles in the shape of a heart right here," I said, pointing to my right cheek. "That's it, I'm a goner. There goes my heart," Nicholas said, clutching his chest with both hands. I punched Nicholas lightly on his arm. "Ha ha, very funny. Seriously, doesn't it bother you even a little I dropped out of school?" "You may not be at school, but you are still learning. The only difference is that life is your teacher, and that is a pretty profound way to learn. Isn't the whole point of school to get you prepared for the real life? In that scenario, you are already ahead of everyone else. You have lived, while others are only discovering how to do it." "Nicholas, you have a way of making me speechless every time," I said. "Yeah, I am full of fortune cookie wisdom," said Nicholas. I laughed. It was tempting to tell him about the omakuji fortune I received in Japan. I didn't tell him because I wanted it to stay true. My time spent with Nicholas was turning me superstitious. I wanted to do everything to make the moment with him last forever. "So, Nicholas, you have a lot of things to be proud of. You are a doctor, almost one. You can rescue people in dire situations. I know that based on experience. But tell me, is there something that you are not proud of?" "Inquiring minds want to know," I asked. "It doesn't seem like I have any other option. Do I have to tell you my deep, dark secret? Nicholas asked. Deep, dark secret? Not if you say it that way. Tell me, I want to know. Okay, brace yourself, Eleanor, for it might shock you. I am a failed poet. A failed poet? I was not expecting to hear this. Oh, come on. This can't be your secret shame, now can it? I said. It is! I wrote a poem to my first crush, and she laughed at me, Nicholas said. Ouch, that is a deep childhood trauma. It couldn't have been that bad. Maybe she was mean? I tried to comfort Nicholas. She was an angel until she laughed. I couldn't ever face her ever again. I poured my little heart in that poem, too. There, Nicholas. Perhaps you can try one more time? Tell me a verse right now. What if you laughed at me too, Eleanor? I am not your crush, so you have nothing to worry about, Nicholas, I said cheekily. Nicholas looked at me intensely. He said, No, you are not my crush, but I can't afford to lose you when you might be something more. I blushed at his words. I tried to diffuse the electricity I was feeling by joking. Was that your verse, Nicholas? Give me a few lines at least. Okay, give me a moment, he said. Nicholas stood up and paced around. He ruffled his hair, frowned his eyebrows, and looked towards the horizon. It was cute to see him concentrate so hard. Finally, he looked at me. He stood staring for the longest time, then took a few strides back and sat next to me. I have a few verses ready, he mumbled. Let's hear it then? Okay, but can you close your eyes first? I won't have the courage to say them otherwise, Nicholas requested. I smiled and then closed my eyes. He was quiet at first, but then he said, I wandered day and night to find the words to my heartbeat and pulses. I should have wandered near the world of my thought and impulses, for it is you where my words and worlds collide, for it is you where my senses and breath unite. My heart was beating fast. I slowly opened my eyes to see Nicholas. He was looking at me nervously. It was beautiful, Nicholas, I said. You liked it? He asked. Was this the poem you wrote to your first crush? I asked, knowing I was jealous of her, whoever she was. No. My first poem was terrible. I used nose to rhyme with rose. Hey, I was 7 and thought it was brilliant, he added when he saw me laughing. I loved it, Nicholas. You have a remarkable talent with words. You could be a poet. I had the right inspiration today, or the stars were in alignment, he said. I told you my terrible secret. Would you tell me something that keeps you up at night? Could I tell him my secret? I liked him very much, but I was not always honest with those I liked. The words spilled out of me before I could stop them. I am not always truthful to my best friend. I feel guilty about it. Oh, shoot! Why was I telling Nicholas this? At least I only said one part of my terrible secret. I couldn't bring myself to talk about all my dark vices. I was being hard on myself, I reminded myself. I hadn't taken hard drugs in quite a while now. You lie to your best friend? Why would you do that? Nicholas's question interrupted my thoughts. I don't know if she will still be my best friend if she knew everything about me. I can't imagine my life without her. I said the truth. Maybe she feels the same. If she is your best friend, share your thoughts with her, Eleanor. Lies have a way of creating walls. One day it is all bound to fall down. Then you will have nowhere left to hide, Nicholas said. I knew I was hiding myself from people, but I was more afraid of the consequences of sharing my inner demons. I will be more honest with her, Nicholas. I almost wished she didn't trust me so much. She sounds like a good friend. Don't push her away, Eleanor. Such friendships are once in a lifetime. More like 1,000 lifetimes, I said. You don't think I am a bad person for lying? Heck no. In my profession, you have to master white lies. I don't have the answers all the time, but I also can't afford to doubt my abilities. so I tell myself I got this under control. Do you normally got it under control, Nicholas? It is more like me sitting in a burning blaze of inferno saying, "This is fine." We both laughed at his honest confession. Chapter 37. Dancing at the End of the World. After I've had a hard day at work, I usually come here, Nicholas said. We were in a field where wildflowers were in bloom. Tall, slender-stemmed flowers were swaying in the wind, a beautiful blend of colors ranging in different shades. Petals in pink, purple, blue, yellow, orange, red, and white as far as my eyes could see. Lilies, fiddleneck, primrose, verbena, and all kinds of poppies. All was quiet except for a slight breeze. The flowers were moving to an unheard melody. This was Nicholas's sanctuary. He was showing me his place of refuge. Your job must be so hard, Nicholas. You take care of those who are ill. You become the guardian of a person's life. You give hope to your loved ones, too. My work seems trivial considering that, I said. I don't see it that way at all. We are both the same, Eleanor, Nicholas replied. Really? How is that possible? I asked. We both have the task of healing. I do it practically. Your work does it abstractly, almost transcendentally, he said. We are both healers? Yeah. You know, some will say you are crazy for saying that. I don't care. I believe it, he said. He was adorable. I didn't think I could like anyone as much as I liked Nicholas at that moment. I would even go as far as saying that artists heal doctors. There is so much pressure among doctors to be this stoic paragon of hope. We need hope ourselves, too, Nicholas said. So now artists are healers of the healers? My dear sir, that is quite enough. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving such high praise to those we often misunderstand. Tormented, deprived, poets, artists, artisans, we don't even know their life's purpose on this earth. Nicholas laughed. He was undeniably sexy. My heart was swooning, but surely it could for someone like him, for a handsome, thoughtful, compassionate, gold-hearted person. The problem with my position is the more I become a role model, the less permission I have to talk about my feelings, Nicholas confided to me. I understood that feeling. I felt like I had known Nicholas forever. How long had it been? 1 week? 2 weeks? 3 weeks or 4? With Nicholas, it was hard to tell the time. Days blurred into seconds, and each second carried the memories of days. My mind was splitting in two, and I didn't know what to do. I knew that even though I found my heart here in Argentina, I should get ready for the next part of my journey. I had to complete what I set out to do. I missed Cassie and my parents. I had the next phase of my life to consider, the whole reason I started this trip. My agent emailed me to say that while I was away, a producer asked about offering a role to me. She was waiting for me to return from my trip to discuss it. My agent said it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I was experiencing a lot of those kinds of moments lately. I forgot about my other life here, but now it was calling me to return. Nicholas was quiet. It seemed like something was weighing on his mind. Are you thinking about something, Nicholas? You are quiet today, I asked. I guess it is noticeable, Nicholas said with a smile. Is everything all right? He smiled again. It is more than all right. It is bliss, and that is what I am worried about. Things often change when you don't want them to. What changed? I got an offer. It is a position with Doctors Without Borders. It was a moment I was waiting for all my life. I just wish it hadn't come at another important moment in my life. What moment might that be? I asked. My heart was beating wildly. Eleanor James, he said. There was something about the way he said my full name that caused my heart to skip a beat. I am a moment? I asked, trying not to falter in my words. You are that and much more, Eleanor. He seemed sad, and that broke my heart. I would move entire worlds to make him happy again. It is a time for celebration, Nicholas. I am so proud of you. It seems your dream came true, and one you had been working so hard for, I said brightly, trying to cheer him up. Yes, I suppose so. I thought when the moment came, I would be more excited than this. It just gave me a lot to think about, Nicholas said in good humor. Whatever he was thinking about before didn't weigh as much on his mind anymore. I have some good news to share, too. I have a serious offer for a role, one I had been waiting a long time for. But like yourself, I have been experiencing a moment named Nicholas Xavier of my own. Yikes! I hope that Nicholas Xavier fellow won't stop you from going after your dreams. Dreams before Dream Boy, right? First, there is quite a bit of assumption in your statement about being my dream boy. Second, you are right in thinking so. Nicholas smiled. He was contemplative again. He paused before taking my hand and placed something in the palm of my hand. What is this? I asked, looking at the beautiful dainty ring he had given me. It was rose gold in color. It is a promise. A promise once I am done with my work and have become all that I can be, I will come meet you again, Eleanor. It will be soon, for wherever you are in the world, that is where my heart will be. If anyone else had said it, I wouldn't have believed him, but this was Nicholas. I wanted someone who would express genuine feelings. Nicholas recited poetry for me. I wanted someone who would give me some flowers. Nicholas took me to an entire field of them. I wanted a promise. Nicholas gave me one with a ring. The universe had been listening to me. It just surprised me in the way it fulfilled my wish. I don't know what to say, Nicholas. My voice was choking as I tried not to cry. Just say you will remember me, Eleanor, and remember this kiss. He leaned forward, gently brushing a strand of hair away from my eyes, and kissed me softly. It was a tender kiss, as tender as the person giving it. I closed my eyes and felt a sensation I never felt before. It was both of relief and of dread. Relief because I knew deep down Nicholas would be true to his words. The dread, however, was asking, would I see him again? What if something happened to me before then? I was not a person who had fatalistic thoughts, so this feeling of fear and dread was new to me. My fear was paralyzing me, but then I saw Nicholas. I remembered how the sun haloed around his face the first time we met. He was my sunlight. I put his ring on and felt more courage. The ring fit my finger snugly, like it was always a part of me. I will cherish this, always, Nicholas, I promised him. Nicholas wanted to go with me to my next destination before we said our goodbyes. I will go with you to the end of the world, he said with a hint of a smile. I have a feeling you just made a joke, I said. Nicholas stayed quiet. You did, didn't you? I asked. Yes, he said sheepishly. What was the joke? It wouldn't be funny if I explained the joke, he said. I wouldn't understand it otherwise. You need to tell me. Ushuaia is the city at the end of the world. Eleanor, are you smiling at my joke or laughing at me? Nicholas asked. I am smiling at your joke, I said. Honest? He asked. Honest, I replied. What are your plans after Ushuaia, Eleanor? Nicholas asked. I will take the cruise to Antarctica from there. Cruise? I would stay away from the buffet. It is a great place to get food poisoning. Don't use the public washrooms either. Wow, you are like a safety manual. What? Safety is sexy and healthy is hot. And you are both. As a doctor, I must be the emblem of health and safety. Nicholas, I was talking about you being both sexy and hot. Nicholas blushed. He was cute in a way he didn't realize, especially when he was caught off guard. Ushuaia was a 5-hour-long flight from Buenos Aires. The flight ended too soon when Nicholas was sitting next to me. I was hoping it would take longer as Ushuaia was at the southern end of Argentina. It was the world's southernmost city. Ushuaia was a popular resort town with casinos and chic hotels. The city used to be an exile prison and an Argentinian naval base. The city center still had a maritime and old prison museum. There were many tourists here, as Ushuaia was a popular jumping-off point for trips. From here, people went to Antarctica or around Cape Horn. Mountains, sea, glaciers, and woods surrounded the town. Tierra del Fuego National Park was a popular spot for its scenery, and there was Fagnano Lake, which had plenty of scenic hiking trails. We could see snow-capped Marshall Glacier from the city. They nicknamed most of the places in the city as End of the World. There was San Juan de Salvamento Lighthouse, the End of the World Lighthouse. There was the End of the World Train. There was the End of the World Museum, which had exhibitions about the natural history, Aboriginal life, and early penal colonies of Ushuaia. It was hard for me to concentrate. I was counting down the minutes until I had to say goodbye. Nicholas had a flight to catch in less than an hour, and we were only delaying the inevitable. "It really feels like the end of the world," Nicholas said. "Yes, it does," I said, my words sounding as hollow as I felt. "Are you ready for Antarctica?" he asked. "Not quite, but I guess I have to be," I said. Time is strange, isn't it? Sometimes I want it to move quicker. At others, I don't want it to stop, Nicholas said. "But how can anyone do that?" I asked. "I guess we can't. We can only make the time we share memorable." "Will you dance with me, Eleanor?" Nicholas asked. I smiled. We spend our last moments together, dancing in the city at the end of the world. I wanted to memorize every inch of his face, the fleck of colors in his hazel eyes, seeing the universe reflecting in them. "I can never forget you, Nicholas," I said. My words were barely a whisper. "I hope you don't forget me." "Eleanor, you are a gift sent to me. How could any mortal forget an angel?" he said. "An angel?" He saw me as an angel. But he was the closest to being one. His kindness, his compassion, his profession, his words, his goodness were all proof of it. "Nicholas, the thought of leaving you, I don't want to leave." "You have big plans, big dreams to achieve?" Nicholas asked. "Yes." "Then don't consider it as leaving. Consider it as pausing this story to go on with your life goals and dream. Until we meet again, Eleanor, and we will meet again," Nicholas promised. He smiled his angelic smile. I felt my knees go weak again. "Until we meet again, Nicholas," I said. I gathered my courage at the thought of our future reunion. We embraced one last time before we parted. I was continuing with the last part of my journey. I was going to Antarctica. Antarctica. Chapter 38. Final Destination. February had come back again. It was around this time last year when I was getting ready for my trip. Antarctica will be the last stop on my year-long journey. So many trips, countries, peoples, memories. It felt like a very long time since I left Cassie, my parents, and home behind. What had I expected from this trip? I had expected everything. What I got everything and more. I met Nicholas. My heart beat faster when I thought about him. Nicholas would leave for his mission to Doctors Without Borders. When would I see him again? Winter has always been my favorite season. I love the cold. I love how it took over all my senses. My body couldn't ignore the shivers, and in its solemn presence, my mind couldn't wander. My eyes couldn't see anything else except snow and ice. All colors faded. All I could taste was frost and cold as my tongue became numb. My ears couldn't hear anything except silence, and even the howling of the wind was louder here. Antarctica was solitude and quiet. I couldn't imagine this was spring in the land of perpetual winter. It was bitterly cold, despite the many layers I was wearing, and it was a deep chill that seeped inside my body. my body as cold as the icy waters. I was the drifting snowflake on the snow-laden mountaintop. I was the snow queen at my soul's home, united at last. In Antarctica, summer was from November through to March. It was the best time and the only time to visit the frozen wonderland. Tourist season started in December. If I had come here then, I would have caught the last remnants of the cold, dark winter. But February was when I arrived, and it was when the weather was at its best. It still meant rough seas on certain days, but I had the chance to see wildlife at its most active, penguins especially, and to see enormous icebergs. As we moved through Drake's Passage, I saw most of Antarctica on the observation deck. I would get up early in the day, binoculars on hand, eager not to miss anything. As I observed the surrounding scenery, random thoughts popped into my head. I started my journey on another island continent. I was 2 weeks away from going back home. I felt older. I felt different. Would others notice any change in me? Antarctica had a rhythm of its own, a perpetual drumbeat of activity. The sound of the ship as it crunched through the ice, massive glaciers breaking off icebergs into the sea, penguins waddling on the icebergs, seals lounging on slabs of ice, seabirds gliding along the ships, the albatross with its mighty wings. Humpbacks and orcas roamed beneath the water's surface. They breached the surface with a display of power. This was their home. We shouldn't forget. Antarctica's ice was ever-changing. It was not smooth or stationary. Rather, it was static and electrifying. It cracked and broke, thundered and fell. Antarctica was a continuously changing expanse, just like I was. There were endless white mountains. The tour guide warned us to be careful when on the ground, as there could be polar bears lying in wait. There were crevasse fields here with cracks hundreds of feet deep, hidden only by a shallow layer of snow. It was the same in humans too. Deep demons laid hidden behind a shallow cover of laughter and smiles. The guide showed us how boiling water vaporized at an instant in Antarctica's air. As he threw the boiling water, most of the particles turned into steam. The rest fell like sparkles of snow. The tour guide set our activities for the day, and the schedule relied on the weather. Some days we kayaked, coming close to the drifting enormous blocks of ice. Other days we walked on the beach, watching bickering seals and penguins along the way. We would hike to a summit and see the breathtaking sunset after our tiring journey. I got to see this otherworldly place up close. It was such a wonderful world, both so fragile and beautiful. We were back at sea again. I felt an odd sense of loss, seeing the Antarctic coast disappear from view. We were reaching the southernmost tip of South America. This was where the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans would meet. There was a farewell dinner on the ship. People dressed in their best formal wear as they celebrated the end of the voyage. I wasn't ready to celebrate yet, but I joined them as they toasted and cheered. Right at the stroke of midnight, my phone rang. "Hello?" I asked. I hadn't checked who called. "Ellie, it's Cassie!" "Wow, I was thinking about you, Cassie," I said. "Is that so? When are you coming back, Ellie? I miss you so much," Cassie asked. "As soon as we land, I will catch the first flight home." "Are you really? We can celebrate when you return, Ellie." "Yes, we will. It has been such a long time," I said. "Oh, I saw a shooting star. It is so beautiful here, Cassie. The stars and the sky are so clear." "A shooting star? Did you make a wish?" Cassie asked. "I might have," I replied. "Let me guess. It must be about James Evans, right?" she asked. I heard Cassie's mischievous laughter. On any other day, the name James Evans would set my heart racing, but my longtime crush had no effect today. "Maybe, but I can't tell you. You know the deal. If I say it, it won't come true." "I was kidding, Ellie. I hope all your dreams come true. I love you. I can't wait to see you again." "Me too," I said, my voice choking up. "I can't wait to be back home again." The ship disembarked in Ushuaia. After lunch, I would go to Santiago by private charter. Then I connected with my overnight flight home. I felt a deep sense of gratitude. I got all I wished for on this wonderful journey. Adventure, awe-inspiring sights, wonderful people. Nicholas. Did I meet him? It feels like a dream. All I wished now was to be back with my best friend. I hoped that Cassie and I stayed connected always, through the good and whatever life or fate or destiny threw at us. My bracelet for Cassie was now complete, a token of my completed journey. 21 beads or charms, each representing a location from this trip. A snowflake charm for my last destination. It took an amazing year to complete this gift for Cassie. Cassie asked me to get an identical bracelet for myself, which I did, but my bracelet had an extra charm Nicholas gave me. His charm had a heart engraved on it. I had so many memories from this trip, it overwhelms my heart. It was not just the heart-pounding moments, the near drowning in Australia, the parachute fail in Rio. It was the quiet moments, lounging on a boat on the Nile River, the rainy days at the hotel. It was the friends I made, Andrea and Ethan in Australia, Kaen in Japan, Mrs. Mendoza in Mexico, Sky, Harry, Pooja, and others. It was the natural wonders, the Great Barrier Reef, the fireflies in Nanacamilpa, the Aurora Borealis, the Amazon. It was the man-made wonders, the Sydney Opera House, the Taj Mahal, Burj Khalifa. It was the surreal encounters, Sofia Valentina in Lari, the Mystic in Rose Canyon, Grandma's presence at the Ofrenda. It was the love I found, Nicholas Xavier. I was going to be 22 in a few months, but by traveling the world, I lived many more years than my age. I collected precious memories that would remain with me forever. I had seen only a fraction of the world, and there was so much for me that remained undiscovered. I hoped the best moments were yet to come. It was time to go home. The end. This has been Eleanor's Travels, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Jojo Parks. Copyright 2020 by Aisha Urooj. Production copyright by Aisha Urooj.